Hello and welcome everyone to the Capital Mind podcast. If you'd like to know more about us, visit capitalmind.in, and if you'd like to invest with us, do visit capitalmindwealth.com.
This podcast is for informational purposes only and should not be relied upon as the basis for investment decisions. Clients of Capital Mind may maintain positions in the securities discussed in this podcast.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to a unique episode of the Capital Mind podcast. Today's show is a crossover between The Seen and the Unseen, hosted by Amit Varma, and the Capital Mind podcast, hosted by our very own Deepak Shenoy. This episode sets a new record, clocking in at about 5 full hours. And believe it or not, it might have gone on for even longer had Russia not attacked Ukraine on the day we were recording. In today's show, Deepak and Amit discuss how their careers started and have evolved with the internet, or more broadly with the digital age, learnings around journeys versus destinations and goals versus processes, what authenticity really means to them and how they found and got comfortable with their own voices, a first-hand look at the creator economy through their respective lenses. Both of them were bloggers way back in the early 2000s. And then, at the 2.5-hour mark, they take a break and then dive into Deepak's new book, Moneywise. They cover how Deepak decided on what to write about, what he learned while writing the book, and what are the key lessons that are there from the book. So if you're a fan of Deepak, Moneywise the book, or just rather hear what the book has to say without actually going through the whole thing, then listen to the highlights here. Today's episode is a must listen. With that summary, let's get on to the show.
Deepak, welcome to the Capital Mind podcast.
And thank you, Amit, and welcome to The Seen and the Unseen.
So as we already mentioned in our respective introductions, this is a crossover episode and sort of a meeting of two podcasts. I won't say a meeting of two great minds because I'm not quite sure if I'm a great mind. But so let's, one of the things that we have in common besides our girth is that we've both sort of hit our late 40s, so to say.
Yes.
Right? And I kind of find that interesting because I think what happens over a period of time is, at least in my case, is that for the longest time ever, there is this period where you think of yourself as younger than you really are. Like when you're 20, 21, 22, you think of yourself as a young man, right? And that's how you think of yourself. And then when you get to 35 and 40 and all that, your mental image is still that. You haven't quite adjusted. And then a moment comes where you realize that it is not exactly the case, right? That you are not the whippersnapper anymore, that, you don't necessarily have more of your life in front of you than behind you, right? And this then in some ways changes the way that you think about your life and the stuff that you're doing. So, and I find that this also informs the way that I do the work that I do, which is in the creator economy. And I'm sure that this also informs the stuff that the work that you do, especially when you talk about investing, especially when you, in your excellent book, you talk about things like life insurance and retirement funds, which maybe you would not have placed so much stress on a long time back. So tell me, my friend, how have the years been treating you and how have you changed?
Yeah, so, Amit, we're both there and, I think I think of this as an analogy from a different perspective, and bear with me because this goes weird. When I was younger, so from the age of perhaps 14, 15, 16, I would watch a sporting tournament of any sort, whether it was tennis or, and say that one day in my dreams, I become this player. And I think of myself doing that. No, this is natural, right? Everybody has these dreams. Oh, I'll be a great cricket player. I'll go and play these things. And it was always contemporary. So if I was 16, I would be, when I'm 18, because I have 2 years more, I can practice and all that stuff, and I will get there. Of course, I never do anything about it, but the dream was it was great, just dreaming about it. And these dreams continued. So when I was 25, I would say, by 28, you can still be a great player in the tennis circuit and win the Grand Slam. And 35, well, you know what? Steffi Graf did it when she was X, and somebody else did it when. So it was still okay. The time I crossed, I think it was 42 or 43, is when I said, okay, I can't dream this dream anymore. It is not possible because You can't have I mean, it's just physically impossible. And although having never attempted it actually, you suddenly realize that your dreams have to change. And that, I think, was the beginning of the factor of saying, listen, a lot of other stuff. And, there's this, when you start a business, there's always this feeling of, at some point in the future, there will be a point at which some great thing will happen. And that great thing could be you becoming rich, or you becoming X, or you become Y. You do, at some level, get this feedback from the life, your body, and all of that stuff, is that you can no longer uh, do have those crazy dreams, and they have to be achieved in a relatively shorter amount of time. But increasingly, and perhaps the COVID thing has kind of changed this, at least for me, I can't dream of doing these things in the future. I need to do it now. This, I think, is where at least my mind has started to change, saying, listen, I'm 40x, and that 40x is closer to 50 than it is to 40. And according to my kids, at the time I reached 50, I would have lived half my life. I wish they're right. But I do know that, that concept of start every day saying this is the beginning of the rest of my life, increasingly gets more desperate, saying I better live it now, otherwise it's going to be so far behind that, I mean, you can't live your life thinking of what is going to come. You have to live your life thinking of what you are today. And this perhaps is a slight change in my mind. I don't know how it is for you. And this is where I think you got to focus on the little things and the big things all at the same time. It's a weird thing. Or for instance, I have my son is in the ninth standard, and he told me a few months back, Dad, after 3 years, I am going to be gone doing my college. And it hit me like a brick. And you know what? I knew this. It's not like I didn't know this, but it hit me like a brick, because 3 years is not a lot of time. We've already spent 2 years into the corona, and, well, 3 years into the, no, 2 years into the corona, but we've literally, I mean, it's now at, catching distance of the point where he kind of moves. So it's not just the fact that I am growing old, that things are happening that should have been long-term future somewhere in the, I mean, at some point I might get diabetes kind of thing, to a point where I better fix my life before I get it today. It's induced a sense of urgency in my thought process, which I don't think has happened before earlier. So dealing with this growing old stuff is just, it's mind boggling. But how is it for you? I mean, you're also in that phase of life, because you've from a career perspective, I think you've gone through multiple phases of very deeply immersing yourself into different things. Does it change in the late 40s?
I think what's happened, like everything you said resonated with me, and you used that interesting phrase in terms of little things and big things, or little dreams and big dreams. And one of the things that I've realized is that as far as the little things are concerned, they can be goals. But as far as the big things are concerned, they should be processes. In the sense that, when you're young, you have all these goals. I'll do this, I'll do that, X, Y, Z, I'll write so many books, blah, blah, blah. You have all those goals, and those goals are further tied into, after I do the book, this is how successful it will be, or whatever it is. And I think you reach a stage in life where you realize that, one, those goals are probably not going to happen. Two, that's not necessarily a bad thing, because those goals are very often tied into something you should not have been chasing in the first place, which is a validation of others. Which is why you don't just think I'll write a good book. You think I'll write a good book that wins an award or becomes a bestseller, right? And I think, if there is one realization that I want to keep with me every moment, it's that universal human anxiety of what other people think of you. You got to let that go, and you got to realize that no one is thinking of you. You know, everyone's got their heads up their own ass. Everyone's obsessed with themselves, so it doesn't matter. That universal anxiety which is there is false. You also have to redefine what you mean by happiness. And here's the thing: it is not a fixed thing that X will make me happy. and why will not? What makes you happy is you decide what makes you happy. It's your state of mind, right? So now, do I want my happiness to be dependent on achieving some random thing which is not in my control? Or do I want to sit back and say, let me enjoy the small joys? Right? So what I try to do rather, and those small joys can be goals. Those small joys could be that, you'll get me a nice steak for lunch, for example, which itself is a small joy, right? And and that can be a goal. But otherwise, it should more be processes, that there are things I like doing. For example, these days when I think of the seen and the unseen, I do not think that I will do a kick-ass episode that will get X downloads or whatever, or so many retweets or whatever. I just think that I'll have a great conversation, you know, that I'll just sit with a friend and I'll have a great conversation. And my joy in the conversation we are having right now is not dependent on the final product, that this will be a conversation everybody will appreciate. It comes from the fact that I can sit across the table with an old friend and I'm listening to him and he's listening to me, and we are both comfortable, and we are at a stage where we don't need to impress each other or think about, all that shit is out of the window. There's no posturing anymore. You're kind of what you are. So I'm giving this as an example of a sort of a small joy, and I've realized that it is these small joys we should focus on, except that my lament still is that I am not mindful enough. And also realized that all the goals that I wanted to achieve and haven't achieved, they are still within my reach, except that it's a mistake to keep those goals in mind. If you just build the processes, those goals will happen. Like I tell myself that, okay, all these years, I mean, it's been interesting. 5 years I was a professional poker player, and I kind of rambled around and did other things for a while. So the regret I have is I could have written 9, 10 books by now. I haven't. But the reason I haven't is that I didn't put the process in place. The reason that didn't happen is I didn't have the writing habit where I sit down every day, write for a number of hours, where I build the mindfulness, where your mind doesn't wander all the time. I didn't build the discipline that when I'm bored, instead of reaching for my smartphone, I reach for a book, maybe your book. So I didn't kind of build all that. So I think what I have sort of realized, and when I teach my writing course, for example, my fourth webinar is just about process. And my point there is that, listen, we can master the craft at an intellectual level. We can know what is a perfect sentence, how we are building rhythm, all that shit. But if you don't actually get your ass on the chair and actually get it done, it's no good. And when I teach my course, I often think that I wish I had done such a course in my early 20s. I would have learned so much. But the biggest learning that I would have had is from sort of the process aspect. So in a sense, as far as my personal life is concerned, and I've been very lucky also to be part of the creator economy, and that's given me like earlier for me, the satisfaction of creating was in creating, and that I think has to be your core satisfaction. But we've reached a stage where you can see that you can be, which we'll discuss, you can be independent of a lot of the constraints that otherwise constrain creators. So all of that is great. Like every morning when I wake up, I can easily, look around me and say, fuck, I'm so lucky to have this, or so lucky to have that, and whatever. And it's not even a big deal. It's not like, um, but that stuff is there, that and obviously we are human. We still we still think of goals. We still say ki, haan, ye karna hai, wo karna hai, and all of that. I was interested in your sort of your sporting daydreams, because I think my mind has this default mode where it goes into Walter Mitty or like Mungeri Lal ke Haseen Sapne kind of mode and all that. Does that happen to you also?
All the time, all the time. In fact, every single thing that you think about that says, okay, well, I want to do this. It becomes that Mungeri Lal ke Haseen Sapne. What happens if I did that? And then, for instance, if I found a cure to cancer, then what happens? How am I going to deal with the fame and this thing of it? Will I give it away for free? I mean, this is nonsense, because I'm not going to discover the cure to cancer in all probability. But if I did, it's just nice to think about it, right? Because it's like you're building a world of your own, and in that created world, you're kind of exploring things that otherwise would be nonsense if you ever try to do this on stage. The fact that I can talk about it openly is also a symptom of my age and perhaps the creator economy, where such a view would not be considered out of place. Perhaps 10 years ago, if I made such statements, they would be like, Deepak, you're just so full of yourself. Um, it's just honesty, but it's all of us are full of ourselves. And I just introduced my children to the Truman Show. Uh, so there was a point in my life where I thought the whole world actually plotted to revolve around me. Um, I think all of us have that at some point in our lives. But the Truman Show was a manifestation of it. And, you know, he makes a statement there. And this is going to be part of my like letter to, on the blog and on to our, this thing itself. But he says, you accept the reality with which you are presented. And I think that is a clear statement that is so true when you're older, because now you've seen life in so many different through so many different vantage points, that you suddenly realize that my outrage, my emotion, my thought process, very little of it is a function of itself. So there was moments of grief in my life where it was grief, but there were moments of grief where it was induced uh, by the narrative of what was shown to me. And it has never been more obvious to me than it was today. So when they say, you're young, you're probably leftist in thought process, and that the world should be equal and all that stuff. And as you grow older, you become this rightist because you see all these different things and you say that stuff doesn't work and this stuff also doesn't work, but the reality is somewhere in the middle, and we're happy to be in those gray areas. Uh, I think that the fact is that every outrageous act no longer outrages you anymore, because you're looking at the motivations behind it and saying, listen, I don't have to react to into it the same way that the listener or the speaker wants me to react to it, simply because I know they're pointing us out in a certain direction. I mean, this is whether you call this certain TV channels where there is a sunny kind of thing, or whether it is a news that is um, uh, innocuously misleading. It may be anything. It may be a commentator in, like, I mean, Formula One recently there was a big uh, issue with the last race. In the last race, the race director changed or interpreted the rules for his own sake. And to a person who's watched it for a while, it's not that that particular event was the problem. There was a history to it. There's a fact that Hamilton's been winning. There's a fact that people had been getting, there was boredom and such. You to have a final race that is exciting has not happened for like 10 years. You take that history in context. You can see why he made the decisions he did. But if you take it from the rule book context, he was wrong. So it's very interesting because he brought more popularity to the game by that one act than the fact that, and he was censured for it and banned or whatever, he's been taken out of it and all that stuff. But it made the game made it exciting, which is what the whole game is designed to do. Otherwise, what's the point watching cars go at 300 kilometers per hour? It's exciting because there is some excitement in it and the commentary and all of that stuff. But this is where you realize that I would have never thought of this when I was younger. I would have made up stance saying he was wrong. And now I'm sitting there saying, dude, you know what? There's a bunch of things to it. And in the Truman Show, there was a particular piece of time when they had to cut the transmission of this 10,000 hours of continuous transmission, and suddenly they had to cut it. And there was an empty screen, and one guy comes in and says, the sponsors are threatening to cut, that this. And the director of this whole thing, he says, well, we've never had so many views of a blank screen of the actual show as we have of this blank screen going on right now. So it's true, right? Because you're the reason you're generating that excitement is now is considered bad in all traditional aspects, but you're getting exactly what you wanted out of it, which is viewership, sponsorship, recognition, fame, whatever it is. So maybe this growing old is just, earlier I would be like, that is wrong. Why should that be the case? Now I'm like, no, maybe the process is the objective. The goal is not the objective. How I got there is what I wanted to achieve. Whether I get there or not is irrelevant. If I got my fame from not doing something than from doing something, And the fame is what I wanted in the first place. Uh, so there we are. And it's very interesting. And I'll probably segue into different contexts in finance itself. I have a very clear thought process over here, which is in finance, it is not the person who makes the highest returns that wins. Warren Buffett hasn't made great returns for the last 15 years, and he's still winning. And he's winning because, people aren't, selling his company or telling them that they need to replace this guy because he's not making great returns. They're still quoting anything that he says. They still go to him every time there's a crisis. The point is, he's done this without focusing on the one thing that everybody wants you to focus on, which is, can I make 10 rupees 20 rupees? Can I make 10 rupees 25 rupees? If I made it 25, am I better than the guy who made it 20? The answer is no. It's the guy whose embodiment of how he got there, which makes it exciting. He can make 10 rupees 12 rupees, and he might still be more valuable as a person than the person who made it 20 or 25. As you grow older, I think the stark realization that it's the journey and not the destination, to me at least. I mean, it was a proverb earlier: enjoy the journey and all that. Now it's like it's hitting you on the face. It's like, dude, this is it. This is what you are. Your journey is who you are. Where you get from here, even if you got into a lot of money or a lot of whatever, is just a byproduct of whatever you did to get there. So, although this is a very long segue from where we are, and I think, and what are your thoughts? I mean, do you feel now that you'd focus a lot more on the journey, like you said, the conversations, the fact that they give you those little joys, than just the destination, which is, I mean, I don't even know what the destination is anymore. It's like I got somewhere and suddenly it became all hazy, right? I wrote a book. I want to write 10 more books because I feel I've not written enough, and then I feel I've written too much in certain cases. There's what was the song? I forget. The one in which he says, I haven't said enough. I've said too
I've said
much,
too
and
much,
then
yeah.
I haven't said enough. So, I mean, at the time, you would never understand what the lyric meant. Suddenly, at 47, I'm like, oh, okay, I know what that means.
Yeah, that's a very with or without you sentiment. I think this whole thing about journey and destination ties into process and goals, right? That for me the journey is really the process, and the goals take care of themselves. But to double click on a couple of things you mentioned, one, the way I would view that Formula One differently than you is I would just think that, okay, Hamilton and Max, whatever his name is,
Verstappen,
yeah,
yes.
and they're both going to die. Their cars are both going to be scrap, eventually, in the longer scheme of things, the longer that you look at it. So who cares? So sometimes I kind of feel like that, but you want to enjoy the ride in the moment. I also want to, and by the way, that quote which you referred to about, I think it goes to the effect of, if you're not a socialist at 18, you don't have a heart.
Yes.
If you're not a capitalist at 25, you don't have a brain. Which is resonant, and I think both both of us would kind of agree with that. But I want to double back on what you said about being full of ourselves. What some people might say, and I think here's the deal. Number one, I think it's important, as both of us would, I think, have the self reflection to say that that there is no such thing called an adult in that sense of somebody who has figured everything out. So it's a little bit of posturing when you act with that certain kind of, like you spoke about your Mungheri Lal moments, and I'm sure I have them as well. And we are both, in a sense, complex messes, except that we learn to kind of control the complexity and think about it a bit more. And I think one of the important padhavs to I don't know why I thought of that term from Kaun Banega Crorepati, but one of the important padhavs that we have to kind of get past is to just stop posturing at some points in time. We spend too much of our life posturing to others and even posturing to ourselves about what kind of person we are. And I think maybe a time comes where you give a little bit more to self reflection, and you stop a little bit of the posturing and you get a little more comfortable in your own skin. That, okay, this is who I am. If there is a word THAT, I can only pronounce it as dat. right? And I don't care if I don't even want to consciously try too hard to correct it, because this is who I am. I'm happy kind of being authentic. You are happy kind of being authentic. And I think the one of the big secrets of the creator economy, really, and one of the things that I stress upon when I speak to young creators, is that just be true to yourself, be authentic to yourself, because that is the only thing you have that sort of sets you apart from everyone else. So yeah, that's kind of
Very interesting that you bring that up, because the creator economy is a lot about authenticity, right? So in the sense of, I think and I've heard you walk us through a presentation of how to think about the creator economy, and it's interesting here because this authenticity angle was always something that was shied was people told you that don't do it, don't be authentic, because there is this formal prose that you have to follow. Certain things have to be in the passive voice, certain things have to be in the active voice. There is you should have you should start a sentence with dear sir or whatever. It's like a set of rules that you have to follow, which is why even today when I get, let's say, people who want to write for Capital Mind, they send us the stuff. It looks like this is manufactured from a textbook, and then I'm like, no, you don't want people. And I feel lousy saying this, but I have to tell people, unlearn the textbook writing process and move to. So what is it about the creator economy that has changed this whole thing? And you've seen this. I mean, you've been you India Uncut was one of the most popular blogs, and I think that's when I first came in touch. We
that's when
got
we
in
met.
touch.
Yeah,
That's when we met.
you were also blogging.
I was also blogging at the time, and so I was talking money. You were talking so many other things, and then we saw the IIPM fiasco at that time, and then onwards to there. It's a very interesting time because I think India Uncut was very refreshing because it was from the heart. It was like if I read Amit Varma in a magazine, or they would somehow take you and put a suit on you, and they would edit out the aspects that were you, so that it fit into this, say, business standard or whatever it was. I would think that I would like it's like when you write for one of these newspaper type things, you had to change your thought process, but or change your writing process. But on India Uncut, I could see you as Amit Varma. To me, that was important, but suddenly it's become important to the whole world. It's not just me. It's the I mean, when we were doing this, there was a small clique of people blogging, and we had a reasonable, I think, thought process of the fan club. What's changed from that early blogging media to maybe the creator economy, as you see?
So a number of things, and I'm happy to kind of take you in detail, like I did in the presentation, through all the various phases and all the things that have changed. But about the intimate economy, what I call the intimate creator economy, here's the thing. When we are consuming content, when you're consuming art or consuming entertainment in the 70s or 80s, the stars you admire are larger than life, right?
Yeah.
They are not your friends. They're larger than life. They're up there. You're building temples for Amitabh Bachchan and so on and so forth.
Amir
That is kind of what it is. And that's come a full circle today, where podcasters like you and me are a voice in somebody's head. So when I listen to a podcast that I love, maybe by Bas Roberts or Tyler Cowen or whatever, it's somebody's voice in my head. It feels like an intimate connection. Let me sort of draw a metaphor I've spoken about before to sort of illustrate that. Let's say, let's look at the audiovisual medium, right? Let's say you go to watch a movie in a theater. There's a certain distance between you and the screen, right? And there's a similar distance between the camera and the actors.
Yep.
So you'll have your grand western, and there is that distance and there is that scale. Now, when you watch something in a television, the TV screen is a couple of meters away from
Yep.
you, and the camera is that much distance away from the actor. So you have Friends and Seinfeld and those kind of indoor settings, 5, 6 people. That's what you get. If you're watching something on your laptop, it's
Less than a meter.
it's less than a meter, and a lot of made for YouTube content is like that. It's much closer. Now, where I look at it in terms of audio, and why I always say that podcasting is very different from radio, it's not radio on demand. The reason is that radio is more like television. It's kind of broadcasting. I think of radio as you're driving in your car with 4 other people, and your radio is speaking to all of you. It is playing on the speaker, just as a kind of a metaphor. In the sense that because of all kinds of imperatives and incentives in India, for example, there'll be the high license fees and all of that. Uh, they don't have a choice but to go wide and not to go too deep. As our mutual friend Plain Panikar says, you're a mile wide and an inch deep, right? I love that phrase. And that's kind of what radio is. Now, in some places, I believe New York has some 70, 80 FM stations and it's a different whatever. But even there's only so far you can go. In India, you've just got to play your Bollywood music and be very mainstream, and you can't approach any niche. Now, podcasting is the most intimate thing of all. It's a voice in your head. And people listening to me know this, like the kind of love I've got from my listeners. Boss, it makes me tear up, right? You feel the connection, how deep it is. And I feel that way for podcasters I listen to. Or even people whose vlogs I watch these days on YouTube, for example. You feel like you know this person, he's your friend. You're worried that if you come across him in the mall, you'll just slap him on the back and say, hey, kaisa hai yaar? How's your cold now? Are you better? That kind of thing. And this changes the way that you approach your content then. Because if you're on radio, you are kind of broadcasting. You have a certain kind of voice, a certain kind of, like Amin Sayani will speak in the Amin Sayani way, and it's beautiful and charming and it's lovely. But he belongs to everyone. He doesn't belong to you alone.
Yes.
Right? And so people will ask me things while podcasting do I need to do voice modulation course and all of that and all that nonsense? And I say, no. All you need to do is you need to talk normally, like yourself. Like the way we are talking to each other is the way we talk to each other. Right? There's,
Correct.
just making sure we avoid cuss words, but that's pretty much, or in my case, not even that, frankly. But that's pretty much what it is. And that's what listeners love. That you are who you are. They feel like they know you. There's a straightforwardness to it. And especially if you're not pretending, if you're not posturing, because over a period of time, you can't fake it. You are who you are. Like I used to watch Big Boss a lot back in the day. I think I was kind of tweeting about, like almost live tweeting about it in 2008, 2009,
Wow.
whatever. I just found it fascinating. And the thing is, they know there's a camera, right? But they know there's a camera for a little while, but then they lapse. And then they are who they are. You are who you are, and your personality expresses itself. So you can't fake it too much, especially when you do a podcast over a period of time like I have, where I'm following my curiosities. I think people appreciate that I might say something in one episode, and 10 episodes later, I might say I was wrong there, or this is how my views have evolved, and so on and so forth. And I think that that's a massive feature. Now, as far as the people who, for example, come to you and they sound like a textbook, one of the pieces of advice I give in my writing course is, and it's really standard, it's not like a new insight from me, is that read out everything you have written. If it sounds like something you would say, then that's fine. If it doesn't sound like something you would say, like for example, after due consideration, we have whatever. We don't talk like that, right?
Yes.
So then, then it is contrived, and it will sound contrived to the reader also. And because they're not used to it, they'll have to work that much harder to process it. And all good writers get this. Like a classic example I give, which is a great example in across so many domains, is Bob Dylan's "Blowing in the Wind," right? So your key line there is, "The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind." You could also, instead of saying "The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind," you could have said, "The response, comrade, is wafting in the breeze," right? Now, why is that bad? That is bad because answer is a word we will use when we are speaking, not response. And we will say "my friend," we won't say "comrade" unless we are from whatever particular.
Leningrad.
Yeah, yeah, or the CPIM somewhere. But and we won't say "wafting in the breeze." We'll say "blowing in the wind." It's really natural language. Like in one of my webinars, I talk a lot about Shakespeare, whose language seems so archaic to us today, but it was a common speech of his day. If you look at how many words Shakespeare used that are more than 2 syllables, there are very few. He's using the common language of the day. He's creating great art, which at the same time makes him a box office superstar. He was
Wow.
a Spielberg plus Yash Chopra of his time. So I think that this just is one piece of advice to anyone who's writing, that read out what you have written. Does it sound like, because Deepak, we know a lot of writer friends in common, right? Devanshu Datta, Nilanjana Roy, all of these people, Salil Tripathi.
Yes.
Whenever I read anything by them, I can hear it in their voice.
Yes. It's like they're talking. On
It's
the
like
other
they're
side.
talking, because it's natural to them, because they're not trying too hard, they're not trying to be too writerly or verbose, or so many people will read this, I have to do something special and all of that. they're just kind of being themselves. And of course, they're not making a lot of the mistakes that we make in our speech. Like I'll say very and I'll put adverbs and I'll do and ah and all of that. Because when we are talking, there's no filter. But when
Yes.
you're sort of, so, an old editor of mine, Tim Delisle, once who wrote this great book I'd recommend to all my listeners called The Cornell Guide to How to Write Well. It's on Kindle Unlimited. You can read it in a couple of hours. He once said that good writing is like enhanced conversation. So it's like, that old phrase goes, write as you speak. People misunderstand it. They think it means that the way you're speaking, you just write like that. That's not what it means. Because if you did that, you'd be reproducing all the mistakes we make while
Mhm,
speaking
mhm.
because we don't have a filter. So the ums and the ahs and the run-on sentences or whatever. No, it's that it's enhanced conversation. But write as you speak means that when you write something and when you say it out, it should sound like it's you. And therefore, that textbook thing goes away. If you just, that textbook thing completely kind of goes away. And this is something I see in streams as well, in the vlogs I watch, that people are just being themselves, and there is a charm to that. Creators today should not think that, oh my god, like I I occasionally teach this podcasting course. I do like 2 cohorts a year, unlike my monthly writing course. And people will sometimes ask that, what is my USP? Like, should I even do it, or what makes me special? I'm not a domain expert in anything. And my point always is that, boss, you just have to be you, because you are on a journey which many other people share. Intellectual journey through life. They are at different points of it. Some may even be ahead of you. But the fact that you are on that journey immediately makes them empathize and makes them curious and makes that connection happen. And here's the other thing which feeds into something we were talking about earlier, where I lamented the lack of mindfulness. Now, I did a recent episode with the writer Amitava Kumar, which I just loved. And one of the things we discussed was how writing every day not only enriches your appreciation of life, because the act of writing every day means you're sitting down, you're thinking about something that would otherwise just have passed, and you're capturing it. It also changes a little bit of you. That every day, with whatever you write in a day, it can be a couple of hundred words a day, you are sitting down in a quiet space and get thinking about something that is kind of improving you. And there, I think, lies the magic, that maybe I am on a journey of trying to figure something out, maybe trying to figure my society out or whatever. Now, I need not necessarily be smarter or more knowledgeable than anyone listening to me, but the very fact that there is that moment of examination where I am sitting down and thinking about something is something that others can share in, and then they can think with me and they can feel part of the process. So, which is, and just an anecdote about this whole intimacy thing, that I did an episode with Abhinandan Sekri where we spoke for 4 hours when I went to Delhi. And one listener wrote into me to say that I felt so much like I'm sitting with two friends in a living room, that at one point I interrupted you before I realized that I'm not there. Right. And I was so touched by this, and I can only hope that people listening to us right now feel
Are
that way as
thinking
well.
that way. Yeah. No, it's so true, because sometimes in a conversation, I mean, that is the ultimate, right? Because you know that you're in there and you're speaking. And so I often think about this. If you're in a podcast and I almost force the user to stop there and say, hang on, I have a point that I want to make over here. That is when you know that you've touched the soul of the person who's on the other side. And I don't know if people do it. I mean, nobody tells me, like somebody has actually told you about this, which is like awesome. But I think that is the ultimate. If I saw someone listen to my podcast, pause the podcast and say, shit, you know what? This just triggered this thought in my mind that I have to kind of get out right now, because it's there. It's part of the conversation that we're in on right now. And the realization that you can't, because, but so I don't know. It's like it's something that says you've achieved something in that podcast, or in the in it's like if you're having a conversation with someone and there's one line that strikes you, and you take that away and you will never forget that line. It may not make any sense for you to remember the context in which that conversation actually happened, but the fact that that line impacted you, or something impacted you so deeply, is part of your learning process and your joys, and the fact that that conversation left you a little bit higher in dopamine levels, or the thought process levels. This is maybe this is just again part of growing old, that you enjoy this a lot more than you enjoy partying and doing all the other stuff that perhaps you enjoy more as a kid. But this is the part where I think that intimacy thing matters, and matters deeply, in the sense that without it today, I feel like you're watching a news broadcast where somebody's just reading out from a teleprompter with no emotion other than, where do I put the pause? Uh, and another point of what you just mentioned, which was, don't speak as you are speaking. Um, I found that often I violated that construct. So, for instance, I use a phrase called abayar, and I use this abayar in my writing.
I saw that and I found it charming.
It was interesting, because I was like, if someone put this question to me, I'd say, abayar, wait, this is not how this thing does. Instead of me, in a normal point, I would edit out the abayar, wait, and then tell you exactly what I follows with that, right? But putting the abayar wait in the writing is somehow more appealing to the reader, because he's almost like, okay, this is what he's trying to say. He's saying, hold off. And for some strange reason, it works. I mean, it works at least for the few people who read what I have to write. But it's very interesting in that it works from an aspect of violating that very rule, which was a rule in my own head, saying, remove the. I used to go to this Toastmasters thing, and there was this R counter concept. There's a person who counts the number of ers and ahs and ums in the business, and you're supposed to reduce your R count over time. I'm like, no, in writing you can have a little bit of an R count.
I think where it comes in is that that's a voice. If your voice is abayar,
yes.
like I like in your book, there are these moments of humor which, like, I can't recall one offhand, but there are these moments of humor in different places where I'm like, this is a typical Deepak joke, right? Typical, and I'm sure you know what I'm talking
Yes.
about. But there are a whole bunch of those where, and it's very charming because I know you. But even if I didn't know you, I would know you a little better just by seeing that. And there you're being true to yourself. See, I think one core point is this, and why this kind of content appeals to both of us and to so many people, is that we live in a constructed world. Okay, everything is constructed. Like you said, TV pe things are being presented in a particular way. Radio pe things are being, everywhere things are being presented in a particular way. Social media is nothing but people posturing and, I am so virtuous, or I am so sanskari, or whatever shit it is, right? And where are the real connections, right? And it is not true that we are happy to be in this constructed world and all of that nonsense. I think people at some level crave those real connections, where, for example, when they listen to me talking to a guest, maybe that, sometimes we'll have different point of views, and we'll discuss them in a civil way, but sometimes we won't be sure, and that's also okay, because certainty is constructed when you come across it, right? So we are recording with all this Russia Ukraine thing, and so much of the commentary about it is going to be random people giving random gyan in hindsight, right? And constructing narratives. I think, I did an episode with Rukmini, the data journalist, and she told me about this TV program she was watching at the time of some election, I think the last UP election or whatever, where at one point they had the wrong result. So then all the experts there started giving gyan on the wrong result, that you see, this is what has happened, and this has been mobilized, and that has been mobilized. And then suddenly they realized that the result is the other thing and has gone the other way. And the same experts are giving gyan. You see, this is not hard to figure out. This is a dynamic here and all of that bullshit, right? And it is that constructed world. It is that artifice that I think, many of us, even if everybody has a bullshit detector, you may not specifically know that what so and so is saying is bullshit because you may not know that domain, but you have a sense, boss. And then when you have people who are not trying to construct anything, like you and I. We are not trying to present a point of view or present this or whatever, and there is a charm to that, which is why, very early on, I remember someone sent me some advice that, your shows should be much crisper, you should make them 10 minutes, you divide it into point wise format and all that. And I was like, boss, I'm not doing an explainer. I understand the value of an explainer, and the person who sent me this advice, by the way, went on to YouTube and does really good explainers, so credit to him. you know but I was doing something different. And there's just a lot of value to that for me. And these are just such, in a sense, like, I wonder what you feel about this, but I think both you and I, in a sense, are really lucky to be alive and this old at this precise time. Because you
Yes.
think about it, we were born in the mid 70s, broadly, right? And we have grown up, in a sense, in an analog world, right? And we've grown up in an analog world, and we have had one kind of education where you read every book you get your hands on because books are scarce. You put together a mixtape of music that you like. It is so special. You're trying to woo someone, you make a mixtape for them. It is a big freaking deal, right? It's when you write, when you communicate with other people, when you write letters to them, you write long letters. You actually sit down and you put a little bit of yourself into each letter you write, and it's not all functional. And then we come into the internet when we are adults, and the whole world is kind of opened up for us. And then we have a second education, and this is like another layer that is happening. And the result is that where we are sitting, we've had these multiple educations. We've been enterprising enough to kind of go with the different flows that we've gone with, but we don't take it for granted. Like, I think people born, say, in 1995 will take some of it for granted, and they may not even have experienced that thereof. They may not have experienced boredom. What is the value of boredom? Does a kid who always has a smartphone with her, and there, does she know that what it is for the mind to be that empty space where it can just wander and it can think about stuff? And in that thinking, you also, find things about yourself. Like, one cliche that I say cliche because I keep coming back to it. It's not a cliche, it's a great insight by Jonathan Haidt, where he says that, sure, we have the internet and all of history available to us, but everybody is consuming something that was made in the last 3 days, right? And
Wow.
I want to find ways to break past that. In my own life, I am a victim. This is not a lament about others. It's a sort of complaint about myself to myself, that too often I'm like kind of sitting there, and instead of reading a book, I'll go online and I'll go to sites, I'll play a little online chess and get my dopamine and all of that, and I'll just do a bunch of different things. But I am going from moment to moment, from shallow moment to shallow moment to shallow moment to shallow moment. And I think all of us, you know everybody who's listening to this also, I know you agree with me, this is like a common struggle, that how do we get past this? Because you almost feel trapped. Like, I played poker professionally for a few years, right? So one of the things I looked into, like the first time I went to Goa, right? And I went to Goa for 3-4 years without seeing a beach. One of the Because
Yes.
I would just go to Panjim, check into whatever hotel I'm in, and then I'd go to my offshore casino, which in those days was Casino Royale, and there was another one called Pride. And over there, what a casino does is that there are no windows, so you don't know, you don't have daylight or anything. There are no clocks.
There are no clocks.
They pump in oxygenated air to keep you fresh for long periods of time. And so I remember once I started playing at 2 o'clock, and I thought, oh, it must be 4 o'clock after a while of playing, and I found it's 9 o'clock. You have no sense of time. Time just passes. They want to keep people fresh and gambling, right? And I would of course play the one game there that is a game of skill. Everything else you're playing against the house. And I kind of studied that a bit, bought a couple of books on that, which I'll link from the show notes. And from the 70s, 80s, 90s onwards, there is a science about how to get people addicted, how to keep people addicted, to the extent that the noises and the music that a slot machine makes is all particularly designed to trigger the brain in different ways, so you keep sitting. And there are patterns by which somebody monitoring it from a control room, if you're sitting at a slot machine and you sat for 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever, someone from a control room can see from your patterns of play and their past data when you're about to get up. And then they will send somebody down who will say, sir, because you've sat here for so long, you must be tired. Let's give you a complimentary drink. And they'll give you a drink, and then you keep playing. And this is a science that's there in the 80s or 90s.
Wow.
So everything that you see on social media today was mastered by the whole gambling business a long time back. And why? The common thread is addiction. So today, all these big social media sites, they keep us hooked, they keep us addicted in this constant feedback loop of shallow impressions. Like one of the cleverest one was some social media sites. They did it so that when you hit the back button, you get out of the app.
Mhm.
Today, in most of these sites, you hit the back button, the page refreshes.
Wow.
Like
Okay.
Pinterest, I think,
I
right?
see.
So something else will come up. So you can't leave. You're kind of stuck there, right? And you can spend 5 hours on Instagram or whatever your social media poison of choice is. And you've been busy. You haven't been bored, But and I think that is sort of the challenge that people like you and I face, and it ties in with that whole question of time. Like one of the questions I wanted to ask you when I was reading your book is that, like, number one, I wish again I'd read your book in my 20s because I would have made so many better decisions. But critically, you've given great advice on how to spend your money. Tell me something about your thoughts on how to spend your time, because time is an equally scarce resource. And what's the thinking you've done on it? How do you kind of maximize that?
I know this is interesting. I think a lot of things lead into it. All of the stuff that you mentioned. And one of the things that I'll talk about time is um, there are certain times at which having a lot of options is complicated. It's that choices dialogue that happened in, I think, When Harry Met Sally at some point. This was a revelation to me, because having less to do at a certain point is actually a benefit. We don't realize it, and I'll tell you, so many thoughts over here. So let me explore a few. So one of the things over here is my college days. I was in a college called KRC Suratkal. We had a beach next to the college, and in the beach there was this big rock, and I would sit on that rock and I would look at the sea and I would dream and think. And sometimes you didn't know what you were going to think about, and sometimes you knew exactly what you were going to think about. uh, and you would go there and you let your mind wander. It would go strange places, and I remember those places today because I would remember it. um, Something that uh, is very difficult to do today, because you have a phone that can instantly you can sit on the beach and keep listening to the waves and watch some random YouTube shorts and all of that stuff, and ruin the experience, because you have to let that boredom build a thought thread of its own that allows you to explore. And you're not building that, you're just letting someone else dictate that from you, because a tennis shot that was fantastic, of course it's a great shot, Federer and Nadal and all that stuff, but does that is that taking away from that building thought process that would have germinated an idea that could have been very different in your own thought process many years later? And I see this as it's both good and bad. I'll tell you why. um, in my college days, I didn't have too much of an input. The inputs were largely books, so you'd kind of look at them and kind of think. Today, I have multiple sorts of thoughts of input. So whether it's electric vehicles at some level, or that like some of the thoughts that we just talked about, and you said when people don't trust, you can't really trust uh, what people are saying, because it's all manufactured. You trust the authenticity of a person who's coming in. But in the past, people use this for religion. Religion was, there was a god who could not be untrue to you, and he was your truth, and therefore he was your god. And if multiple people kind of came in together and said, my god is my truth, and then they have said, maybe it's the same god, and then they made it a religion. And in a way, that was the same, their way to fight the fact that there was an unreal manufactured world out there, perhaps in whatever little way it was. But what's happened with time today, and perhaps spending time is more important than spending money, uh, is that you can choose to spend it in 100 different ways, but you can't choose to spend it on boredom unless you actually make an attempt to do so. which means it doesn't mean locking you up in a room. It means, can you take a walk without having a phone and a ear music on, or things like that. I know many people for whom this is just simply, for me it becomes like I need a Bluetooth headset and a podcast to be on so that I can walk, because I want something to keep triggering my thinking. And I'm like, at this point, um, I need some time to just think. That song, that Fursat Ke Raat Din, you know, uh, that Fursat Ke Raat Din are not there anymore. And it's a valuable resource, because that word Fursat has a very deep meaning to me. It is that the boredom germinates ideas, and those ideas are very valuable for you to build in later life. So with the kids now, with my kids, for instance, I see the minute they get bored, they want to touch a device and accept something. The devices have figured it out, but the devices have also figured out that you need some fursat in terms of less activity when you're doing something. So I'll give you one of the examples. Um, there's a YouTube Shorts and there's Instagram Reels. You can't forward them. You can only watch this short. They're not very long, but you can't go forward. You can't just skip to the end. So you actually have to watch the whole thing. And you're like, okay, they're doing this because they know that your mind is racing forward. And if you were given the option to go, you would go. But they want to keep you there. So they're building that fursat thing right there, but they're not giving you time to think. They're going to keep the screen on at all points in time. And this is, in one sense, very evil, because it takes away from that point of saying, listen, I just want to watch this and I want to go think about it. You're not giving me the opportunity to do so, but at the same time addicting me with all the addiction influences that you build. To get out of this, you have to have a mindset that says, I will not conform, and I need to get out of this to just think. This is a point, I think, very few of us. I'll give you one example. A lot of people I know told me this in the last 2 years. Deepak, I miss international travel. And I said, why? 2 hours or 8 hours of just me. You can't, I mean, you may have a laptop or something like that, but many of them are like, I use that time to think, because there is no internet at the time. Well, I hope not, but it's coming soon. But assuming that it's flaky, it's not going to happen. But you just have your laptop. At best, you have some movie that's playing, but you can switch it off. But at the time, it's you time, and that you time, I think, is very important. And so people I know who travel have gotten cranky about it, in the sense that they said, listen, I don't have that time anymore, so I'm just losing it by not having those moments of relief and release. More important than money is finding a space that you can do this. Now, whether it takes money to do this or not, I don't know, but it's like sometimes we would just sit in a coffee shop and sip coffee and do nothing, and sometimes just sit in front of each other and not even talk. Can we do that right now in any meaningful way? I think the day you do that, you're richer than most other people are. And although, I mean, we are also guilty, because we're building a podcast that gives in so many ideas in so many different ways, that perhaps people are like, okay, you're listening, I'm listening to this, I'm getting my own ideas, but I'm not taking the time out right now, because I want to listen to what comes next. But I think it's important to bring that point out, to say, get out there and be a little bit of, find a little bit of, and this is where writing helps, right? Because writing discovers you in a way that you haven't discovered yourself. So when you write something down and you say, is that what I am, what I'm thinking? And sometimes it is just stupid. The sentences don't string together, they don't make any sense. But sometimes you'll find yourself becoming a Dave Barry. And I like Dave Barry because he's one of the people who's really inspired me to be myself. Once he wrote a sentence that lasted an entire full page and half of the next. And it ended with, warning, warning, we are now reaching the end of this sentence. So, because the sentence just kept on rambling and going. And I'm like, you know what? He can write like this. It's like I'm in his head, and he, in the process of writing this, he's probably discovered a little more about himself when he did it. And the only way I could have figured that out was when I wrote that Abayar or whatever it was. It was me. It was my head writing what was on the page. And I think uh, it ties into the concept of time, in the sense of how do you spend your time meaningfully, is perhaps to not spend your time meaningfully, is to find meaning in you whatever you're thinking, rather than in trying to spend your time doing something specific. um, when you talked about the process, one of the things that I think you should be included in any longer term thought process is the time to sit back and say, dude, I don't know what's happening, but this is my postmortem or my thought process. This is where I just let my mind think. Um, it should be the part of the process itself, rather than saying, this is the process and I'll go outside of it and think of the process at a later point. So give yourself that for 10 minutes of, I don't know what this is, but I have to take some time out and think. Do you find that fursat thing meaningful or exciting? Or
It's very meaningful, but what has happened is we've gotten so used to our addictions of constant sensation and dopamine hits and all that it becomes difficult. Like I remember a long time back, I recorded this episode with Santosh Desai on Indian society of the last 30 years. And in the intro of that, I think I did some kind of dream sequence where I imagined somebody just sitting in a cafe without a smartphone, and everybody else is looking into a screen, and there is this one person who doesn't have anything and they're looking around, and gradually everyone notices this one person. And it's spooky because it's like a psychopath, right? What kind of person would do something like that? And there was this interesting Twitter thread by one of my writing students, Gurpriya, who is based in Bangalore, and the thread was about how she's found a couple of times when she's sitting in a cafe by herself, people on other tables, girls or mixed groups or whatever, will say, "Oh, you're alone, why don't you join us?" Which is really interesting. But the interesting part, the part that really struck me, was she said that I wasn't looking into my smartphone. And she said that had I been looking into my smartphone, nobody would have disturbed me. But I wasn't looking into my smartphone. And therefore, there is this human connection and maybe new friends and whatever. And I find that very touching, right? And it's where are those human connections is a question you have to ask, and it's a question at multiple levels. And I'll now throw you another related question, which is, I have in recent years been thinking about okay, before I come to this, you had said something earlier about how at one point you thought you were the center of the world and everything was made for you. So I quickly dug up this Douglas Adams quote I love, the quote about a puddle. Have you heard it?
no, it's
No, no. So
this.
let me read this out for you. This is Douglas Adams. Imagine a puddle waking up one morning and thinking, "This is an interesting world I find myself in. An interesting hole I find myself in. Fits me rather neatly, doesn't it? In fact, it fits me staggeringly well. Must have been made to have me in it." This is such a powerful idea that as the sun rises in the sky and the air heats up, and as gradually the puddle gets smaller and smaller, is still frantically hanging on to the notion that everything's going to be all right because this world was meant to have him in it, was built to have him in it. So the moment he disappears, catches him rather by surprise. I think this might be something we need to be on the watch out for. Stop quote, right? And I just love this quote. Our over inflated sense of ourselves as a species and also at a personal level. And the question I was coming to is this, that Kant, not Amitabh Kant, but the philosopher Immanuel Kant, once coined, like he coined a number of categorical imperatives. And one of them was this, that never treat another person as a means to an end. Treat them as an end in itself. And I think of this and I think that, is it the case that much of my life is really me being this puddle, me being at the center of everything, and everybody else is a character in my play? They are instrumental to me, and I'm not trying hard enough to look at them as real people. And I think that this is actually perhaps a default mode for most of us, and you have to become mindful and try a little harder to make those connections and to not sort of do this. For example, Stephen Covey once said, talking about conversation and listening, Stephen Covey said, most people don't listen to understand, they listen to respond. Right? And what is the key point here? The key point is that you and I are having a conversation, but I might be listening to you, waiting to jump in at some point so I can show how clever I am or how right I am, and so on and so forth. And it becomes my ego. So then the conversation becomes completely about my ego. I'm not really listening. And I arrived at the ethic of never interrupting any of my guests in conversation, you know. And I just find that listening is beautiful when people open up to you. Like, first of all, it's an enormous privilege when people open up to you. I did an episode with Mrinal Pandey. I asked her my first question. She spoke for an hour.
Wow.
Yeah, I just sat and listened. And it was magic. You got to listen to that. And so many people wrote in. Young people wrote in saying this made us cry. We sent it to our parents, right? And if I interrupt her in the third minute and I say, "Oh, can you tell me a little bit more about this?" The magic is doesn't happen. The magic is gone, you know? So you kind of sit back and listen. And even there, you could say, I'm treating her as instrumental because I'm getting a good episode out of it. We don't know our own, there is a seen and the unseen about the things that we do as well. So, what are your thoughts on this? Like, when you grow older, you have family, you have kids, they are real people. You have colleagues in this wonderful, incredibly swank, high tech office of yours you are recording in. So, how is this something you've thought about?
Well, it happens all the time. To be honest, it's very weird because sometimes somebody comes to you with a problem, and I'm sure all of us have experienced this at some point. Uh, Amit, you know what? There's this thing that's happening with Russia and Ukraine, and I can't understand what's happening. And now you're listening, and you're not saying anything. And I'm going to, Russia's attacked Ukraine, and it's doing all this thing, and then we're worried about what happens to the prices of crude. But how long can Russia attack? You know what? Can it keep on attacking? Well, no. And while I'm talking to you about this, the clarity starts to appear in my own head. You almost don't have to do anything. You almost like literally looking at me and saying, go on. And at some point, I come to a conclusion that the fear and the anger and the thing that I came with, half of it has evaporated simply because I've talked it out to you at one level. And I've discovered, I mean, this is me being a little sexist, is that my XY chromosome, the Y portion, missed that little element of understanding when it was only time to listen and when it was time to give suggestions or take action. To my wife, to this day, is like, this is only for listening. So I shut up and listen. And it's incredibly, I'm a rational person, I like to say, but none of us are rational. So this is one of my behavioral traits that just gets me, is that I don't get it, that I have to just listen sometimes. And it's okay if it doesn't leave with an answer. And even if you know the answer, or if you know that there are 5 things I can suggest to you that would solve this problem. Sometimes I don't have to solve the problem. It's just that the person wants to vent or talk or something like that. I use this often as a one-way communication on Twitter to vent. At this point, I don't even care what people are responding to me about, because it is not meant for a response. It is just me talking. But I can do that on Twitter because I'm comfortable with it. But in person, when a person sitting in front of you, it's almost like, if he's telling me this, it's my duty to respond to that person and give him advice or give my gyan on it and all that. But much as I find that this is a behavioral problem of us not listening, I think to a large extent we find, this concept of just listening is like reading a book, because the author is talking to you. You aren't talking to the author, right? So, and you have no problem with that, because that's what you want to do. You want to hear why do we find it so difficult to do this in person is something that is astounding, because sometimes a person has great things to say. And you know what, you can see these religious sermons, you can see a talk on YouTube by somebody, and you want to watch that talk. It's a one-way conversation. It's still coming at you, but the person is not talking to you directly. But if the person was sitting on the opposite side of the table, suddenly the whole thing changes into, I don't want to listen to you anymore. I want to tell you what to say. I want to tell you my opinion in the middle. Why does this happen? And why, should it be prevented? Of course, I think we can always do things better. But at some point, I think, freewheeling listening. Uh, what is that? The difference between are you hearing things and are you actually listening to things is so. For instance, I have a fundamental problem in being in a closed room in a seminar. I fall asleep. And this has been such a big problem for me, even in the context of, so like I say, if I'm in a conference room, I better be the one talking. Because if I'm the one listening, then I'm going to fall asleep at some point. It's just that there's some part of me that is just designed to, I can absorb reading, I can absorb listening or listening. But the minute you put me in a position where I can talk and I'm not allowed to, it just, I have to fight it a lot. I'm 47, so I've learned a little bit of how to deal with it. But it's surprising how little I do the same thing. For instance, when my kids want to talk to me, because when the kids want to talk to you, you're like, I'm dad, I know everything, right? So you should do this, and suddenly you're like, I don't know everything. My son recently, I don't know what they teach people in the ninth standard these days, but this it's far more complicated math than I've ever imagined. So he will come and say, Daddy, but what about this and what about that? And you would have read something on the internet. And I feel it's like my job to educate him about this. But he doesn't want me to educate him. He's already figured it out. He wants to tell me that he knows. And why can't I just listen to him and say, well, this is great. Tell me more. I find it astounding that I can't. Um, I don't know whether everybody has this problem. Obviously, everybody doesn't because people. But it's it's like you like hearing the sound of your own voice, and therefore you have to have your voice in every conversation. Sounds terribly irrational to me, but it's who I am for some reason, and it's a part of me that I just don't like. It's like I wish for all those times that I had great conversations that I was more of a listener than a talker.
So there was this book I remember reading a couple of decades back, a random self-help book. I don't even know why I read it. It's called Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus by John Gray. And he speaks about exactly this thing. And of course, he's essentializing. And today it's not politically correct to say that men have innate traits and women have different whatever. Everyone's supposed to be a blank slate, which is of course not the case. But his point about men was that men are always in problem-solving mode. If you talk to them about a problem, they will want to offer you a solution, right? And sometimes, you were describing in your conversations with your wife, sometimes they don't want solutions. They just want to be heard. They just want that kind of sort of empathetic environment, and you don't actually have to put your engineering cap on and solve the damn problem. And I think at some level it's also, you know we are so focused on ourselves sometimes that we feel that we have to show that we exist to ourselves. But it's like Descartes said, I think, therefore I exist. This is really, I solved your problem, therefore I exist. It's so it's the ego. It's the whole male ego thing, and there's definitely something to that, because women don't do this. And if anything, and this is really a problem with our society. If anything, they don't speak up enough and they listen. You'll have good listeners there, and there is this kind of confidence issue there, and you see this dynamic playing out where if you have a meeting with men and women, just listen to who talks more, listen to just those dynamics, who interrupts more. Like, women will get interrupted more by far. It's not even close,
That's
right?
true.
If you just sit at a cafe without a smartphone, so in full psychopath mode, and you just listen to the conversations around you, it can actually kind of be very interesting in these different ways. So I'd say the thing is not to beat ourselves up too much. The thing is just to be mindful of these things and just to try to be aware, because at some level you also realize that you know and I don't know what the listeners would feel about this, but sometimes you become aware of your own frailties and you can do something about them, and sometimes they're just ingrained in you, and at the most you try to control their manifestations and you try to sort of control your behavior the best you can, and mindfulness helps. But sometimes you kind of accept, accept the hardwiring and say that, okay, this is a hardwiring, I won't be ruled by it. Like, I think a lot of, we are, of course, a product of a combination of nature and nurture. As Steven Pinker memorably said, nature gives us knobs, nurture turns them. And the way I think of the progress of civilization over the last few centuries, particularly the Enlightenment onwards, is that we are mitigating our hardwiring. That nurture is, one of the things that we were hardwired to do is think independently about our hardwiring, which is not something any other creature has. Only humans have that. So I can look at myself and think that I am programmed to be like this, but I can fight it. That I can sort of, and that's a lot of the Enlightenment values stress towards that, that we can intellectually imagine a better society, and then we can work towards it. And of course, we're hardwired in many contradictory ways. We are hardwired as much for selfishness and greed as we are but also hardwired for altruism and empathy, right? It's which knobs you then decide to focus on and how you kind of control your behavior. Sorry, that's a bit of a ramble.
No, it's been quite interesting. I mean, because I think this ties into the point of, I mean, coming back to say the creator economy and the way things are. The fact that we are talking about this and recognizing, and this is actually a prime example where in my mainstream media and perhaps uh, even on a radio talk show or anything like that, would you ever find a nuance like this being discussed to this extreme without somebody saying, listen, there's not enough of an audience for this, or that, oh no, my 90% of my audience wants a Bollywood discussion, or so should we just so this is where I think the times of today kind of coming back to this, we've changed the way we produce content, in the sense that earlier it used to be blogging and now it's gone to, and you've talked about it a little bit in your presentation. I think you said the uh, the way to do things has moved from a blogging text interface to audio plus YouTube plus bunch of other interfaces and so on. And this is where, I mean, I think you probably will say this better, and I want to bring this back to you on that, on that aspect. How does this change? I mean, so for instance, what are the constraints? So you're sitting here with a different world today than it was when we started off. And when we started off, I don't think when I was 20 I could have ever imagined that I would be talking and hundreds of people would be listening without me being on some fancy TV channel, or without some fancy. It was almost impossible to imagine that people would listen. You could stand with a soapbox in the middle of MG Road and two people will listen, and mostly they'll tell you to shut up. Right now, if they're telling you to shut up, it's probably a small part of the brigade, but there are enough people listening anyways. What happened here, and how did those little constraints change over? I think you have a great handle on this, and you've seen this evolve because you've gone from being a mainstream media person to a blogger to a sort of mainstream media person to a podcaster to now broadcaster plus educator plus so many other things. What's changed?
Yeah, so okay, so just for the listeners, the presentation Deepak is referring to is a presentation I've given in a couple of places. I think I also did it for Spotify Podcasting Day last year when they asked me to talk about the creator economy, and I just shared it with Deepak, and he said, "Let's chat about this." Now, here's the thing: the world has changed so fast and so drastically that we almost don't notice. Now, I divide the history of creation really into 5 periods, and one is God to Gutenberg, G to G, which is basically till the invention of the printing press,
Yep.
right? And I don't need to elaborate what the scene there is, that you can't achieve scale and blah, 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 blah. Therefore, you don't have access to what other creators have created necessarily. It's limited and your audiences are limited and so on and so forth. Now, the second age is the mechanical age, which is all the way to, let's say, the early 2000s, where the printing press, television, all of that is included. Then I talk about sort of the blogging and early social media age, which is the aughties. And then there is the YouTube and Instagram age, which is the 2010,
Previous
11
decade, yeah.
onwards to 2019. And then number 5, I grandiosely call it the age of the creator, which is started in 2020, not necessarily enhanced by the pandemic. I think it was kind of happening anyway. Now let's quickly go back to the constraints that we faced, or the constraints that both of us would have faced as creators
Yes.
in the 90s. Number one, we don't have the means of production. So if I want to write something, who's going to publish it? Who's going to get it out there? I have to, send it to a newspaper or find a publisher, or right. Um, Number two, access. That I am dependent on gatekeepers for that to happen. And I have to meet. There is a consensus on the truth, and there's a consensus on style, and I have to go through them. If I'm writing for someone, I have to be, follow the news cycle, write about something which is topical. Number three, there are restrictive formats. So if I want to write something, an article is 800 words, a book is 100,000 or whatever it is. If I'm a filmmaker, I can make a 24-minute episode for a serial, because the other 6 minutes it would pad it up with ads, or a 90-minute Hollywood film, or a 3-hour Bollywood film. So those are the formats which are constraints on me also. The fourth constraint is connecting with audiences. That I can randomly write or make something, but I don't have a direct connect with my audience where I'm speaking to them all the time and they're speaking to me. And the final one is making money, where if I read something by you, Deepak, I'm actually paying for it because time is money. I spend half an hour reading something you've written. I value it. It's evident because time is money. I spent half an hour reading it. I value it. But you should have a way to capture some of this value directly. Now, what used to happen in the 90s is you write for a newspaper, they'll aggregate eyeballs, they'll get advertisers, and you'll get a tiny, tiny chunk of that, right? You don't have a direct way of benefiting from the value that you provide to others. Now, so these are the 5 sort of constraints that I saw: the means of production, the access slash gatekeepers problem, the restrictive forms, and direct connect with the audience, and directly making money. Now, this kind of started changing with the blogging age, in the sense that the means of production opened up for us,
Yep.
right? And so I was at that time in Cricinfo and part of mainstream media there, but I wanted to write about other stuff. So I could just start a blog, and so no gatekeepers, therefore. And in terms of form, I was freed. I didn't have to follow the news cycle. I can write about whatever the hell I want. I don't have to do 800 words. I can do 80 words, 8 words, because there's no Twitter. So even
Yeah.
microblogging happened. You can have 8 words with a link.
I have seen some of your posts.
Yeah, I used to do 5 posts a day. I think my record was 17 posts in a day. But, I did some 8,000 posts in 5 years. So you are not constrained by the news cycle. You're not constrained by word count. You can be 80 or 80,000. You're not, the 80,000 blog posts would be a bit much. You're not constrained by style. You can find your own voice. For example, if you were blogging, you could say Abhi yaar.
Yep.
No senior sub editor at Hindustan Times is going to say that no, this, you're not allowed to use this language. And you could connect directly with audiences because you would have comments and all that. I think my blog went beyond a certain level of traffic where the noise to signal ratio went out of whack. So I disabled them like many other big blogs did. But you had that direct connect and people would still write to me. But 2 things didn't happen here. It was still hard to make money from your audiences directly, unless you were like a superstar tech blogger or whatever. And mainstream media remained mainstream. Like when I started writing my blog, the Wall Street Journal came to me and said, "Oh, why don't you write for us?" Mint gave me a column, which later won me the Basya Prize. So many of the benefits from the blogging came in these indirect ways, where I was validated by the mainstream media, and that was still very much the model at that time, right? So even when Nate Silver does what he does with his data analytics and 525 and all, eventually NYT comes to him and says, "Hey, you come for us," and that becomes the next step. So there is a hierarchy of success, and mainstream media is still at the top. Now in the YouTube Instagram age, 2012 to 2019, and I'll probably put up a newsletter post and link it where I expand on these ideas so it's easier for people to refer to. What happens is a means of production opens up for all media, not just a written word, right? Including audiovisual, including podcasting. Like the kind of recording that we are doing now is doable within the budget of an individual. But 30 years ago, it would simply not have been possible.
Absolutely.
And we were discussing before this that, you've built this beautiful YouTube come podcasting studio. and you do a lot of your editing with DaVinci Resolve, right? Now, DaVinci Resolve was originally a pro color grading software, which later became a fantastic editing suite. And now there's a free version which basically does whatever you want it to do, and it's available. And even the paid version doesn't cost much. And in 2010, DaVinci Resolve, only the color grading, not without the editing suite, only the color grading you today get, which today you get a better version of that for free. In 2010, it cost $800,000, because this is what Hollywood used. You would not get it on a PC or a laptop or your computer or whatever. There were special machines built for it. And therefore, when films were sent for color grading, you'd pay big amounts of money, send it to the US from India, for example, get it color graded, get it set back. And that's kind of what it was. And this is just the extreme example that I can think of, right? And today it's free on every PC and every laptop. It's completely open. And genius is no longer constrained by the means of production. Like when TikTok came to India at first year and a half, and I love TikTok because for the rest of content also, there was a sort of class system in play, in the sense that you saw a certain profile of person who would on Instagram, on whatever. TikTok democratized that because it happened around simultaneously when Geo happened, and broadband access went everywhere. Smartphone access was much more common, and people could just point their cell phone camera at themselves and shoot stuff. And the kind of creativity one got from villages, the kind of empowerment, for example, for people of alternate sexualities, who suddenly who see TikTok stars and TikTok content, which is by people like them, right? Which in a geographically constrained area like a village, you may not think there was someone like you. You
Yep.
may think that, and suddenly that opens up. And then you realize one day that I can also create, I can also do this. And you start with low hanging fruit, like lip syncing to something or dramatizing a track that is already there. And then you move on from there. And one saw that journey. And I briefly taught a course on TikTok and Indian society also,
Really?
but I did one course, one cohort of it, and I did it on WhatsApp. So WhatsApp University. And the reason I did it on WhatsApp is I needed to share hundreds of vertical videos, which was couldn't do it on Zoom or anything else. So anyway, so that kind of so to that extent, the means of production opened up. Mainstream media started fading in power. So you had creators like Casey Neistat, for example, the YouTube guy, who's making enough money, who doesn't need to be signed by a Hollywood studio or a Netflix or whatever. And though it's all good if that happens, but he's making enough money. YouTube creators start making enough money where they don't have to think about validation from big mainstream houses. You look at YouTube creators today like Mr. Beast and so on. It's not, it wasn't necessary. And the technology enabled you now to go beyond all formats. And maybe creators were slow to catch up to it and all of that. But you no longer had to do 24 minutes or 90 minutes or whatever. You could think in terms of just any damn thing.
Yeah.
So
5 minutes to 5 hours.
to 5 hours. I have watched streams which have gone on for 6-7 hours and all that. And the whole sort of the whole streaming economy on Twitch and even YouTube is insane. And that's another sort of a way in which intimate content comes up, where you see people in their everyday life just doing whatever, and those connections form. And creators began to form communities of fans, where you could set up a Discord server, or you could form those kind of communities for yourself, set up a Patreon page. And that's the next point, that you could you could monetize directly
Yep.
without necessarily
Yep.
being part of a big platform. Except that in this time till maybe 2019, most of it would still come from ads and sponsors. So you don't have the middleman in between, right? So if I'm making audiovisual content, I don't have to sell it to a Star Plus. I can take it to YouTube directly, but it's still ads and sponsors where the money
Yep.
is coming from. You're still not taking enough money directly from the consumer. Now, all this has been appended 2020 onwards. One, the means of production have, of course, opened up even further, right? And people have started vlogs and all of that with their smartphone and just gone way beyond. Mainstream media, I believe, has disintegrated and become completely irrelevant. It's not even a factor. New formats have emerged. Intimate content has grown. Every creator can now build their own community. You can use Discord servers, you can do newsletters, you can kind of do whatever, and creators can now make money directly from fans, where the whole buy me a coffee thing, like 10 years back, if you told me that a creator is going to say that if you enjoyed my content, pay for it yourself, I would have said, no way, that's going to work, because micropayments, friction, all of that. It really works. I have myself experienced enough love from my listeners that has kept me independent, that I don't need to work, that it's fine. So that whole thing of, oh, podcasters don't make money is not true anymore. I'm independent, I'm getting by. It's kind of worked for me. And you can make it in different ways when you form communities and think outside the box. So, because I know that enough people have enough exposure to me, that there's a certain credibility, I can then sell an online writing course and people will come for that. And obviously, it cannot be a cynical exercise. You got to do a good job, otherwise, you don't come back. You know, and then over a period of time, what happens is that people initially sign up for the course because they've heard the podcast and they know you're legit. But then they sign up for the course because other
They
people who've
like
done
it.
the course tell them that, hey, this is a good course. It meant something to me. So in all these ways, it's changed the game for creators to the extent that creators now can sort of think outside the outside those early boxes. And some advice, I'll quickly go through 6 pieces of advice that I give creators,
Yes, yes.
since we are on the subject. One is, it is no longer necessary to scale. Back in the day, you have your top 0.5% to manage to scale and make a lot of money. Everyone else, it's a labor of love. Now you can reach what Kevin Kelly calls 1,000 true fans, where Kevin Kelly wrote this essay more than a decade ago, where he said that if you get 1,000 true fans who'll pay $100 a year each, that's $100,000. You don't need more than that, right? And the amounts can vary, and most people would get by with less. And that became such a reality with Substack, because a typical Substack annual subscription is $100, and there are tons of people who have never been heard of before. Like Bill Bishop, who writes, a gentleman, I think in his 50s, who writes a newsletter on China called Cynicism, right? Cynicism, not cynicism.
I see.
And thousands of paid up subscribers. So you have people making tons of money, and making it work for them. So you don't have to aim for scale. You just have to, and there's another writer, I forget her name, who wrote another essay recently, taking off from that and talking about 100 true fans who will pay $1,000 each.
Wow.
And there are people who are actually successful with that model, right? And because what happened was that as a creator, you discover a niche which otherwise would not have existed. When there's mainstream media and they're going broad and they're not going deep, not only do they not cater to niches, they don't those niches don't form because nobody knows they're out there. And then something happens and boom, they blow up.
Like
So
the LGBT thing that you talked about, the niches there
yeah,
provided from
and that's of course a huge niche. It's not even a niche. It's like,
yes.
it's just so huge. Two, creators I think should think in terms of reach and revenue. You do some things for reach and you do some things for revenue. And reach is the first thing. You build credibility, you build trust, and then sort of the revenue happens. And you have to be clear, and you can't do everything for revenue. Like, and this is me thinking. This is all post hoc me thinking. In hindsight, it wasn't planned like this. But the fact is, like all my blogging years, I made nothing from blogging, right? Directly, it was a labor of love. I enjoyed doing it. Similarly, the Seen and the Unseen has existed for more than 5 years, and for the first 3.5 years, I made nothing, zero, right? It was a labor of love. I just enjoyed doing it, so I did it. But it worked out because it got me that trust, got me that credibility, it got me the reach, and then the revenue kicks in various other ways. So you've got to kind of define what you're doing and why. And three, build a community of your fans. Once upon a time you couldn't, like, or people when who do my writing course, those who want to be journalists will sometimes say that, you know is there an editor at TOI? You can give the email ID, we'll write to them, we'll write to people at Express. And of course I help them in whatever way I can, but my main advice is this: don't do that, for a number of reasons. One, there'll be a gatekeeper. You'll have to follow a particular house style. You'll have to cater to the news cycle. Two, your work will appear sporadically, and therefore you're not writing enough. And if you're not, you become excellent at something by doing it again and again. You want to write as much as you can. And three, it's very dispersed all over the place, and you're not building a community of fans. So if I read something by Deepak Shenoy in Hindustan Times and I say, wow, this guy really knows what he's talking about, but the next moment I've forgotten about it. Whereas if I click on a link on social media and I read a great piece by Deepak Shenoy and there's a thing, subscribe to my newsletter, I put in my email ID, everything you subsequently do comes to me. That email database, by the way, belongs to you. For every creator on Substack, the email database belongs to the creator. You can so I automatically become part of a community of Deepak Shenoy fans. You can send me more pieces. You can crowdsource funds from me for various things. Tomorrow, when you have a podcast, you notify me, I subscribe to that. Tomorrow, if you teach a course, and which you absolutely should, frankly, then I might sign up for that. All of that happens. So building that kind of community is important. My fifth out of the six commandments, as it were, is don't pigeonhole yourself. Too often you think, oh, I want to be a writer, I want to do this, and this is what I want to. But the point is, if you're a creative person, there are multiple things that you can do. So don't pigeonhole yourself. Maybe it's writing, maybe it's podcast conversations like this. Like if you're someone listening to this right now and thinking that, oh, I've heard so many of Amit's episodes and I love his conversations, what the hell stops you from having conversations like this? What stops you? Nothing stops you. You could start at home.
Yep.
Like, before my father passed a year or so back, I sat down with a recording device, and we just had a conversation, and I asked him about his life and did that. And you can do that at home now with your parents. you know Maybe you can have a conversation with your spouse and ask her, and you or ask him, and you might discover things that you hadn't realized. Like one of my guests, I won't name him, mutual friend of ours, did a 4-hour episode with me, and after it was done, his wife got mad at him and said that you told Amit so many things you have never told me. And they've been married for some 35 years. So try having conversations. It can work. Um, and my fifth of my commandments is don't worry about metrics. And, here again we have to get past that whole anxiety of what other people think of us. And the problem is that I think creators tend to, what and this is also said about futurists and science fiction writers, but it's true of creators, we tend to overestimate the short term and underestimate the long term. So in the sense, I'll start a podcast and I'll think, "Arey, ban jayenge superstar, itne log sunenge," and all of that, and that never happens, right? It takes time. It takes time to grow organically, but also it takes time for you to become good. Because whenever you start at something, as you and I know, whenever you start at something, you suck at it. You know, how do you become better? You become better by doing it again and again and again and again. If validation is going to be the sole motivation for doing it again and again, you will just stop,
Correct.
and then you will never get good, and it'll be an opportunity lost, and you could say it'll be the unseen. So you just have to. So therefore, when you start off doing something in the creator economy, start off with something you love, which you would do anyway, right? So the motivation is intrinsic; it comes from within, and then you become better, and then the growth is really exponential. It's kind of like, I mean, maybe you'd be better placed to comment on whether compound interest is a bit like that, but it takes time. Don't underestimate what the long term can do. And my final commandment is that, and we've discussed an aspect of this before, that be authentic to yourself, right? 7 billion people on this planet. What makes you unique, Deepak? It's Deepak. There's nothing else. And I would say at a broad level, we are all basically the same with minor differences in hardwiring and circumstances, but basically the same. But what sets you apart, the only thing that sets you apart is yourself, and you don't need to do anything else. You want to start a podcast, you don't need to do voice modulation, you don't need to do any of that crap. So, if you want to be a creator, therefore, in a nutshell, I would say that don't overthink it. Jump into it. There's a trade-off between getting it done and getting it right, and the only way to get it right is by getting it done.
Correct.
Just get it done, do it again and again, you'll eventually get it right. So just jump into it, do something you love, don't worry about validation at first, recognize that you probably suck, and just do it again and again so you become better, and just enjoy the process.
Yeah, this is so rich. I mean, there's so many things to take out from here, but I think you've succinctly put it in. It's that it's a phase of the economy that has empowered people, ordinary people, you and me, and a bunch of other people who earlier thought they didn't have any way to express their voice, to monetize their or make it a living. Because doing what you love is one thing, but doing what you love and earning money from it that makes a living possible is a part of the world that's only happened now. And I mean, I really think so many of these things resound with me completely, especially about short term versus long term. Now, I've been blogging for since what 2004 to now, in Capital Mind itself, and people come back to me and show me send me stuff that I've written in 2007. So I'm like, I don't even remember I've written this stuff, and I've written something about guzzles, and so I look at that and I'm like, oh my god, there is, it's interesting that someone else is reading this stuff. It's given me, but the magnification, like you said, compound interest. It is that something you've written at a point in the past survives enough to compound to everything else you've written 10 years later or 15 years later. So, one of the things that people often, I think, ignore is that this power of compounding does not come from doing for a purpose. That means if I had written that article on ghazals to get 100,000 views, I didn't get 100,000 views at the time. But when I point to that article again today, after 10 or 12 years, when a similar situation arises in the market again, people look back at it and say, wow. And then it gets the 100,000 views that it would have otherwise not gotten at all at the time. So I think, this doing what you love and then doing it for the purpose of getting it right, getting it better, has enormous potential. And we've never seen that. I mean, I look at this and say, you know what? We were talking about a few listed companies recently. They're trying to get to smaller towns using influencers. This is insane, because if you think of the traditional concept, they would be like, oh, get a wholesaler, hire a bunch of distributors in each village. The wholesaler, we parcel the inventory to the wholesaler, then transfers it to and then each of the distributors have to order and they have to put some money down to get their inventory going, and they transition it to the shop. As an example, what they're doing right now is saying, listen, what we'll do is we'll figure out whatever they want to buy. But how we get to them is not by us putting paper ads and all that stuff. We're going to get people on YouTube who use our products and demonstrate how these products are used. Now, whether they're headphones or lipstick or whatever it is, it's not relevant. But this is an audience you would just not go after as a large FMCG company or a large company. They'll be like, listen, you know what? How many people use lipstick in these? So if they want to buy it, they just have to wait, because my supply chain is not going to be strong enough. The difference now is suddenly everything is changed in that ecosystem where you're saying, listen, you want that lipstick, we'll deliver it to your house, because somewhere along the line, the whole logistics frameworks in India have gotten sorted out. So if you order from a small village in Kerala, anything can get that product over to you in 2 months directly to your house. How do you even figure out which product to buy? Is you're now on YouTube. So you're going to use authentic people to figure out that. I mean, when I say authentic, it's like I don't have to hire an Amir Khan all the time. If I find another person who speaks my language, who looks like me, and is a person that I associate with, and they like this product, I would rather, I would actually give them as much credence as me looking at a film star into buying that product. So it empowers the creators, who can then therefore find a revenue stream by doing this. But it also empowers brands which otherwise would have. I mean, today I keep in the financial world, they keep telling us their brand is a moat. It's this moat that says, well, you know what? If it's Nestle Kit Kat, then Nestle is Nestle, and therefore it can't be broken. And why is Nestle Kit Kat Kit Kat? Because they've done these ads on TV and people have used it. But the product is just a wafer covered with chocolate. I can get better chocolate. I can get better wafer. I can get a similar crunchy sounding feel with a better actual physical product. But the problem isn't that I have a better product. It was that I don't have the distribution or the reach. Now you do. So if you build a product like that, you could get it to people in a way that Nestle is going to be totally blindsided to, because their way of responding is go to the IPL and put more ads, because that's how people are going to find my product. The other person is going to be like, you know what? I am going to do a review of each IPL game on my YouTube channel. And you know what? I'll talk about this new fancy Kit Kat competitor that is out there. And both things have the same reach, except the TV ad fellow is paying 100x for the same kind of reach as the influencer is who's just talking about IPL. It's just incredible that this economy exists today and that everybody can harness it. Today, if one person talks about a product that I have built, it gives me more revenue than if I had put an ad that said, come buy my product. It's because people don't want to listen to come buy my product. They want to listen to go buy his product. So that, I mean, this change, and I think the economic change of the whole thing has so many ramifications. Where more and more people do this, and you have another layer, which is the creator economy is great from an independence perspective, but there is still not enough of a financial structure around. And I say this in my book actually talks about it. Is you have to think of these things because earlier the governments of the day or the companies of employers of the day would think about it for you. They would set up your pension plan, your EPF. Now, what is the EPF? Part of your income gets automatically saved somewhere. After 50 years, when you retire, you suddenly say, hey, what do I do? I don't have an income anymore. Employer gratuitously says, listen, I've been putting 10% of your money in this thing, and here's a big lump sum. Go spend it now. And you look at them and says, thank you, you're my savior. This is the traditional way of thinking about it. But over time, people got more and more intelligent. People said, okay, the government said we can't fund our pensions endlessly. You guys have to start thinking about your own retirement. Employers were forced more and more. So right now, for instance, traditional employment, you have to put 10% of your income, and the employer puts another 10% of your income. So 20% of your income goes to this fund, which you can't touch until you retire or until you go out of a job. What is the equivalent for a creator? Unless they plan it themselves, the creators, while they get the freedom, it isn't entirely easy for them to build themselves a smarter financial retirement because, like all jobs, every creator, like all restaurants perhaps, every creator will have a shelf life of some sort. That shelf life, maybe because of topicality, I am famous for talking about something, and that something itself got viral. I faced that myself. There was a language called Delphi. I used to be so fond of it as a programming language that we set up in India a Delphi users group, and we did things. I went to Borland in the US. Borland was the company that that owned Delphi at the time. I presented in international conferences. You search for Delphi in India, you would get Deepak Shenoy and my company Agni and all that stuff. Except Delphi died. Delphi died not because it was not a good product. It was just that the powerful competitors had more marketing resources and better. In fact, the guy who built Delphi went on to go to Microsoft and build even greater stuff over there, including the next bit of technologies that came out of Microsoft, which have dominated it for the last 20 years. However, what happened there was my creator influence. If I had just sat with the Delphi thing, I would have died. I would have had a good life when I did, but the shelf life. So, what happens to the creators when their shelf life changes? And the guy who used to do, or the girl who used to do a video every single day at 9 p.m. in the night has a child. And the 9 p.m. is not possible. I mean, I can tell you from being a parent, trying to commit to a 9 p.m. lifestyle when you have a young child is altogether, at least in my case, it was impossible to predict. I mean, maybe it's different for different people, but my children taught me that the value of knowing when one can actually sleep, it if it were traded as an NFT, it would be one of the most valuable things in the world right now. So to be able to accurately predict that when you have a baby, it's different. So what happens then? Does your income stream fall because the YouTube algorithm says this person is no longer producing a 9 p.m. video every month? I'm going to downgrade their lifestyle or whatever it is. I think the financial aspect of these extremes does need to be considered. Apart from the social impact as well, because suddenly it's like, the Amway problem. In Amway, once you become an Amway distributor, suddenly all your friends start looking to you like customers. So you go to their houses and you say, why aren't you using Amway toothpaste? I'll sell it to you. Suddenly nobody wants to invite you to their house anymore because all you're talking about is Amway. Does it happen in social media and creators? Maybe, I don't know. I'm just thinking that, of course, most of the time when I go out, I end up talking finance because that's what people want to talk to me about. But I have more to say than finance most of the time, though most of it is bad jokes. So people would rather talk to me about finance. However, the interesting part of this is that um, where was I going with this? Yes, the issue that happens with a lot of the creator economy. Sometimes I feel that the backbones of the regular economy, which got built over time, like the financial concept, the fact that Saturday and Sunday are a holiday. There's a reason Saturday and Sunday are a holiday for many people. It's just because they needed to get away. They needed to unwind. How do you unwind off being a creator? Because you're always creating and you can always create, because for your mind will never rust. Therefore, you could technically work 7 hours a day, 7 days a week, uh, because you can. Now, um, these constructs in the creator economy become what? Does it? Is it important? Is it like, no, the world has changed, you have to work 24, I mean, you have to work 7 days a week no matter what? Or is it like, is it true freedom, saying, listen, it doesn't matter, you can work 1 day a week, you don't have to conform to the norms as they are? But at the same time, the norms are important, because if you choose to work 7 days a week, that is also a problem, because it will hurt you in the longer run.
So, great questions, great thoughts. Let me take a stab at kind of sharing my thoughts on it. But first, that KitKat example, where I just want to point out that one thing advertisers don't realize, possibly because people and ad agencies are our age and all that, is that many young people don't even know, for them, KitKat is not a special thing. That brand resonance isn't there for them. That brand resonance is for an older generation. What I think people tend to miss is that, look, 60, 65, 70%, I don't know the exact number, of India is born after liberalization.
Wow.
Right? So you and I have a sort of a shared reality, a shared basis for thinking about things that they may not share. There might be young people today for whom KitKat is nothing. There are certainly young people today on social media for whom Amitabh Bachchan is just a guy who puts this weird numbers on his tweets, right? And that's what they know of the guy. And for them, he's famous for being famous, not for Diwar or Sholay, right? So we have to, and different people think of the world in different ways. And that mainstream, there's no mainstream. Like, this was a thought sparked by an interview of Steve Van Zandt, the guitarist, who once said that rock was mainstream really between around the time of the Beatles and when Dylan went electric to Nirvana. And after that, there is no mainstream anymore. Everybody isn't listening to the same thing. Look, another thing that's changed. Back in the 90s, we all listened to the same thing, right? Back in the 90s, we got our news from the same three or four places. There was a consensus on the truth. All of that has completely dissipated. And net net, it's a great thing. Obviously, there are problems like polarization, the world of fake news, everything has become a narrative battle, whatever, big subject. But, coming back to this whole sort of issue of, you know, how do creators think about thinking? This is a difficult problem. You know why? Because, and this is a problem that will be overcome when the ecosystem changes. So let me explain what I mean by that. Today, we are in a situation where a creator has to simultaneously be an entrepreneur, right? So your one skill might be you're a creator. The other skill that you have to develop is you're an entrepreneur of your own brand. And then you kind of have to figure it out. Now, this, and there are many human failings that come into play. Like when you were speaking, you were talking from the money aspect, and we'll talk more about your book soon, and these things will come up. But what is the reason that people don't make wise financial decisions for the future? It's because there is, number one, of course, there is a fact that most people just don't understand money. It's not intuitive, big numbers are too much. But there is also this illusion of immortality, where you don't, in your mind, you don't come to terms with the fact that one day you might be weak and frail and your memory might be passing and you may not be what you are today and your capacity to earn has gone down. Or you don't come to terms with your own mortality, for example, and the notion that, like, so many people don't take life insurance because in a sense they think they're going to live forever. And in your book, you argue at length that why you should, depending on who you are and what your circumstances are. And there is also sort of this sense of continuity. Like in my poker days, I would constantly remind myself and tell others that just because you're making a lot of money now, so you've got a lifestyle with it, don't assume that the flow of money will continue. You know, so then you get used to a lifestyle, you continue that lifestyle, and then one day the flow ends and you can't adjust and it becomes a problem. And you're right, creators do need to watch out for that. And because creators are not just at the mercy of changing fads or what they do no longer being so relevant, they're also at the mercy of algorithms by social media giants. That if suddenly an algorithm changes in some subtle way that downgrades your content, then that kind of becomes an issue. So I think this is a short term problem that creators need to think as entrepreneurs. But I think in the long run, an ecosystem will come about around this, where you will have intermediaries who will say that, okay, you're a creator, you don't have time to spend on marketing, or you don't have time to get brands who might want to advertise with you. We'll take care of all that for you and all
Wow.
of that. And that ecosystem is going to kind of emerge. And that's sort of bound to happen. So I'm not kind of so worried about that. But just to go back to and again, what you said about, do you switch off? You look at someone like one of the most successful podcasters is this guy called Dan Carlin, who does a show called Hardcore History. Right? Like, first of all, it breaks every notion of what you might think about podcasts. Like, he did a series called Blueprint for Armageddon about World War One, which was 25 hours, 5 episodes of 5 hours each,
Wow.
and it's just him talking, no music, no sound effects, nothing. It's just him talking for 25 hours. And I remember the first time I went for a walk, and I was listening at a higher speed, obviously. And I started listening to one episode, not realizing the impact it will have on me. And obviously, it did wonders for my fitness, because that particular day, especially, I just kept walking. I couldn't stop. I remember standing outside in the twilight as the sun is setting and it's growing dark around me, just listening to this guy talking. And it's magical. And it is not presentation mode where this happened after that, and on so and so date this happened. It's very informal. It's rambling. He's thinking about something else. There's one really moving section where this bunch of soldiers go into a battle and they all die. But the day before they go into battle, they write letters to their wives and
Wow.
girlfriends, and he's reading them out, right?
Wow.
So it's incredible. You're standing in the twilight under your building, the sun is setting, and you're listening to this and you're transported. And this is history, but it's real again, right? It is people who died, but it is people who are in your head. It's beautiful. The power of podcasting. And the reason I mentioned him is he doesn't do this every day. He'll bring out one series a year or one series every 1.5 years or whatever, and everybody binges and they just go mad. And he can't do this. If you're doing a 25-hour series, you can't do it weekly.
Correct.
You'll do it once a year, and he'll publish all his resources, and everything will be on his blog, that these are the 80 books I read for this and everyone. So then people can go down rabbit holes and all of that. So what you're creating, the experience that you're creating, you can define for yourself. You don't have to think within fixed boundaries. Imagine him in the 90s going to radio station or going to whoever and saying, I'll talk for 25 hours. And they're like, fuck off, man. And, another example of that, which my friend Chuck Gopal introduced me to in the episode I did with him, is this lady called Miss Excel, right? Now, Miss Excel is this Instagrammer who has knowledge of Excel and a passion for EDM music, a passion for EDM and for
Dancing.
dancing. She combined them, right? She was she started bringing out these Instagram videos where she's dancing to EDM, and on the top of the screen there's an Excel problem being solved, and you're shown how to do something. And people loved it, and she met all the rules. If she goes to a TV channel and she says, I'll do this, they'll laugh her out of the room. But from my point of view, she met every parameter a creator needs to meet. It's authentic. She really cares about all three of these things. It's intimate. She is being who she is, and you appreciate that, right? And so on. Meets every parameter. And for a while she was making $100,000 a day selling courses in
Wow.
Excel, right? So here's someone who's made millions, definitely the richest Excel teacher in the world, a young woman dancing to EDM or doing other things to music, and it's delightful because she knows her shit. She really does know Excel. She's qualified to teach. That's evident. But it's just so light and it's beautiful and it's wonderful, right? And so it's for creators, it's unknown unknowns. And this is such a fascinating time to be living in, because one, I think creators will begin to explore all of these. Two, an ecosystem, a support ecosystem will obviously develop around them. And and the other thing is that back in the day, it was worse for creators, because either you make it to that top 0.5%, which makes all the money, or you get nothing. It's a labor of love. Like I say, the cafes of Versova, where I live, are filled with actors who've struggled for the last 30 years.
Yep.
It's sad, right? Everybody doesn't make it the top. But here in the creator economy, there are all kinds of niches which don't even interact with each other. Where a superstar in one niche may pass a superstar in another niche on the street, and they may not recognize each other, and their fans may not know each other, but they're big stars. you know so it's so in that sense, there are more opportunities, there are more, and I just feel that, I mean, obviously the role of luck is huge in life, but it's a little less in this. Your probability of making it, if you're true to yourself and you continue working on your craft and do work that you enjoy doing, the probability of your making it is a much greater.
This is fascinating from a perspective also. I keep thinking about this. How come India is defined by the lack of enough niches? I mean, it's not defined by it, but it seems to have come across. When everything about India is so big that every
It's
niche
huge.
is probably a country of its own. So you end up with, how come cricket is our number one sport? In the South, volleyball is insanely popular. I mean, there's a volleyball league also that's going on. Perhaps it's only time that the other sports come in. And a country like Canada has like three sports. I mean, three large sports. India is maybe once in a while we get a tennis player or a badminton player, and we, or a set of badminton players. But otherwise, there isn't that much in India that's talked about. So the creator economy, I think, for one, is what will change it, because all the mainstream channels are like, listen, we want to get to 90% of the population or 80% of the population. I don't care if 10% of India's population is as much as France. They're like, no, we don't give a damn. That does not matter to us. What matters to us is that I want to get to 80% of India. So, this was for me fascinating because, again, goes back to college when I discovered this. Till I was in college, all I was listening to was English music and Hindi music for the most part. And English music was largely pop, some rock. Some friends introduced me to metal, which I pretended to understand but didn't. Um, and then I went to college, and then I discovered this thing called A.R. Rahman and Tamil and Telugu music, and even a bunch of other genres as well, which I had no idea. Now, I did not know, for instance, that the audiography of, or the beat and the thing of Tamil music was insanely good. I mean, way better than anything I'd heard in Bollywood music, at least so far. And I was like, wow, this is amazing. The fact that I was exposed to it at that time told me that there was more, much more out there than I had ever seen. I saw what rock really was. Um, Till that time, Pink Floyd was, I think, that another brick in the wall. But then you heard the whole albums, and then you said, okay, this is a different beast. Each set of albums, or each album is a different thought process altogether. So the discovery of these things changed perception, at least in my own head. And I think that's happening now. It's like you're starting to realize, wait, hang on. Is this something that I can think about? And right now I can think of about at least 20 or 30 topics that I have discovered almost entirely because someone has taken the time, including, let's say, in your interviews and podcasts. You might have not uh, wanted the podcast to go there, but it turns out that it is because the person on the other side, or the conversation that you have, brought about this intensely interesting piece of information that is a rabbit hole by itself. And as a listener, while you may not have gone down that rabbit hole, it takes me down that rabbit hole, in the sense it says, okay, well, I can do this. Sometimes, it's bits and pieces of different things as well. So one of the things that fascinated me a lot, or continues to fascinate me, is energy, as a whole, at how we consume it, and how I keep thinking about this, and I'm saying, you know what, we've started to move, and this is my engineer me speaking. We've started to move slowly from what used to be an alternating current based setup, which is largely your earlier wala lights, your fans, and your stuff, to LED lights and LED TV and LED charger, I mean, and digital chargers and TVs and so on, all of which actually require DC power. So you send AC through the wire, uh, and then use a DC converter to charge your, and you want much lower voltage for it. You don't need the 220 volts. More and more devices go down this hole. But I realize this. It's not like the mainstream media is making all of this stuff up. It's somewhere somebody has started to talk about something and something. So it's the picture started to build in my mind that today you could have a house built entirely out of DC power almost, other than maybe your fridge. You could go off grid, which means you have a solar power thing. So solar power, it's stored in batteries as DC. You have to actually convert it to AC to be able to use it. But if you kept it as DC and powered your devices directly, you might not need as much power as you think you do, because the size and scale of the batteries required to convert something to AC is much higher than if you were to directly use the DC. This is interesting because you could go off grid almost entirely. Then what happens to the grid? They spend so much money and time building, saying, oh, we have electrified our villages. And you go to the next village and say, screw you guys, we're already electrified. Because we have the solar power, we have the batteries, and we've been running this for the last decade. And everybody's looking at each other and saying, but we never drew our lines till. What happens to all the money that we spent drawing lines to this stupid village because we thought it's not electrified? Worse, what if people in the cities started to do this for themselves and said, forget it, we're not using the main grid anymore. All these discoms and the distribution companies, what happens to them? And this is not me speaking. I mean, this is me speaking right now, but it's a confluence of ideas. I've started to look around and saying, okay, this guy is asking that question. I'm just putting the points together. I don't think I would have had this as an original thought just by myself. It's got to have been all the influences that I've got, maybe bits and pieces over the years, that jigsaw puzzle starts to come into place, and suddenly I find there's a gaping hole over there. It's like, I'll give you that, for instance, you can't stop running a power plant which is made of coal or natural gas. It's a lot of effort. If solar power were to take over, in a way, power is consumed as soon as it's generated. We don't have the battery capacity to store power at that level. So every time you generate the power, it's the same time that it is consumed. If solar power works in the day, my availability of my power in the day is 50 gigawatts, but in the night it's 20. So to make up for the night, if my power requirements are 30 gigawatts, for the night I need that extra 10 gigawatts to come from somewhere, not from solar. Can I run power plants only at night? The answer is, are you freaking kidding me? You can't. A natural gas power plant will have to be run for most of the day. Otherwise, you have to change that technology. Suddenly, you have a problem, because if you keep giving impetus to solar power, in the day, your power costs will be so low that certain power companies will go bankrupt. And in the night, power costs will be so high because solar power isn't there. You don't know how to marry these two in any meaningful way unless you actually store power. And storing power is a nuclear physicist level problem right now, in the sense of storing power at that magnitude. It's an interesting problem to have. And the reason that I have it as a thought process also is simply because there are so many of these things I've seen, these pieces that I've seen, and some of them are comedy. Some of them has probably mentioned this in some comic. There are these people who kind of do physics, like you said, Miss Excel. There's Miss Macroeconomics in a way. They come and do these complex macroeconomics topics, and then they put this into like this really funny video that after you finish the video and saying, yeah, I had a good laugh, but this is a real problem. I find it fascinating that the creator economy opens our eyes into these crazy levels of things, which for a mainstream media to have actually addressed would be get 15 people who are PhDs, get each of their opinions on the problem. So you would not go to random person on internet who perhaps has about 5% of an idea on this. And this is the interesting part. And I think you and I gel on this. there is no longer a call to authority that works on the internet, which means you could be a nobody, a Joe Rogan, and comment on something that you don't have a degree in, simply because you have enough of a context to make a voice. And people will not grudge you that. Of course, some people will grudge you that forever, but not enough people, and people will give you a chance. Whereas in the olden world, you wouldn't even get the podium to stand and speak on. What changes? Because this thing is remarkable from a perspective of equality, democratization. Also, a lot of noise, because now everybody is an expert on I don't know, protein covered with something that spike protein. Yeah, that's the word. Everybody knows what spike protein is and how it works, which is not necessarily a good thing. But at some level, this democracy is helpful, because if it changes, if it helps change the world in a little way, that little way will magnify to give compounding effects in the future.
So I want to touch on various aspects of this. Like in our last episode, I think we discussed nuclear power a little bit, which I think is the one big solution which makes much of this moot. But apart from that, I loved your framework. I loved the phrase, I've written it down, what happens to the grid? Because I think as a framework, it works across so many things, and it works on in the creator economy, right? Now, what you were earlier saying about niches not being recognized, so in the 90s, what used to happen, and I worked for a while there in Channel V and MTV and so on. And in the 90s, there was this thing where multinationals would come to India, and they would think that India is Bollywood and cricket. So, jo bhi karna hai, you make your marketing, your advertising around Bollywood and cricket, and that's it, and that's all they knew. And then over a period of time, there was, some nuance kind of crept in. Now, what I have seen recently is a lot of new entrants into this space came with this whole mindset. Like, Audible started this podcasting, this thing called Audible Suno briefly, and Spotify came in here as well. And they came with the same mindset. Even Netflix has that Bollywood is everything. So Netflix is not coming here and saying, okay, let's look at the whole creator ecosystem. They're saying, let's go to Karan Johar, or let's go to big Bollywood names, and that's it. So when Audible Suno came, I pitched a couple of shows to them at the time, and the Seen and the Unseen even then was doing pretty well. But the person I met there had been hired from Z, and forget me, she hadn't heard of Joe Rogan, right? And she said कि interview तो आधा घंटे से ज़्यादा होना नहीं चाहिए. And she said, I don't listen to podcasts, मैं तो Z से आई हूँ, मुझे फिल्मों में interest है. And they commissioned a bunch of filmy shows, and they commissioned a bunch of shit which was based around celebrities. Now the point is, those big names will get you initial numbers, but they won't get you depth of engagement, because they are not because the content is shallow, right? They won't give you that intimate economy feel, that intimate creator ecosystem feel. The smart way for these big companies to think about it would be to say, what can we do to enable an ecosystem where the best creators rise to the top, where we can look for authentic voices? Like this, in a sense, is a kind of thinking which is skeuomorphic. Have you heard the term?
Skeuomorphic, yes.
Skeuomorphic. So in design, skeuomorphic is used as you are using a design from one paradigm in a separate paradigm to make people comfortable with it. For example, when Apple had their ebooks app in, I think, the late 80s, it looked like a bookshelf on the screen, right? So people who want to read books, you're giving them an artifact from the past and making that the visual representation. So that's kind of how it looks like. Like there are some music mixing softwares where you will actually, the software will have these knobs which you can turn.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And you don't actually need that. But it's just to make people comfortable with, because they're used to it. Now, I think that marketers in the mainstream media increasingly think of not increasingly, the forever thought of the world in these skeuomorphic ways, where if there is something that comes up that they don't understand, they want to fit in into their pre-existing conceptions of what is kind of going on in the scene. And I think this is, and I think this doesn't matter. Like, I'm a creator. It doesn't bother me,
Yep.
It doesn't bother me at all. I had pitched stuff to Spotify as well. They also, they were just more into celeb names and all that. I keep saying Audible Suno was about Bollywood, Spotify is about Bandra. It's just, but it, so they can do whatever content that they want, and eventually, shit settled down. But the point is, thankfully, the creator economy has gotten to the point where we don't need these people anymore, right? And creators everywhere get this. There's kind of a period of time, and some of them will figure it out, right? Like, and some of them won't. So Kodak didn't figure it out, for example,
Yep.
and they're not there. Netflix figured it out. They started as DVD rentals,
Yes.
right? And but they figured it out. So some people will figure it out, some people won't, and it doesn't really bother me. And as far as what you mentioned about, you mentioned Joe Rogan. Now the thing with Rogan here is this: that number one, I don't even know why he signed the Spotify deal.
Yeah.
He's already, he transcended that space. Whatever one thinks of him, I could give him a few tips on craft, but whatever one thinks of him, he transcended that space and did some things really well. And he didn't need to do that. But the important thing here is this in terms of principle, and why I agree with you that the increased democratization is a good thing, and that people like him are uncancelable. That today you may disagree with Joe Rogan and say that, oh, he's siding with the anti-vaxxers, or he's got this idiot called Malone on his show who's talking nonsense, and deplatform him. Today you may say that. But today you may agree with you may disagree with Rogan, but tomorrow somebody you agree with, the same principle will apply.
Correct.
Right? What will the tech giants go by? The tech giants will either go by the prevailing politics of the day, as they might be within the company, or by the government of the day and what the state in each country tells them to do. So today, if you're a liberal in India saying that, oh, he's an anti-vaxxer and he's this and shut him up, tomorrow Aditya Nath will apply the same principle to shut your ass down.
Correct.
Right? So what you got to do is you got to stand up for principles. And the principle there is free speech, and the principle there is whatever. And in this whole fracas, by the way, I think everyone behaved appropriately. Neil Young and Joni Mitchell, both of whose music I love and listen to much more than to Rogan, were entitled to make a stand and take their music out. More power to them, standing up for principles. Spotify also was entitled to say that, no, we'll keep this guy on our platform. Though I think they should have been more firm about it and reiterated the principle behind the whole thing. And so yeah, it's kind of an interesting sort of case, but I just don't know why he signed with Spotify.
In fact, one thing that I do want to say over here is he had about 200 million downloads a month before he started
Yeah.
Spotify. And Spotify now has $400 million downloads a month, which I think is weird, because he's half of Spotify in terms of downloads, or is it? But the point isn't that. The point is, you can't cancel Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
Because earlier you could shut a person down. You could shut a person down by going to his employer and saying, shut him down. He should not be allowed to say what he wants to say. You can't do that with Joe Rogan anymore. If you take him out of Spotify, there will still be a Joe Rogan that is intensely popular. And so popular that you would now no longer have anywhere else to go. You would literally have to go to the internet to shut them down. You have to go to Google and say, when people search for him, stop showing his show. At which point there will be a competitor to Google who will show them, and people will still find. This is insane, because I'd learned this in Dream 11. Dream 11's app apparently was not available on the App Store because it was akin to whatever gambling or whatever it was. So people found a way to install it on their Android phones. I'm like, you couldn't say this to a person saying, if I'm not on the App Store, am I finished? The answer is no. With appropriate popularity, you can get people to bypass what the traditional way was to access your application, which is go to the App Store and search for it, to, I have an app over here, please download it, do this setting in your phone, allow external apps to be run, and then let run this separately. Enough people ran it simply because it was an app that was immensely popular. You couldn't cancel the app. It had enough money behind it. But now you can't cancel a voice, because the voice will find a way to get to you regardless. You could cancel it by, putting the person in jail. Of course, that can happen. But I'm just saying that this concept of a popular notion of saying 50% of the people are for something and 50% are against, but the against people are louder, and therefore they should be allowed to shut this person down. I don't think that happens anymore. It's very clear. It is very huge. I don't think anybody could shut down Amit Varma for meeting, I don't know, a person who had an alternative view about science, religion, technology, whatever, or who came and said, of course, you can cancel the grid. All the discoms ought to be bankrupt. Can the discoms go to the government and say, shut Amit Varma down? I don't think they can. I don't think they should be allowed to. And it's more power to the creator economy, because if Amit Varma was on a Wall Street journal, that Wall Street journal could have stopped your column.
Yeah, no, number of points. And by the way, the Ministry of Ayush once complained to Times of India about a column I wrote where I really shat on the Ministry of Ayush, and they demanded an apology. And my editor at TOI called me, and she was quite amused, and she said, "What do you want to do?" And I said, "I can double down. No way I'm ever apologizing." And of course I didn't, and I wasn't cancelled. But there's a disturbing nuance here, which is that yes, Joe Rogan is too big to be cancelled, but he's too big. That's why. If you're much smaller, if you're somebody starting out, if you need to do 200 videos before you become good and you reach that level, and early on you don't agree with whatever the consensus is, whether it's right wing or left wing or whatever, and you're shut down, for that reason, then, or you censor yourself and you just stop for that reason because the environment is too noisy, that becomes a problem. I mean, I don't even, that 50-50 formulation you made, I don't agree with it. I think only 3 or 4% of the people are strident and loud
Yeah.
and go into this. You have a vocal minority which is really small and a silent majority which either doesn't give a shit or they are like, let 1,000 flowers blossom. But a silent minority is kind of very loud. I mean, an illustration of this is Dave Chappelle, where if you Dave Chappelle, how do you pronounce it?
I just say Chappelle, but I.
Okay, I'll say Chappelle. Okay, I'll go to edit this out. I'll say the sentence again. An illustration of this is Dave Chappelle, where there was such an outcry when his last special came out, but you go to Rotten Tomatoes and you see the rating, and there is no doubt it was, last I checked, 97.5% or whatever, adored by the vast masses of people. Now, a few random people will do their thing, and that's okay. The worry is that these manic these manic vocal minorities might sometimes, have
Derail.
people will just say that, why get into this,
Yeah, especially, I mean, if you like, for instance, if Neil Young, for instance, who's universally liked, I think, takes a stand, it almost makes you feel that Joe Rogan must be doing something really stupid.
No, the interesting thing there is that two artists I greatly admire, to my great dismay, took a stand last year, which I didn't agree with, which is Eric Clapton and Van Morrison, and I adore Van Morrison. Some of his music is like the soundtrack to my growing up years, and they came out as hardcore anti-maskers and anti-vaxxers and all that, and it's so sort of, but that consolidated my case for separating the art from the artist. Right? ठीक है, I love their music, but now the guy is behaving like a whatever, and they're wrong, and but it is what it is, right? So it's not as if all the artists are necessarily on one side on this. I mean, a Neil Young versus Eric Clapton mud fight or something would kind of be fun, but yeah, on the whole, you want diverse voices to flourish, but then the worry there is the tyranny of the social media algorithms, because the fact of the matter, and that's a whole separate problem we could talk for 5 hours about, is that you have these social media behemoths like your Facebook and your Twitter and your Google, which have way too much power.
Yeah.
Which have way too much power. So what you want to democratize also is that kind of access where artists aren't necessarily dependent on them. That if they run afoul of the YouTube algorithm for whatever reason, they're kind of cut out of it, right? Now, what I have built is that whatever audience, like my thing comes on all podcast apps, I'm not dependent on algorithms for discovery. The audience I have is the audience I have,
Right.
and it spreads by word of mouth and is grown organically. So I'm lucky enough to get to that stage where, that is there. But if you're just starting out, and the algorithms are doing whatever the hell they're doing, then what do you do? On Facebook, for example, I just have it's like very personal. Twitter is where I broadcast. Facebook is just kind of family and friends and all of that. But there, every time, just as I post a link to my podcast on Twitter, I post them on Facebook, and nobody notices because their algo downgrades links. If you put a link, it will not show up on somebody's timeline.
Really?
So, yeah, if you put a photo, it will. But only if you don't post a link with it. So what many people will do is they'll post a photo and they'll say link in the first comment, and they'll put the link there. And I don't give a damn. I just, whatever I post on Twitter, I post it there. I know there'll be like 4 likes, and I don't kind of care about that. But that shows you that that artists should not have to think about algorithms and have to cater to that. And there'll be YouTube courses which will teach you how to sort of you know sort of weave your content and all the things that you do and the headline that you give and the image that you use, so that and the frequency with which you post. And I'm probably a bit extreme in this kind of idealism, but I just want to do my whatever I do without thinking of any of these things. That if I'm recording a conversation, I want to record the conversation I most enjoy having, and not think कि इसको कैसे market करना है and how will an algo push it and all that.
It's interesting that you say that, because one of the things that people told me when I started off writing at Capital Mind was that, Deepak, you have to focus on SEO. So being lazy as I was, I said I have two things to do. I have a limited amount of time. One, I can learn more about finance and write it, or I can learn about SEO. I chose to learn about finance and write it, and of course, that it was interesting that I went. What happened to this SEO stuff was quite interesting. So, in the process of doing this, people had figured out Google's algorithms around text. So they said, you know what, this is what you should write. The headline should have these keywords and something. Search for the keywords before you write the content. I'm like, yeah, ye thodi hai. I need to figure out what I want to write about, and I'm going to write about that. And this may be an esoteric, very boring topic like how does RBI pump money into the economy, which is a great headline to have, because you read that and then you read the content and you're like, oh my God, this is really boring. So how do I make it exciting? So I'm going to use my ABRs and I'm going to use my other ways to keep the audience at least hooked up to a point where I can say you've read enough to answer a few questions if you're asked about it at parties. But beyond this, I am not willing to do an SEO work that says, you know what, put the word RBI 17 times so that when people search for RBI, Google says you're right. So I was doing this normally. But then somewhere along in, I think 2010 or 2011, Google changed its algorithm. It suddenly decided that people who are tricking its algorithm into bringing their pages to the forefront are going to get penalized. And people suddenly lost a very large amount of traffic. And I would get people in the finance area, which is a bunch of people in the same area that I was, complaining, saying, listen, we've lost all, I'm not getting enough hits. And I'm looking at my hits and I'm like, they're the same or they're growing. And it turns out that because I was not using any of these SEO techniques, I saw nothing change in that algorithm. And therefore, I was not a slave to it. Of course, I will still be a slave to it in some way. But I was getting the compounding effect that because now when people started searching for the same content, I didn't have as much competition, I was getting highlighted a lot more. And I think this is going to happen with the algos that you mentioned around YouTube and Facebook also. Facebook, of course, there is an evil nature to it, which is that they tell you that, listen, you're no longer going to be organic because you aren't paying us. So if you paid us, then maybe we'd show you some more. We'd show you to a bunch of more of your friends. And you're like, dude, I built this community on Facebook. That means all these people follow me for me. And now you're telling me I need to pay to get to those same people, which sounds a little obscene. But that's fine. It's a platform by itself. You learn, you live to learn, and so on. But over time, I think like what you've done is built a community on so many platforms that if one platform threw its weight around, you would not get impacted. Of course, we're eventually all slaves to at least a few of these at some point.
No, I think what I managed to do and what not everyone can do, and I kind of lucked into it, and I'm probably the kind of person who I was like, I don't care about money, I don't care, I'll just do what I do. And whatever following that I have has nothing to do with an algorithm. The discovery is not algorithm. The discovery is always word of mouth, or
Yep.
some friend said, hey, this episode is great, and you listen to it and it becomes a habit and all of that. And so therefore I'm freed of the algorithm. Now the point is, if I was a really savvy marketing person, if I understood all of this, could I get more people to listen? Perhaps. But then the point is that part of my mental bandwidth would go there. And I just want 100% of my mental bandwidth to go into this. If I'm going to talk to you, and I have, say, 20 hours, I want to spend that 20 hours in prepping for talking to you, and then have the hopefully 5-hour plus conversation, which this can become. I don't want to spend 10 hours out of that thinking कि इस algorithm को कैसे ये
Yeah.
करे, उसको कैसे वो करे. I don't want to do that.
दीपक से बोलो ये कीवर्ड यूज करेगा.
Or whatever shit, yeah. Because I think then, that's an endless game you are playing, because any algorithm can be gamed, but as people figure out the way to game it, the algorithm will change, and that's an endless race you can get into. And I'm like, no, man. I'm like, I idealistically say a good product is the best marketing. Just do something that makes people, recommend what you're doing to other people, that makes people, make you a habit, and so enter their comfort zones. And but it's easy for me to say that, having reached a stage where I've but if you're starting out today, then it's so confusing for a young creator, and my advice would still remain that just do what you love and do it often, and don't care too much about validation, and eventually shit works out, and a lot of work is good and worth doing for its own sake.
That, in fact, that is the most difficult thing you can ever teach somebody, is like, do it now. They will not come now.
Yeah.
They will come later. And the problem is, build it and they will come almost says, as soon as I finish building it, they
Yeah.
will start coming. Whereas I'm saying, just keep building it and they will keep coming. And eventually, it's a difficult conversation to have, because you're talking delayed gratification of someone's work. Because when I work, I get a salary at the end of the month. It's instant gratification in that context, right? But when I'm building a business, I am going to struggle for 3 years. And somebody told me this, there's this saying that for the first 3 years, don't ask me about profit or what I get out of the business. After 3 years, ask only what I get out of the business. That means your first 3 years are built in only building a flywheel that generates revenue. After 3 years, you can optimize it and build whatever. So it may take 5 years in this case. But in a day when you're watching content that's only 3 days old, 5 years sounds like, yaar, buddha ho gaya. What is wrong with this guy? He's like,
No, my credo, like, when Shruti Rajgopalan, our friend, asked me about, she was starting her podcast, Ideas of India, back in the day, and she had long conversations with me about what it should be like and all of that, and I gave her much of this advice. But one of the things I said was that when I conceived of the seen and the unseen, I conceived of it as not just reaching across space in terms of geography. People listen to me from everywhere, but reaching across time. So if you listen to it in 2030, it is still valuable to you. So my advice to her was that when you're thinking about the kind of content you want to do, don't think about what someone listening to episode 1 is going to hear. Think about what somebody discovering you at episode 100 will binge on, right? And when you think about it like that, that changes everything, right? And speaking of the long term, I think now it's a lot of your book, Moneywise, Timeless Lessons of on Building Wealth, which I enjoyed reading so much, and I sometimes I worry if I'm too old to benefit from the advice. So you have a section addressing just that, and you say I'm not. So and that takes a long term view as well. And let's take a quick commercial break, and when we come back, I have so many questions to ask you.
welcome back, Amit, to the Seen and the Unseen.
No, Deepak, you're getting confused. Welcome back to the Capital Mind podcast. So this is our grand crossover. And before the break, we spoke about middle age and the creator economy, both subjects I know a little bit about, having participated in both of them, and as have you, in fact. But now we're going to talk about a subject in which you are absolutely the expert, and I'm fascinated by, and I'm trying to learn about it. And that, of course, is your brilliant book, Moneywise, which tells people how to approach their money, and just demystifies that completely and breaks it down. Before we get to the book itself, tell me about where did the idea of the book come from? Like, when did you think of the book, and when you thought of the book, like, were there any models that you looked at, any previous books which had addressed, which were in the same territory? How did the book evolve?
So this is interesting because the book itself has been a thought process in the last maybe 5 to 6 years. In fact, the first time I started talking about a book of this sort was to a publisher in 2014, roughly. That's the first time I had a conversation, and then I wasn't very sure that I could do it at the time, and I didn't feel that I had enough to write about, and I wanted to write about a slightly different topic at the time, and it's a chapter in this book that I think deserves to be a book by itself. It's called Suckered. So the idea being, all the scams that have happened and all that stuff. But there wasn't that much of meeting of minds there, and I didn't think I had enough material. But you can always trust scams. So we've had about 5 or 6 since then. We Then I said, okay, maybe I should go on this on my own to try and at least write the book. And but what actually happened was interesting. In the pandemic, I was at home. There was enough time because you're locked down, so it's all you can do is you have a lot of thoughts and you can put this together. Chiki at Juggernaut, we there was a common connection. She knew her, and then he introduced us, and then we started talking, and she looked at couple of pieces of the writing, and she said, "Okay, this is a great idea to write a book on the suckered topic." But just as I started to get this together, and I said, "Okay, let me get the material together," I started putting it together. She then said, this was actually just about before the pandemic, is when all our conversations started to happen. And then she said, "Deepak, this is a problem in the pandemic. You're seeing people want to invest, but they don't have the ability to. Why don't you write something that helps a person who doesn't really know about finance?" And that's more challenging for me, because if you don't know anything about finance, I can't use half the jargon I use. So how do I make it sound interesting, and yet it should have enough information and enough depth for someone to be able to get out of this and say, "Listen, I've got something that's good enough for me to at least start." It took a while because I did the first round of writing. I had a bunch of articles of my own from the past, which was we have about 5,000 articles on Capital Mind. So some of them are timeless in the sense of having talked about a lot of this from the very basics. But more importantly, I had to write this in a way that was kind of structured to read as a book. So it was different chapters. So I started off with something, and then I had to start off with the very basics, which was more of the element of, so you come to thinking about stock markets as, if I invest, I put my money in, and I instantly make some money that comes out of it. And sometimes I can put 100,000 rupees in and get 125,000 rupees. So I make 25. So that's the thought process that goes in. The problem is, we shouldn't think of finance that way. So I had a different thought process around it, a lot of myths around these things. I had to break them down first, saying, "Listen, you can start investing whenever you want. You just have to be disciplined at the concept. You need to understand that there are different types of instruments, different types of vehicles, and different types of approaches you can take to the market. But before you get there, to stock market investing and all that, you have to fix some hygiene elements first." Once we start to build that out into flesh it out properly. In fact, once I did this, Devanshu, whom we both know, he actually took a look and then removed all the stuff that wasn't the book. So effectively, it's like, how do you make a elephant sculpture? You find a big piece of rock and remove the stuff that isn't the elephant. So DD actually helped kind of break it all down. But in the process, I found that I had repeated the same joke at least 2 times in the book, because I'd written the 2 parts at different points. I'd forgotten I'd written that, So all that stuff I kind of went away. But also, then later, of course, they cleaned up. They brought in an editor who would help with the with the documents cleaning up and so on. And then, we released it in November. I think they released it in November of last year. It took a while to get this into shape. However, I had to spend more time editing it. And I don't edit my articles that much. When I write them, they stay written for the most part. Even with the spelling mistakes, I don't really go back and edit unless there's a factual error somewhere or something like that. So it took me a lot of effort. I hate listening to my own voice, so I don't listen to my own podcasts, and I hate reading my own articles because somehow I find it very difficult for me to read at the same time. Just when I've written it, I read it about 1 year later, then I'm fine. I say, oh, okay, this is an interesting thought process that I had at that time, and so on. So this time it was different. You had to write and you had to read it again as if you're reading it afresh. And you've actually been an inspiration in that because you wrote a book like way back, right? So I saw that and I said, okay, I don't think I'm cut out for fiction. Maybe I am, but it's not what I am doing right now. So I'm more keen to write books on finance. I also think you have many books left in you, looking at just that. So just your poker experience, and I know the discipline, and so a large part of this also came in from the fact that we know a lot of people who've written books. Um, it isn't very different from how they write in some of the email groups that we're on or something like that. But the point is to put a lot of what's in your head into a structured way into the writing. And we know Naren, for instance, who I think if you just collect all the stuff he's sent over the years on WhatsApp and a bunch of things, could be a fantastic book called Naren is Typing, which is what happens when he's typing on WhatsApp. I mean, so writing a book, I think, is not so much about the writing. It's just about the rigor and the discipline. So my inspiration has been, of course, number of writers. And it isn't the charm of having written a book, though the name that it's a nice feeling. And it's not the economics, because the economics never works out for a book writer, in the sense that there are very few people who have become rich writing books. Very, very few. And if you start off saying I'll become rich using books, you should write a cookbook and try to compete with Tarla Dalal, because that's pretty much as transactional as the value gets from a book. Or write something religious that becomes really famous. But don't write like these. I mean, writing about investing is great, but with the objective of making money is a very bad idea, I think.
Yeah, and two recent web series got this spectacularly wrong. Where in Gehraiya, you have this one character telling his girlfriend that just wait till my book is published, everything will change. And in this series called Bestseller, this woman goes to this guy and says, "You have got an advance of 10 million rupees." And I am like, थोड़ा basic research kar lete, थोड़ा सा. And it would have been nice. But anyway, and Naresh, you're referring to, of course, I read, my 250th episode with him, and we had even started a Facebook group called We Want Naresh, to write a book. And the last hour of that 4-hour episode I did with him was just him telling stories one after the other, and it was quite beautiful. So, in another part of your biography involves you for a very brief time teaching, where you would teach Java, I think, for 800 rupees a week or something like that, right? And here you are sort of writing and rewriting your book. Now, both of these are really good ways also of sharpening your thinking and learning. Like when you have to teach something, you have to answer the basic questions, and you've got to know the subject really well. Similarly, when you're writing about something, you can write a blog post or an article and put it out there. But if you're writing a book and you're editing it, you got to, make sure everything is in its place. And that also forces you to kind of examine your thoughts and all of that. So, well as you know the subject, do you feel that your thinking was, clarified further by the act of teaching it or writing about it, which are similarly deepening? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think I keep having this conversation even with people, with all my colleagues at Capital Mind itself, is when you have an idea, write about it. Because if you start writing about it, you start getting conceptual clarity. And if you don't get the conceptual clarity, there's something wrong into the idea. Because it may be as simple as saying, I think there's an opportunity here because, and then that because, the way you answer that because shows me how much conviction you have in the idea, and it will show you how much conviction you had in the idea, but also about whether you know all the specific aspects around it. So for instance, our problem in this field is that there are way too many things that can happen. Like today, for instance, who would have guessed that today was the day where Russia walks into Ukraine? The stock market is down X% and all that stuff worldwide. Does this really matter to you as a long term investor, and whether it's a temporary blip or a permanent one is not something we can answer and or do anything about. When you're trying to write about something like this, if you've never experienced this before, you will not be able to write about it. If you've experienced this only once, you'll take the wrong conclusions out of it. If you experience it one too many times, you'll end up being way cynical about the whole world, and you'll probably end up writing the wrong thing. So to get perspective, you have to basically start thinking from the in the shoes of a person who's never seen this before, who's seen this once before, and who's seen this all the many different times, and try to address each of their fears and concerns in a different way. This can only come from learning. So, for instance, when I first started to write about stuff I would analyze history. And in history, the problem in history is you get very dry accounts. Stock prices, for instance, they don't tell you anything. Something has dropped to 20%. But if you read a book about that day, it will tell you the emotions of the people that were involved, how on what happened during that day. So there was a day in October 1987 when the US stock market fell 22%, which is a ridiculously high amount for the stock to fall. Imagine 1/5 of your wealth is gone in like a 5-hour trading day. Uh, how would you feel? Now, this is like, Eddie Izzard says Pol Pot killed 1.5 million people, and we can't get our heads around that number. And we're like, how do you do it? I mean, your schedule must look like wake up in the morning, have breakfast, death, death, death. So he said this, and he was right, because we can't get our heads around these kind of numbers in any meaningful way. 22% in a day, when your average movement is 0.5 and 1% and 1.5% a day. So you have no idea what it feels like. So you have to go through those accounts, and then you have to write about it in a format that doesn't make you look like you're giving a sermon, because most likely you're wrong if you're trying to give a sermon, and therefore you shouldn't go around saying that this is exactly the right way to go. Secondly, you should also appear or at least have the knowledge enough to be able to tell people exactly what you're thinking about. So for instance, if the markets were to go down and you're writing a book about what you should do, my answer to this is, don't react in panic, don't buy in a panic, don't sell in a panic, because both have downsides. Now, why is buying in a panic bad? Because the market has fallen X%, you must be feeling like it's better. But there are, a stock that falls 90% is just a stock that first falls 80%. You buy it and then it falls by half. So you have no idea where how deep the knife will gash in. So don't try to catch a falling knife. This is unfortunately an element of experience, but it's also an element of how you can bring this imagery across to the reader without boring the daylights out of him or her. So, that I think is where you have to write to get clarity for yourself. Most of the time, I erase maybe 20 to 25% of what I write, saying this is not making sense. But without that erasing, I would not be able to write, which means I've gone down a rabbit hole and I'm saying, no, this whole thing is wrong. I want to come back a little bit, back it up, and then start writing again. That is clarity. So unless you get that conceptual clarity, you're not. But there's some topics where you have conceptual clarity because you just know, and then there you can be more. The amount of it helps you is relatively lesser compared to the amount it might have helped you in a subject where you have a lot of experience, but you're trying to string these thoughts together. The process of writing sometimes tells you more about what you don't know than about what you know. And hopefully, and I've seen this in a few authors very prominently, but hopefully it builds humility inside of you that says, listen, I'm giving all this gyan, but I don't think I'm the expert at this. And perhaps it's just me, but I think the one thing that, in the finance world, the only thing that really works in the long term is that if you're humble enough to accept that you don't know what you don't know, or that you know that you don't know a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, one of my favorite books of the last decade is Super Forecasting by Philip Tetlock, where he kind of talks a lot about this. And what you sort of realize there is that most people who pretend to be, most people who claim to be experts or who are known as experts, they are known that way because they'll be public intellectuals, they'll come on television, they'll come wherever, and they are incentivized to exude certainty, and they will be wrong a lot of the time, and it doesn't matter. Once you're classified as an expert, that's who you are. But they're incentivized to exude certainty, and they often get a lot wrong. And what Tetlock found is that most of the time you pit experts against the kind of forecasters he calls super forecasters who get much more right. The experts do really badly, sometimes even worse than average, because they're holding on to their certainties. And the classic quality of these so-called super forecasters is that humility, that they are open, and they're not hedgehogs but foxes, in Isaiah Berlin's terminology, where they're not wedded to one theme or one big idea or whatever. They are constantly updating their priors, thinking probabilistically, all of that. uh, m- one thing that strikes me, and when I think about it, the reason that I just don't think about finances, I just don't, right? I've always avoided it like a reflex action, do something else immediately when the thought comes to mind, is that human beings are hardwired to not understand big numbers. We evolved in small tribes where, everything is small numbers, right? I think there's something called Dunbar's law, which means that, which basically says that you can't remember the names of more than 150 people, in the sense that those are the people you relate to as actual people, because that's this kind of tribe size when we evolved. And if you go beyond that, it becomes an abstraction. So I can, if there are 10 oranges, I can comprehend that those 10 oranges. But if you tell me 1.5 billion or 1.2 trillion, I don't actually know the difference between them. I mean, of course, I do in terms of zeros and I've been educated, but there's no way to get my mind around it. So this is one hardwiring, that wherever big numbers come in, we rebel against it. And the other way is that we are also perhaps hardwired to ignore mortality. Because how do we live if we think about mortality, or if we accept the fact that life is meaningless and we're going to die, right? So and we get past it in various different ways, various false consolations like religion and so on. But this also means that we live with this sort of effective illusion of immortality, where we assume that if things are going well today, they will go well tomorrow. We don't need to plan, it's okay. And of course we know that is wrong. Like one thing that's struck a chord with me was, at the start of your book, you write about how when your father died, the papers were all over the place and all that. Now, my father died last year, and he left just no account of where anything was. So we could figure out one bank account of his where the total money was less than a year of pension. So clearly, that's not the only thing. We can't figure out anything else, you know. And it's just a complete mess. And in his own lifetime, obviously, I can imagine why he would not think about it. And you believe that, all of that. So, question therefore from two angles. One is that in your own life, how did you come to sort of take an interest in this and be able to understand big numbers? Because I don't believe that this truly comes naturally to anything. You have to anyone. You kind of have to train yourself to go against your wiring and sort of get to a way of understanding big numbers. And the second one is this bizarre, and we are also, I guess, hardwired to be delusional in different ways. This bizarre tendency of people who do not understand the stock market in any way whatsoever, thinking that they know the formula and putting their money. Like the reason I haven't invested so far, though I will invest with you now, but the reason I haven't invested so far is that I realized that I don't really understand the markets in the kind of way that would justify my putting my money on it. It doesn't make sense, and yet so many people get overconfident. And you have a chapter in your book called Suckered, like you said, and most people are self-suckered.
Actually, it's a problem because the first time you deal with large numbers, you kind of think of this as, oh my God, this number is too big or this large and so on. The issue with that is that quickly passes because eventually it's just a number at some level. But you see, there are some numbers which are hardwired in our own head. For instance, the time I used to buy a stock, it would always be 10,000 rupees of that stock. I would never buy more than 10,000 rupees. And now that was the same 15 years ago. And if you ask me to buy something today, my instant reflex is to buy 10,000 rupees worth of that stock. Of course, now I don't trade anymore, but this is nonsense because it should always be a percentage of your net worth, and you have to start thinking of those larger numbers in the first place. The problem that I was having was that at some point it's just mathematics because it just applies to larger numbers. But I was trying to deal with the behavioral aspect of saying, if I have 25 lakh rupees in something, and if I lose only 2%, that's 50,000 rupees. And then I was equating that 50,000 rupees into what I could buy for me. 50,000 rupees is, 5 cell phones that nowadays come by, or two, 50-inch TVs. I don't know. It could be any of these arguments. And then you were trying to think of things in absolutes, which is a horrible way to think, because that means if I did the same thing with a 5 lakh rupee portfolio, I would be comfortable losing one cell phone worth, but not 5 cell phone worths. Is that how I'm thinking about this? But I mean, at some point in time, I realized that I have to make that switch between small and big. It took some time, but what helped really was the study of macroeconomics. When you start studying macroeconomics and RBI and inflation and all that stuff, all these numbers are so big, you can't imagine them. Like, I mean, I can imagine, for instance, owning at some level up to say 20 crore rupees. Beyond 20 crores, I don't even know what. I mean, I know, of course, I will not refuse that kind of money if it comes to me. But beyond that, having that much more of personal wealth is possibly going to be just, an extra. It's useful because money is a motivator, it drives you and all that stuff. But I know inherently that beyond that number, it's not going to meaningfully change my life from what it will up till that first 20 crores. Um, when you get to 100, you're like, okay, I can. Now you're talking 5,000 crores suddenly, let's say. And I'm like, okay, I have no idea what to do with 5,000 crores. I don't even know where to begin to say what, as in, those numbers start sounding big. 5,000 crores is probably the lowest number you will start looking at when you're looking at macroeconomics. So, uh, foreign investors stole $2 billion today, or $1 billion today. That's 1 billion is 7,500 crores. It's a big number. It's a larger than what you can ever. So you stop thinking absolutes, because you're saying $1 billion is less than their worst day, which is $5 billion, let us say. So it's not that bad a deal. So, but it's still bad. When RBI talks about certain numbers like money supply, it's 800,000 crores. This is such a big number that I mean, I don't even know what to say in terms of absolutes. How many cars can it buy? It'll be like X number and all. But uh, in terms of India's total economy, it is roughly 4% of all the value produced in India in the year, which technically means that it's not a very big number for India as a whole. So having that much money is a big number compared to its own past, but it's not a massive number compared to what India's entire GDP is what they call it. That's where I think I got into this concept of saying numbers are just numbers, and eventually, but you have to look at numbers with certain comparisons. So what I call a big number for India is small for the US. India in total trades about 60,000 crores or 70,000 crores per day, which is about $10 billion. That is equivalent to what one stock in the US trades per day. So, relative terms, we are tiny. Even though this number of 70,000 crores is so large that I can't even imagine what that 70,000 crores would look like, I just know that from a comparative perspective, it's not a very huge number compared to the US. So, there's a reason you have to start thinking this way, is that especially what we're doing right now is managing money. So we manage roughly between 650 and 700 crores. This number can scare the daylights out of you if you start thinking absolutes. But as you start getting relatives in place, my job is primarily to ensure that this money can grow over a period of time. So whether I was growing 6 crores or 650 crores should not be any different. Except my motivations to do both are slightly different. In 6 crores, you can buy a lot of really tiny companies. In 670, you can't, because the tiny companies will be volatile and you won't be able to exit your portfolio position quite as easily and so on. So, apart from that, the size number itself shouldn't scare the daylights out of you. Um, Perhaps this is a function of experience, but it's also a function of exposure. I was just lucky enough to be exposed to these numbers within my job, though. I set up the company and did this whole thing in terms of setting up and getting things involved. But uh, if it scares you, you will fall victim to the fear of large numbers. And in your own case, so for instance, if I were to tell you, Amit, you're going to need about at least 10 crores to be able to build a lifestyle for yourself to retirement. That fear, 10 crores, what is Deepak talking about? Is a little bit assuaged by. If you're 30 years old, to build a 10 crore rupee portfolio will just take 20 years of investing, maybe 25,000 rupees a month. And then you're like, why didn't you say that? Because I'm thinking 10 crores is impossible, but 25,000 rupees a month is possible. It's just the way you frame the argument. So instead of telling a person that all your relatives will die before you, you tell him that he will outlive all his relatives. It's just a different way to state the same thing, just more acceptable. So the law of large numbers is just that, make it sound not as large as it was.
That's a remarkable analogy. All your relatives will die before you. And no, and I completely get where you're coming from, because in poker also, any good player, you could be playing low stakes like 50, 100, where you're sitting with maybe 20K on the table, or you could be playing 500,000 where you're sitting with 2 lakhs on the table. But the point is, once you're sitting there, you're just thinking of the odds, you're thinking of big blinds, you're thinking of the odds in a particular hand, you're thinking of equities, you're not thinking of them as absolute numbers, because that makes absolutely no sense. But one area where I wish that, where I think more poker players should think of absolute numbers is, we'd have these long sessions, play 15, 16 hours, and, winnings would go up to, a couple of lakhs up or down in a session. And sometimes we'd have to go for breakfast and we'd all just troop to the Marriott. And the logic was, and it became very regular after a point. And the logic was that, what is breakfast at the Marriott? It's like a couple of big blinds. It's like you posted a straddle and somebody raised and you folded. So when you look at it from that perspective, everything seemed trivial. And one mistake I see many poker players still making, I mean, I retired in 2015, but one mistake I see many people making is living that kind of lifestyle where you are not taking the absolute seriously enough, right? And you're taking that poker mindset to everything else, which doesn't always work. And I want to sort of make there's one similarity, in fact, between writing well and investing well. And I want to make it here. Like, when I speak to my writing students, and I'll tell them about, like, one of the points that I drive home is that, what is a piece of writing? A piece of writing is a series of choices that you have made. You know, how long are your sentences? What words are you using? Where are the para breaks? What is the rhythm? Every piece of writing is a series of choices you have made. Those choices individually and together affect the reader in a certain way, and you want to affect the reader. Now, the point is, you could say that, I don't care, I'll just let it flow, I won't be too mindful, I don't want to work too hard. But that doesn't change the fact that those choices are there. Just as when I talk about making sure that a piece sounds well, that there is a coherent rhythm to it, you could choose to ignore that and say, I don't want to think about that. But then the point is, there is still a rhythm that is there by default, except it's a random one that you haven't put. Similarly, you might be a person who says that, I don't invest. But the point is that if you have money, you have already invested. If it is in your savings account, you've invested in that, right? And you feel like you've done nothing and the money's come into your bank. But the point is, it is a choice that you have made by default. In a sense, not doing something is doing something, and doing something bad in this case. And therefore, just as a writer owes it to herself to write the most effective piece she can without compromising on her content, similarly, all of us with money owe it to ourselves to sort of try and figure out the basics of investing, because it is, after all, our money. If you're just putting it in a savings account, or you're not investing it optimally, what are you doing? You're burning your money. That's effectively what you're doing. You're just completely burning it. Is this a difficult point to get across to people? Because I know, like, on the one hand, there is that thing of, don't invest if you don't know the markets well enough, because people get suckered by themselves. On the other hand, there is also this drive that my money is basically bleeding away. I need to do something about it. And then that comes with the added question of, where is my bandwidth? I'm earning a living doing whatever I'm doing. Where is my additional bandwidth to then think about this? So, when you have conversations with people, and indeed during your own journey, maybe speaking to your own family, your own sort of beginnings as an investor. Just take me through your thoughts on
Oh
this.
yeah, this has so many facets to it. I'll give you one thing that I told someone who was running a startup in this space about 10 years ago from now. Uh, they were running a startup around investing in mutual funds, and my statement to them was, when you get a 10 to 20% increment every year from your job, and that is the time when there was 9% inflation, so 10 to 20% was a given. When you have that much coming in from your job itself, why does investing matter to this person? Because if I am making 10% more by just working harder at my job, or not even working, just having a pulse, then should investing matter at all? Because making the in markets will give you 10 to 12% or 15% a year. They will not excite you, at the absolute number will not excite you unless your corpus is really big. If you're starting out investing, your chances are you look at a 50,000 number that's been invested as, okay, it gave me 10%, but what's the number? It's 55,000 rupees. That's just 5,000 rupees more. And instead, I have now earned maybe 20,000 rupees more a month from my primary job. Those absolute numbers, that's where the problem comes. And a lot of people don't invest because they don't see this, they think of it as a useless waste of time. And the aspect that you have to worry about here is that investing is purely behavioral. That means a lot of money is made on behavior and less is made on the skill of identifying great investments. Which means, like you said, it's our job to find the greatest investment, or find a way to. But I think our job is actually not to find the best investment. Our job is primarily to find a way that ensures that the stuff that I should plan for is being planned for. So when I say that, I mean, for instance, I tell everybody you need a 6 month emergency fund. You need a life insurance if you have dependents. So to give you an example, Amit, if you don't have any dependents, nobody depends on you for income, you don't need life insurance. Anytime you have any amount of money you're paying for life insurance is a waste of money. But if you do have dependents, at least have insurance for the time that they're dependent on you. So my children are, let's say, my youngest is 10 years old, so I probably need another uh, 8 to 10 years of insurance to ensure that if something happens to me today, that he can be taken care of. There is that one has to kind of, so you say that a spouse has to be taken care of, or anybody else that has is dependent on you. That is when you need life insurance. But when you do need it, take care of it first. So you do the hygiene part, 6 months of an emergency buffer, life insurance, health insurance. That we owe it to ourselves. The next thing we do owe it to ourselves is there'll be some point in our life, and maybe the creator economy ensures there will never be that point in our lives, where we will stop working and stop making money. This point of stop working and stop making money may be voluntary, saying, I don't want to work anymore for money. I'm going to do charity based work. My savings should take care of my expenses. This is called retirement, and whether it happens when you're 60 or it happens when you're 35 is left to how much corpus you have and how much you spend per month. Uh, to understand how much money you're going to need is our job. So we're going to need to know that in order to, if people got this in place, then whether they put their money into an FD or whether they put it into the most complicated, complex product, structured product that invests half in India, half in the US, it is not relevant, because you know exactly where you need to be and you've chosen a path to get there. You could tell me, Deepak, listen, I don't get the stock market business. Okay, my FDs give me 5% a year. After tax, I make 3.5%. How much time is it going to, how much money am I going to need to put per month to get to my investing goal, which is, let's say, 15 years from now, which is a retirement corpus of X crores. And I can tell you this, that I might tell you, like, take the risky road and you can put 75,000 rupees a month. Take the non-risky road and you can put 1,25,000 rupees a month, both of which will get you there. Now you can look at me and say, Deepak, I don't want the risky road. I'll find a way to make that extra 50,000 rupees a month to be able to pay for the non-risky road. fine, it's great. It doesn't need to be optimal. It doesn't need to be that you get the most maximum optimal return possible. More important is the fact that you're comfortable with whatever risk and elements are given. Remember, in the market, no, the problem is that when you make 10 rupees, if I told you that you are as happy as having eaten one lollipop, uh, the losing of 10 rupees is the feeling of having dropped two lollipops before you could eat them. So the amount you unhappiness of you face when you lose money is far more than the amount of, because inherently when markets go up, we think it's our right, that we are entitled to this 5%, 10%
We
gain.
normalize it.
Yes, it's like, what? I'm smart. I did an engineering in X college, and therefore I deserve this money. But when it goes down, we're like, oh shit, I deserved more, but I got far lesser. So I'm actually going to be more miserable than I am when it went up. So this misery is a cause of concern, because every piece of misery you add to your life is just one more heart attack waiting to happen 25, 30 years down the line. So you want to optimize for lack of misery, not for maximum returns. This is an aspect that not many people understand in the beginning, and some people will never understand. So they will, for instance, they will go into the stock market and say, we want the maximum returns. They will lose money. They will get out and say, I will never invest in stocks again, and then buy real estate. And it doesn't matter that the real estate gives them less returns than a fixed deposit. They will just say, I can't deal with the stock market, boss. It was never my thing, and I'm happier doing whatever I'm doing. Rather than going down the route of saying, listen, I just was miserable taking this kind of risk in the market. I'm just going to put lesser money into the stock market, more money into something that is fixed income. And therefore, my combined misery on the both, if I look at them together, is a lot more easy for me to handle. And I wish I could answer the other part of the first question that you asked, which is, why do so many people feel that they can make out like bandits in the stock market? I think it's the same reason why everybody feels they can win against a casino. And though the stock market is not a casino, it's not a zero-sum game. And I think I mentioned this on our earlier podcast, but I'll repeat that. So the reason the stock market is not a zero-sum game is, if there's a stock that makes 10 rupees of profits and you buy it at 100, you're paying 10 times earnings. You sell it to me at 150, you've made some money. The company has now made 15 rupees of profits. I'm also paying 10 times earnings. You also paid 10 times earnings when you started. Now you've made 150. Your 100 has become 150. You made 50 rupees. I have bought it at 150. It grows its earnings to 200. I sell it to somebody else at 200. Who has lost? Nobody has. The stock market is not a zero-sum game. Therefore, it's better than gambling or better than casino. Which is another feeling why people feel that they can go in and say, listen, if I bought the right companies, I would make money. Now add this to the casino-ish concept of the market trades every day. You get a price every day, you get a report card every day. When you get a report card every day, some days you won and some days you've lost. The guys who win every day show off on Twitter saying, I won. The guys who lose talk about politics and other stuff. So you get a bunch of different sorts of people, but you're getting the information of people winning, which is exactly the way the casinos highlight. They want to highlight the winners all the time, and the losers are like, the same behavior that triggers those dopamine affects a person who is walking into the market for the first time. So they feel that they can, and in all honesty, anybody can become rich in the stock market. It's like that, ratatouille statement of anyone can cook. It does not take a special kind of skill that can be learned, or a special kind of inheritance that can be genetically modified in order to make great money from the stock market. A lot of stock market is just behavior. It's about greed and fear. It's about panic and sustenance. And it's more important about the analogy of writing that you just said. The statement that you made in the beginning was that you have to instill in yourself a sense of rigor and discipline. 90% of the returns you'll make will come from that rigor and discipline. It's only 10% will come from your brilliance in discovering which new stock was fancy. I'll give you an example of why. You say you bought a stock at 100 rupees and it went to 200. And you said, dude, that's a 100% return. I'm going to take it out. In all your life, you're going to invest in maybe 1,000 or 2,000 stocks. Only about 10 or 20 will give you phenomenal returns. I'm talking really phenomenal, like 100x returns. If you get out of those stocks when they give you a 1x or a 2x return, you're effectively losing the possibility that they can give you a 100x or 200x return. And over time, those losers which you were anyway going to invest in and lose money in, they're going to keep losing you money, but you've stopped yourself from winning the big wins. The whole concept was behavioral because you thought I'll take the profits when they're there. That behavior is what made you lose this money. And in fact, this is where it slightly differs from poker because in poker, there's literally an upper limit to what you can win in a pot. There's an upper limit for the pot. There isn't such an upper limit for the stock market. In the sense, you can stay invested for a really long time without having to make a decision to get out. So this is where that discipline and rigor comes into play. And I think that the same discipline and rigor comes in poker because you need to know when you're out. You can't keep buying pots and losing and saying that, dude, my next pot will be the victory. That's a short way of like losing everything you have. It's the same way in stock markets is where you have to know when to stop, your losses, and you have to know when to keep staying with your gains. And most of the time, this is a fight with your own behavior. That's why the stock market investors that make the most amount of money are usually dead because they didn't act on the various panics and manias that happened in the middle. And suddenly their kin discovered that, oh, you know what, my father, and somebody came on TV and said this, my father had bought a bunch of MRF shares. I think I have like 200 of them. What can I do with them? Now, MRF, at the time his father bought it, was about maybe 500 rupees per share. So 200 rupees adds up to a lakh. So this guy is thinking maybe it's worth 2 lakhs now. MRF was at 68,000 rupees per share when he made this statement. So he was actually worth nearly 1.5 crores. So he had no idea he could have made that much. And I'm telling you, if he knew he had that many shares, he would have sold it the minute that 1 lakh had become 2 lakhs. It was the sleeping that earned him the money, but he did it involuntarily. Very few of us are able to do it voluntarily, and I hope I'm one of them. Though I have proved myself wrong many times that I'm not one of them in many ways. But I would say this, because anyone can make money in the stock markets, everyone wants to get in on the pie when the markets are going up. And of these people who get in, 80% of them lose their cool when the markets correct very naturally in a correction that is brought about by factors way beyond their control, like Putin is having a bad day because he woke up on the wrong side of the bed and therefore you've lost 10% of your money just in one day. This is not acceptable to a lot of people and they walk away saying this is just a scam. But it isn't. It involves discipline. How do you kind of tell them that? So therefore, there will always be a bunch of new, well, I shouldn't call them bakras, but unfortunately, that's the only term that kind of fits, that come in. Some people stay and become sage old wolves, if you may. The other just go and find less useful pastures to venture into than compared to the stock market. That's all. That's how unfortunately the market is.
Yeah, and there's a term for this in poker also, where typically what you should do is that if you're losing, cut your losses at some point, and if you're winning, if you feel you have an edge in the game, go with it. Don't cash out. And the phrase is that people who, for example, somebody sat down with 50K, he takes it to 80K, and he gets up. But if he loses a 50, he'll put in another 50, another 50, another 50, lose maybe 3 lakhs at the end of the day. And the phrase is, eats like a bird and shits like an elephant. right? So if you keep eating like a bird and shitting like an elephant, it's not good for you. And that point about loss aversion is also interesting, and I've seen that in poker also, where losing a lakh on a given day will hurt way more than winning a couple. Though the interesting thing is that a lot of experiments in behavioral psychology are now they found are not replicable. So a lot of these concepts are actually suspect. I think loss aversion is one of them, but it seems to make intuitive sense to us. At least it certainly goes with your typical Indian conservative sort of approach to things. Let's kind of in your starting chapter where you talk about start in the beginning, what you share a number of lessons, and I want to go through these lessons because I think that they are foundational to how one approaches money, and you've already actually in a sense mentioned a couple of them. But the first one is something deeply unintuitive, where you say let the money compound, right? And our minds don't really understand compound interest. You have to force yourself to understand what the hell it is, do the numbers again and again, and then you begin to figure out. And the interesting thing is, you spoke about when your dad passed away 25 years ago. All his papers were in a mess, and there was really nothing, and his investments were crap, and everything went to hell. But there was one aspect of it which turned out to be incredibly profitable, and that was because of the compounding effect over the years. So tell me a little bit about sort of this lesson, and how you'd like to speak about compound interest.
Oh, this is actually, I mean, it was fascinating to me because I was doing the numbers. Um, so when my father passed away, there was a bunch of stocks that he had invested in, that he had kept as a pledge to the bank for a loan that he had to take to top up the housing loan that he had taken because the house wasn't delivered on time. So there was a bunch of stocks which he hadn't touched, because so now the stocks had already gone up like 4x from when he had bought them. And I was surprised because the other stocks my dad would have bought and sold on a regular basis. So he might not have kept these shares that long. But these ones he just kept, and it was kept pledged. It helped him because he couldn't sell those shares because they were pledged. So the bank effectively had the shares, and so he couldn't sell them. So some of these stocks were, for instance, he had applied in the IPO of some of these companies in 1985 and 1986. So by the time he passed away, they had already gone up 4 or 5 times. Now, when we got it, the smartest thing that happened to us was that we were dumb enough to not know how to sell these shares. Uh, that we didn't even try to discover it. And my mother had, because of this, her feeling was inaction is better than action. Let's just keep them. This was not much in terms of stocks, but there were 40 or 50 different companies, a bunch of physical shares because they were all paper shares that came in. Only 7 or 8 survived, to be honest. The
The
rest of them are
companies, you
zeros.
mean?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
companies are zero, the rest of it for the most part. To this date, my mother cannot get over that, in the sense that she feels that how can we let go of 33 companies going bankrupt? How could my father have not seen that these guys were, in a sense, she didn't know what it was. She's like, he invested in all these companies, he had no idea what this was, he just bought them. I'm like, Mom, the 7 companies or 8 companies that survived have actually gone up 40x, and not 40x of what they were, 40x of what all the 40 companies were worth.
So the entire portfolio went up 40x because of this small percentage of companies.
Which gives you the Pareto principle right there. For me, it was like, it's not Pareto principle, this is my dad principle. It's like, for me, the the it was not more visible, the concept of compounding, but not just the concept of compounding. Now, what is 40x? 40x sounds like a huge number, right? So if something doubles and then doubles again, that's 4x. And then if it does that 2 more times, it's 16x. And if it does that 1 more time, it's 32x. So you're essentially doubling your money in so many times. Now, let's say for whatever reason, you're able to double your money every 5 years. Every 5 years, your money doubles. So in 25 years, you get 32x your money if you're able to double your money every 5 years. Now, this sounds like, come on, Deepak, doubling your money every 5 years is a ridiculously difficult thing to do. Agreed. But was it difficult at the time that I came through? India was running at about 7 to 8% inflation for the longest part. We were having 6 to 7% economic growth. So we're getting 15% growth. Inflation plus real growth is your nominal growth. So 15% growth in the economy was happening on a year-on-year basis almost every year, consistently over a period of time. So what I was getting was 15% a year. If you get 14 to 15% a year, your money doubles every 5 years. In fact, the number is about 14%, closer to 14%. So if you got the returns of the economy itself, you were able to double your money every 5 years, which means you would get 32x returns if you just had a pulse and stayed alive. And as long as you didn't do something really stupid. So this 40x does not sound so incredibly huge in comparison. Now that I put it in context, but there's something more to it as well. So the important thing was to not sell and to not take it out and put it into a fixed deposit. And we did do that after a while because there was too much equity in comparison with everything else. But despite that, the portfolio went up, quite considerably. Now, the issue really was that we got we didn't give in to those behavioral emotions that resulted in this. So the compounding could be achieved. That means you could allow something that become 2x to become 4x, 4x to become 8x. Sometimes it's not visible why this happens. And, so for instance, you might always look at me and say, Deepak, you bought this stock at 300 rupees. It's at 3,000 now. If I buy it now, I've lost everything. I mean, all the gains have gone. But what are the chances that the 3,000 becomes 30,000? It can become 30,000. And of course, it may not be 30,000. The stock may split but you may actually get 10x your returns even in a stock that has gone up a lot. And that is why our behavioral challenges for compounding come in. Compounding is very difficult to fathom because of this, how many years it takes to double. Let me tell you, going forward, past was the past. Now you can say that India is going to grow at 6% a year. We may have 5% inflation so the economy gives us only 11%. So if you got 11% returns on your investments, what would the same thing look like? Now, if you're 35 years old, you have another 25 years left for retirement. If you get 11% a year, your money will double every 6.5 years. Let's say 6 years. So in a 25-year period, your money will go up 16 times if you get just the same returns as the economy. Now, this is not the same thing as putting it into a fixed deposit, but if you put it into the stock market, over a period of 25 years, you should get roughly that much. So getting a 16x return in a 25-year period should not be a big deal, but we don't get it. That means it literally says that a small amount of money invested every month can actually result in crores of a portfolio simply because it stays invested that long. On the other side, it is the aspect of saying if you micromanage your investments too much, you might end up doing those really behavioral bad things, which means you'll end up. So I would say in a poker parlance, it's like if you're having a great streak going on the way up, would you just walk away from it? It may be because you're playing with some really bad players and you know more than them. It may be because you're just lucky and you're getting your hands in. But if you don't stick around at those times, you're probably going to only, like you said, eat like a bird and poop like an elephant. In the end, the metric is always about if your odds are better. Warren Buffett apparently once talked to Peter Lynch and said he wanted to use a quote from one of his books. And Peter Lynch had written in one of his books which said, selling your winners and keeping your losers is like cutting off the flowers and watering the weeds. So that, I think, is true for everything. So compounding will only happen if you water the flowers, not try to take the flowers off.
That's beautifully put. And no, in the poker context, I think, first of all, I would say that a streak is something that you call a streak only in hindsight, right? And I think in any given moment, you evaluate the expected value of that decision there. So if I'm sitting with a bunch of players where I know I have an edge, then I'll continue playing whether I'm down or up. But if I feel I'm very tired and that affects my EV, I'll factor that in. But every decision has to be according to that particular moment, which in a human way is hard. You could actually be down a lot because you're running really bad but playing really well, and then that affects your judgment. Or you could get overconfident at a table where you are the fish on the table, but that can affect your judgment. And just going back to that, that hypothetical example of there's a share that's gone from 300 to 3000, and now this guy comes and says I missed all the this thing. And I'd again say that I think the human tendency is to see that journey that a stock has made from here to there and say, oh shit, I missed out on all this much. But I think at any moment in time, what you decide to do is a judgment call that you are making at that point in time. So if it's 3000, your question is not what it was yesterday, except in the sense that if there is a trend happening there and that trend could factor into your decision. But your judgment is this a good buy right now or not? Right? And so and that's just a way that people are not hardwired to think. In a similar way, if a stock falls, if it's 100 and it goes to 80, the correct decision to ask yourself is, would I buy this for 80? Right? Otherwise, why hold it? Holding on to something is equal to buying it. If you wouldn't buy it at that price, why would you hold on to it? Then let it go. Either it's worth 80 or it's not. Whether you already have it or not is irrelevant to that.
This, I think, is where I think I would disagree over here, because again, I know there's a behavioral aspect to having owned and not having owned it. But there are actually, there is a concept called a hold, which is don't buy, don't sell, but hold. There's a reason you want to do this. Now, this is a difference between looking at an individual stock and looking at a portfolio. When you look at a portfolio, which is a bunch of different things, every action that you take at any given point in time introduces the need for another action to counterbalance something else.
Yeah,
Because
true,
if I
true.
sell something, I got to buy something, and so on. That is one reason why you might want to continue to hold. Second is that, let us say there is I'll give you a real example of some stocks that happen. There are sometimes these international funds. These international funds want to exit. Now, you are looking at them exit and you're saying, listen, there are only two reasons why they can exit. One is they know that something is sinister underneath, and B is that they're actually exiting because maybe they need to move out of this stock and into some other stock, and they're just artificially depressing the price. You don't know which one is what. You have a certain position. That position is relatively small today. You could increase the position saying, listen, I know what's right with this company. I know everything's right with this company. And the minute you know that everything is right, you could increase that position, but you don't know yet. On the other hand, if the company is really bad, then you should be selling everything, but you don't know that yet as well. So you might want to wait for that further information before taking that call. The only constraint is you have a portfolio. This is about 2% of that portfolio. Are you comfortable with it being 2%, or do you want to take it down to 1% and make that decision at a later point in life? This is the portfolio level thinking that should drive whether you hold, buy, or sell a stock. And many times these are not relevant to the individual stocks gyrations or movements, but to your thinking of the portfolio as a whole. The other important point of this is why you need a hold sometimes is when a stock is purchased, you may be buying it over a long period of time. That means every month that I get more money, I will add on to it over time. That means I may want to buy the stock, but not now, because my money comes in the future. I'm only going to put in more money at that time. At which point you're not going to sell today, but you don't have more money to buy it.
You would buy it if you
You
had
would
it.
buy
but
if you
yeah,
had it. So yeah, I mean, you could make that argument that if I didn't want to buy it at all, I wouldn't. In most cases, I feel that catching falling knives requires a lot more experience and a lot more knowledge, because all companies tell you exactly what you want to hear. So if you like the company, they will tell you, no, the next quarter will be good, right? So the check is in the mail. It's always going to come to you like that. So if you're looking at the price and it's falling, most likely the reasons why that they're giving you for the underperformance is, it's likely to be come on, are you out of your mind? Because if everybody believed that story, the price would not be down. There's another reason that the whole market could be down. Like, Russia attack. I mean, why does Russia attacking Ukraine affect when an Indian guy selling toothpaste? I mean, are we not going to brush our teeth tomorrow? Because, but chances are that was just an excuse. And somebody had bought too much of toothpaste company and taken it to a high that was too high. And now they're just correcting back to a point where it trades like a toothpaste company, not like a company that mints gold. So today, what the reason for its downfall may sound like Russia's attacking Ukraine, but it's actually you're paying a company that makes toothpaste as if it was making gold. Now we're going to value it like it's a company making toothpaste. At which point your decision making would change into, okay, dude, I think I don't like this company making toothpaste valued at this rate. I'll wait till it comes to a valuation that reflects it's making toothpaste and then only buy. Great decision making requires a lot more depth of knowledge to think about it. Sometimes the best thing to do is just asset allocate and hold, which means I have so much money in equity, I have so much money in debt. I don't, I focus on that more than I focus on which exact company have I got more ownership in. And therefore, but like you said, the hands matter sometimes. And the more knowledgeable you are about the hands, the specific stocks, you can make much more informed decisions about them. Generally, you want to have the ability to identify bullshit. So in poker, I'm sure there are a lot of ways to identify whether a person is bluffing. Most famously in the, I think, Casino Royale, there was this guy's eye twitching. And so
Those are
I
very
know.
cinematic depictions. In the real world, where poker right now is that any good player will mix it up to the extent that it's as close to game theory optimal as possible.
Wow.
So, like just to give you an example, let's say there is 200 rupees in the pot, and I bet 100 rupees, and now you have a decision on the river. So you have to call 100 to win 300 because there's 300 in the pot. You're getting 3-1 odds, right? And therefore you should call if 25%, depending on how often I bluff. If I'm bluffing too much, you should absolutely call. But if I'm bluffing too little, you should fold. And the idea there is that I construct my range in such a way that when I give you 3-1 odds, 25% of my hands are bluffs and the rest are value hands. So it doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter what you do. If you play perfectly, I break even. But if you call too much or fold too much, I make money. In the long run,
In
you're
the
looking
long
at
run.
everything in the long run. So it's a whole different kind of game. That whole Casino Royale romance that you'll see somebody's nose twitch and all that, and you'll get a tell and you'll do all that. No, like at any decent level, it's like fairly mathematical, and that doesn't really happen. But let's move on to your second lesson now, which is in fact what you nicely segued into yourself. And your second lesson there was money is made largely when you sleep, right? And explain this a little bit, because again, I think romantic notions of stock market investing, just as in poker, are often very far from the truth. Where the notions are that you've got your flickering screens in front of you, you see something happen. Russia has invaded Ukraine. Like today, is actually we're recording this on March 24th, though it'll release later. So Russia Ukraine is very much the topic of the day. So they look at like Russia Ukraine में ये हुआ है, वहाँ salt mine में strike चल रहा है, इसको बेचते हैं. That's a romantic notion of whatever. But at the level of nitty-gritties, it's not quite that dramatic. So tell me a little bit by what you mean when you say money is made largely when you sleep.
So this actually comes down to that very point, because the attraction that your skill is in identifying those opportunities when they happen, uh, it's less relevant than just having a simplistic whole strategy. I'll give you an example. I mean, a lot of people tell me this. Deepak, I have made 200% on this stock. And I'll say, hey, I have the same stock. I made only 10%. And then I ask them, how much have you invested in the stock? I put 10,000 rupees. So I'll say I have put 5 lakh rupees. My 5 lakh rupees, I've made 50,000 rupees. Your 10,000 you made. So it's not like you didn't have 5 lakh rupees. You just chose to put 10,000 in. So how much money you put into the opportunity is another reason why you might make more or less on this. He might have 4 lakhs 90,000 rupees sitting in a fixed deposit. which didn't give him anything or give him 3.5% post tax. So I would say a large part of what money you make is how you allocate money to this. The more money you allocate to opportunities, and then the more your feeling of wanting to act as well. And if you start acting too often, the chances are that you are going to either exit an opportunity too soon, or and not allow it, give it time to breathe, or even in even worse fashion, you're going to generate stress by owning that investment and looking at it on a everyday basis. If you take these two aspects and then say what happens if you just hold the stocks. Now, I did an experiment. I said, okay, 2006, I take all the stocks of the Nifty and I put an equal amount of money in every single one of them. 10 years later, what happens? So I find out that 10 years later, uh, 4 stocks had fallen more than 95%. That means these were Nifty stocks, the top 50 stocks of the Indian exchange. 4 of them have actually fallen 95% plus. Some was 98, some was 96, Unitech and this. Around another 14 of them had negative absolute returns, which means whatever I'd invested in 2006 would actually be less in 2016 on an absolute basis. Another 14 or 15 of them roughly made positive returns but less than inflation, which was roughly 7% average during this time. So you're saying 37 to 39 companies made less than inflation, and some of them lost severely, out of 50. And yet, the whole amount of money, which is, let us say, 10,000 rupees per stock into 50, 5 lakh rupees, made a total return of over 12% per year, not counting dividends, in those 10 years. Which means the 10 or 11 stocks that actually made money made so much money that they were enough to kind of. What did I do differently? I didn't sell anything, not the winners, not the losers. I just let them all be. I'm saying, water the flowers and the thorns. It doesn't matter, because in the end, whatever's bad will die. But the stuff that remains will be enough to take you for a long time. That was what I meant when I say money is made when you sleep. Because if your concept of action is that if I'm not sleeping, I need to be finding the bad stocks and selling them. My answer to that is, it doesn't matter if you sell them or not.
And in the surreal garden of happiness, what appears to be a flower today could be a thorn tomorrow, and vice versa. So just hold the damn thing and see where it goes.
Yeah, for the most part, if you've made your decisions large and diversified, and the chances are, I built something called a random portfolio. So I said, at any point in time, choose a bunch of stocks randomly, 10. It's like monkeys picking stocks. Is that monkey picking stocks better than the stock market? If consistently monkeys picking stock become better than the stock market, it's a bull market. If it is not possible, that means you're half and half. Sometimes you beat, sometimes you don't. Then it's not a bull market. It could be a bear market, it could be a sideways market, but it's not a bull market. That means the stocks are not going up. In a bull market, no matter what you do, you will make money. It's like being blind. It's not your skill, it is the monkey. In a bear market, there is some skill involved, but the bear market players will only make money in a bull market. That means if the markets stay bearish for a long time, it doesn't matter what skill you have, you will not make money. You need a bull market to make money. And if you survive long enough, you will see bull markets, because bull markets are a function of greed and fear of missing out and the greed of making money. And that is so human that no matter what happens, at some point in time in 5 years, there will be a layer of greed that will drive the markets up. But India's entire market history from 1992 to now, post-liberalization, can be classified into 4 great years, 2004 to 2008 January roughly, and 2 great years between 2022 and 2020 and 2022. That is it. That is our bull markets. In the middle, there was some bull, some bear, some bull, some bear. But these are the years where if you had stayed invested in the markets and not done anything, you would have made out like a bandit. You miss these 6 years, and it would take a lot of skill to make money.
Do these years correlate with easy money coming in from the US, quantitative easing and so on?
There was no quantitative easing in 2004, 2007, but there
But
was
you
a lot
had
of money
low
coming
interest
in. Yeah.
rates. You had low interest rates and all that, right?
Actually, US started raising interest rates in 2005. We don't miss
Okay.
that. So it was not the low interest rates started after 2008, but it was easy money in the sense the money was coming in from the US. They were buying anything that was possible because relatively we were so small. 2020 also was a function of, but there has been quantitative easing in the West from 2008 to 2018.
Yeah, it didn't
And
affect us.
at
Yeah.
that time, the market was growing only at 10% a year. So, which is great, which is not that great. But I'm talking about the 20 to 22, we grew more than 50% in the stock markets. Well, I don't have the exact numbers, but I'm just saying 2004 to 2008 was just phenomenal. I think the market doubled, went from 1,300 in the Nifty to 8,000 in those 4 years. Or sorry, 6,300 in those 4 years. So roughly 4x in 4 years.
So anybody who invested would have felt so skillful. So,
It's I that's when I wrote this post about ghazals, which was कल करेंगे हिसाब ऐसा की आज पीने दे और पीने दे. That's what the
lovely.
So it is आज पीने दे और पीने दे कल करेंगे हिसाब ऐसा की.
Do you sing?
No, I don't. I'm terrible as a
I
singer.
would have asked you to sing it.
No, Pankaj Udas will sue your show and mine because we're cross-prosecuted. But
He's already with us.
he's already with us. But this was the point. But because and there's another Jagjit Singh ghazal that actually says it. It's होश वालों को खबर क्या,
Yeah.
बेखुदी क्या चीज है, which is this is it, right? So you don't know why markets are going up like this, 4x in 3 years. Come on. Every old timer was telling you guys this time will not last, and yet it lasts another year. It sits on your face and beats you up, and you have no way to counter the bullishness or anything like that. Eventually, the naysayers are right, but that eventually has probably made a bunch of people so rich that they walked away from the market with a fairly reasonable amount of gains if they're smart enough.
Yeah, was it Keynes who said that the markets can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent? So if you're betting on markets crashing, yeah, sure they will, but when?
Yeah, Alan Greenspan, and I keep using this example, so I'm sorry if I've used this before. He said in 1996 December that the markets were irrationally exuberant. Now, this is the most famous central banker of our time, the guy who's presided over the largest amount of easier money policies and therefore the largest amount of stock market excesses. He's telling you the market's exuberant in December 1996. The market proceeds to go up another 50% from there. Crashes 30%. At the time it crashed, the lowest point of which, it took 2.5 years to crash. And when it did, the lowest point of the crash was still above the point at which he had said the markets were irrationally exuberant. So he was right, but he was wrong. And this is the most celebrated central banker of all time. So I'm like, if he couldn't get it, what are the chances anyone else can with the data information we have at hand? You can be. So Dave Barry writes about this in his book. He talks about Florida and old people, and he says there are people who put their left indicator on as soon as they get out of their house, and it stays on for like forever. So he says that it's called an eventual left. So at some point in life, this guy is going to take a left turn, and you just don't know when. So when you drive behind such a person, you have to know that this is an eventual left kind of driver. This is the point about naysayers in the market. They will eventually be right, but when is the question. So
like this, that old saying that so and so who predicted the last 3 recessions predicted a total of 15 recessions, right? And I guess the same could be said for stock market crashes. Your lesson number 3 is very interesting, and you demonstrate this in such detail that I have to just ask people to go and look at your book for the lucid explanation of this with the actual numbers, where you say you don't need that much money to make money, right? You can start small, let it compound, be disciplined, let it earn while you sleep, and so on and so forth. And then you make a really interesting point about the first crore, where you say quote, the first crore you make will largely come from your income, from the work you do. Your profession will pay you a salary, or your business will generate the cash, or you'll join a startup which is acquired, and voila, you have some money, right? Which is again, many people won't kind of think in these terms. Everybody wants to, get rich super fast and so on. And there is this old quip about the easiest way to make $1 million is to start with 10 million. So and now you then go into a bunch of sort of you give these bits of advice, and the first of those is make money, not returns. So explain this.
Yeah, this is actually okay. Let me start with the first part. How much money do you need to make money is a question, and I told you about this. I said the difference between making the same amount of money with a high return mechanism and the low return mechanism may be of the order of say 20 or 30,000 rupees per month. If you find it a little more comfortable to do the more risky one, the less risky one, then you just have to find around 20, 30,000 rupees more. Now, the first crore that you make, and because you're going to be squeamish about investing most of your money because it's hard-earned money, you've just started to earn it and all that stuff. When you make your first crore, it will largely come from the income that you make because I'll give you just the simplest of example. Let's say you're starting off your salary career with about a 5 lakh per year salary. At this point, the amount you're saving is probably of the order of 30,000-40,000 rupees a year. I'm talking 3,000 rupees a month. You work really hard, build yourself a YouTube course on SEO, I don't know, whatever it is, YouTube algorithm course. You get yourself an additional 5 lakh rupees a month. You've made 100% return on the time that you've invested from the 5 lakh to 10 lakh. This 10 lakh allows you to save from 50,000 to maybe 2 lakhs per year. Your savings have gone up. But you know what? Most of these returns have come because you've increased your income, not because your earnings from your... Even if you had invested those amount you had saved, 50,000, do you think that would have ever resulted in a 5 lakh rupee payout? Chances are zero. Do the same thing. 10 lakhs becomes 20. 20 lakhs becomes 30. Your income can keep growing by the experience you gain, the courses you do, the skills you have, up to a certain point. So you start saving from there and slowly build up your corpus. After a few years, you're earning 25 to 30 lakhs, maybe 10 years later, and you've got savings of about 50 to 60 lakhs. Most of these savings, if you look back about it, it will be coming in from the increased amounts of money you've been able to put in, largely because your income has increased. And when you get up to the first crore, you'll find that most of the money has started to come from that the amount you've saved. It is beyond the 1 CR is where your impact is more significant of the money you've saved that overshadows the incremental income that you earn from your salary, because at some point we all stagnate in terms of salaries. Of course, in Bangalore there's no such thing, but everywhere else, I think at some point you kind of start getting to a point where you're getting the 5%, 10% increases, not the 50%, 60%. And because of that, the amount you're going to gain from the investments you make will start to look much better. So that's the early point of this. But if you focus your attention on growing your income in the early years, not where you save, you will get there in a much faster fashion. Get there being you have to figure out where you're want to get to in the first place. But whatever that there is, you'll get there faster by just focusing on making more money from what you actually do rather than earning money from your investments. That means I would say take Amit Varma's clear writing course. It will have a greater return on investment on the money that you pay Amit than any stock that you can buy for that same amount. And I can guarantee you this, that anything you earn from the clear, and the way your clear writing, the clear writing helps you is because it clarifies your thinking and your thought process. And this helps you no matter what job you have, whether your job involves writing or not has no relevance. You will write eventually for the pure joy of just discovering what the hell your mind has just told you. And that is a valuable skill to have, and that will earn you more of a salary, more of an income, and you might eventually get a career as a writer as well, because you've chosen a skill which is valuable enough, because I know that there are not that many great writers in India or the world, and anyone who's a great writer will eventually make, hopefully, at least this is my.
This is one part of the show where I'm looking at you damn skeptically and saying, "Stay in your lane, bro." Great. No, but one of my favorite pieces of advice in the book, and which I want to underscore because I think that this is absolutely spot on, is in what you just said, where you've written in your book about the importance of investing in yourself, do online courses, get a degree, and all of that. And I'd like to double down and say that, earlier we spoke about time is also a scarce resource. How do we invest time? And I would say, in terms of both money and time, when you're young, the best investment you can make is in yourself. And another way of thinking about it is that every action you make today is an investment in your future self. You're shaping your future self. You sit and play Candy Crush for an hour. Congratulations, you just made your future self a little stupider, right? But you sit and read a good book for an hour or do my clear writing course or whatever, listen to a Deepak Shenoy podcast, listen to the binge on the Capital Mind podcast, then that's an investment in yourself. In subtle and unseen ways, it will pay off. So that's just sort of a fantastic piece of advice. And in that chapter, you then go on to give such detailed advice that I think people absolutely have to read it. One is what you spoke about earlier about the importance of allocation. That think about allocation, and it need not be that one size fits all. Different people have different priorities, and you allocate according to that. If someone really loves to travel and it means something to them, you allocate some money ki theek hai agle saal. In your book, you use the example of going for a holiday to Croatia. I don't know why you picked Croatia, but yeah, there you go. And think about allocation, and plan for your necessities, and with the rest, enjoy your life, as you put it, and build personal leverage. You have also said. So, what do you mean by build personal leverage, and how is it different from the kind of investing in yourself that we spoke about?
Okay, so personal leverage is a complicated concept to understand, but think about it like this. When you do something as a job for someone, they pay you a salary and that is it. You stop working, the money stops flowing in. So it's like you're a hamster in a wheel that's giving you water. As long as you're running, the water's coming. The minute you stop, the water stops and you die of thirst. This is terrible because the typical advice now is, oh, you're getting a lot of water today. Take that water and store it somewhere and let it keep growing. And eventually, when you'll get tired enough and stop, and the water stops, you have a storage of water somewhere else that you can use for your future needs. Fantastic, very great advice. But there's another way. And this is a better way, according to me. This is the idea of building personal leverage. Now, it comes back to the creator economy in ways that perhaps are interesting for this episode, but anything that you build that is an asset helps you in the long term. Now, what that does is, for instance, if you wrote a book, now it's a very bad idea because you won't get anything in royalties nowadays. But let's say it's a wild chance. There's an optionality of it being a bestseller. That optionality is 1 in 500. You make a YouTube channel, it can get you some income, but it'll get you that income 10 years down the line. This, at some level, is a flywheel that can operate by itself. Well, not entirely by itself, but some part of it can operate without you needing to work for it at a certain stage. Start a business, employ people to do the work you do. You can reap the benefits while paying them a salary. Get a house. Now, I don't recommend this because in India it's a terrible idea because the returns are not great. Or build a stock portfolio. The stock portfolio pays you dividends. The dividends take care of you regardless of whatever, and they kind of grow on their own separately. I think building personal leverage is a concept of saying you're not just investing in yourself to be able to get a better salary, but you also want to build something that sustains itself even if you aren't working. So you stop. The more personal leverage you build, the better it is. And so this is also the way the world thinks of you. So for instance, the tax department thinks of you. You have no personal leverage, you're an employee. You're an employee, you get a salary. That salary, they take the tax out, you get the remaining, you spend it. You own a business, you make some revenue from something, you get to spend money from it, and only on what's left do you pay taxes. Even better, You build a private limited company, the taxation is not 33%, but it's 25%. I've been telling you about this as well, that your tax suddenly falls to 25% if all you do is take the extra effort of creating a private limited company in India and doing the exact same thing. The money that stays, of course, stays in your own little private limited company, but that money is effectively yours to use at some point. The CAs may disagree, but by and large, it's a better way to allow your money to compound than to have to earn a salary. But so the tax department recognizes the more personal leverage you have, the lower we should tax you. So maybe listen to the tax department. So this is a form of investment, but personal leverage also uh, has different layers. If you build reputation, that's personal leverage, because people in this world, trust is a deficit. It always will be a deficit. The more trust you can generate by being who you are, whether you're a creator or whether you're a speaker or someone who just, I don't know, does a bunch of things that make your face as recognition in a certain field that you really love to operate in. I know a bunch of people who, for instance, are super trustworthy for just knowing the historical sites in Bombay or Bangalore or Delhi, uh, because they do it as a hobby. They just take people for a walk every Sunday. This is personal leverage at some level. They're not realizing it right now. They're probably doing it for free because they enjoy this stuff. But they're building an aspect of personal leverage that gives them the optionality that tomorrow this could be a business. And when I start that business, I already have the trust and the recommendation of hundreds of people who love what I have done and will recommend me for getting more business or perhaps pay me directly as well. That personal leverage is something, if you focus on, it is way more satisfying, emotionally and personally. But it's also something that will build you financial leverage at a later point in time.
Yeah, and I think what many people don't realize is that they have, like the guy who takes people for walks, for example, they have personal leverage in ways that they are not using or monetizing or whatever. You could have some skills that people value, but you are not giving them a chance to pay you for it, and you're not giving them a chance to benefit from it. So it's like, it would be a positive sum game if you do so. Like, if this person with this deep knowledge organized tours and took money for it and all that, I'm sure people are interested. Or if you, for example, were to teach a course on how to invest, people would pay a massive premium, no question about it. And you see in the creator economy people realizing it. Like, there's a great video I'll link from the show notes by Ali Abdal, where he talks about how last year he made $2.7 million in income, right? And what I love about many of these YouTubers is they're very transparent. They'll do a full video where they'll tell you I made so much, and because people love such videos, they'll make even more. And it is such a mix of nice things. So he's got passive income coming from courses and Skillshare, where he's got courses on YouTubing and creating and this and that productivity, and that's passive income, and coming down to the equivalent of crores of rupees just from there. He's got a live cohort based YouTubing course, charging a premium because it's live and personal mentorship and all that, and making tons of money from there, and so on. So he breaks it all down where the 2.7 million is coming. And what a person like that is doing is sitting down and saying that, okay, what is valuable about me? And these are the many things which are valuable about me, the little silos of knowledge in which I have something and I can help people or whatever. These are the different ways in which I can express them. So online course, cohort based course, blah blah blah. And then you kind of do that. And I think too many of us have value locked up inside of us, have that personal leverage already, which we don't do enough to monetize. And we are stuck in the old paradigm कि कोई नौकरी देगा, salary dega, economy goes down, we get laid off, we're like, shit, I'm worth nothing. Nobody's worth nothing, right? So that's, but to get back to your book.
No, but
Mhm.
it's I mean, you have a point. There's a reason why people don't like to build personal leverage, because there's a risk involved. That if you put yourself out there, what if you fail? This what if you fail, according to me, in today's world, there should be no consequences of.
Yeah.
If today there is a failure, what's going to happen? Nobody going to drive a stake into you and put you on a this thing. But the problem is we think like that, and the cost of failure today is lesser and lesser. And what happens if your YouTube channel fails? Almost nothing. There will be no graveyard and there will be no tombstone. You don't even have to think of it, and it'll just vanish into the ether like it never existed. There will be no, so why are we then so fearful of failure? I don't understand that, but I think a lot of it comes down to, this is why Indians like government jobs, is because you can never fail in those government jobs. They can never fire you. And therefore, the risk taking is non-existent. And yet India is a country that has more entrepreneurs than most of the Western countries. And from a numbers perspective, even if you add up all the Western countries, all the small entrepreneurs in those countries won't add up to even half of what India is. India is a very tiny part of our economy is actually salaried. Most of our economy is entrepreneurial, or by nature or by force. So we get risk, uh, yet we are afraid of taking those risks. So
I think one of the reasons that so many people apply for government jobs, and that charm of the government job still remains, where there'll be some lowly railway linesman position open at 20,000 a month, and there'll be 8 lakh people applying for it, and with PhDs and all of that. And it's a sad and poignant reason, and you can't blame them, which is that we are a desperately poor country. Those opportunities really aren't there. It's been 70 something years of economic mismanagement where bad policies have kept millions of people in poverty for longer. But where I am hopeful is not that governance will change. I have no hope there. Where I am hopeful is that technology in interesting ways can actually empower people. Like I've told the story I think a couple of times on my show of this vlogger called MSK. Have I told you about it?
no, no, no.
Let me quickly go through it. There's this guy called Mohammed Salim Khan, and born in a village in Bengal. I'll link to the talk where he talks about all of this as well. Born in a village in Bengal, comes to Mumbai, staying in a slum in Dharavi, and his mother is, a domestic help in various houses, and his father is a watchman. And when he's 15, his mother, his siblings, they go back to the Bengal village for a holiday, and then they get a phone call saying that your father's gone mad, come home. So they come back to the slum in Dharavi, and as they're walking towards their home, things from their house are all outside. And inside the house, there is nothing. It's an empty house, and the father is just inside, and he's lost it. But anyway, they control the situation, they get him treated. And after they get him treated and he's back to his senses, his mother asks his father that, over 15 years, everything we saved, we kept it in this little trunk. Where is that trunk? And he says, oh, I was going somewhere by auto and I didn't have change, so I gave the auto driver that trunk. Right? So 15 years working like this, lost everything. And MSK, Mohammed Salim Khan, he's a 15-year-old kid. And at this point, he says he made 2 promises to himself. Right? One of them, as you would understand, is I will buy my parents a house in Bombay. Right? And the other one is what, because he's 15, and I'm really glad he made this one. He said, there is that super bike I like, I will buy myself that super bike. He does both. Okay.
Amazing.
He goes on YouTube, starts shooting stuff with his phone, eventually becomes hugely
Superstar.
popular vlogger. And if you see any single video of his, you won't get why he's popular. But if you see a bunch of them, you begin to feel that connection again, the economy of intimacy, right? And he does all that. And this is a terribly inspiring story to me, because so far in our history, you have to be, even no matter how creative you are, you've had to have some kind of privilege to just get into the starting door, right? You just have to. And today that's changing. And I'm not saying it's changing for everyone or is super easy, but you saw an element of that with TikTok, and you see an element of that with people like this. And God knows how many kids in how many parts of this country are watching MSK's videos. And he's a cult. So he's got, his followers are called MSKians. Wherever he travels, somebody or the other will recognize him, come to him, show him around, right? And he's an inspiration to so many. And God knows what the unseen impact of that is. So that gives me hope, but that's anyway a digression. So to get back to the book, your second chapter I found really interesting, where you sort of talk in detail about mutual funds, the different kinds of mutual funds, and how one picks a firm, all the parameters, and all of that. And at this point, I want to tell you the story of an interesting scam that it's a thought experiment. So it's not in your chapter suckered, it's just a thought experiment, but it's a game theory thing. Let's say that you and I decide that we will write to 1,000 people and tell them that I must have shared this with you. I wrote a post on it ages back. You and I will write to 1,000 people and we tell them that we'll tell you the result of the next India Australia match or whatever the series is. And we won't charge you anything. We'll just tell you, and you see over a period of time what our track record is. And we say India will win, right? Now, but to 500 people, we say India will win. To 500 people, we say Australia will win. No matter what happens, we got it right for 500 people. Rinse and repeat. We get it right 2 times in a row for 250 people, 3 times in a row for 125 people. And finally, once we get it 5 times in a row, the people who are left are thinking, gosh, these people are geniuses. And then they're paying us a subscription, and we've made out like bandits, and we get the hell out of there and, you know, go somewhere else. And I hope Ashni Grover is not listening to this. It's an idea. So, yeah. And this, in a sense, is also, this is reflective of the survivorship bias. I had a variety of different strategies, which were India, Pakistan, India, 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 or India, 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 Pakistan, India. Or I don't know where Pakistan came in an India, Australia series, but you get my point.
Yes.
And similarly, the point that you've made with mutual funds is that you have to watch out for the survivorship bias as well. That there'll be many, many funds with many different strategies doing many different things. And there is no way of knowing if someone who's, got the best results over 3 years, whether they got kind of lucky or not. And the conclusion that I seem to get from your entire chapter is that the best kind of fund is an index fund, because an index fund will outperform most other funds. And I'm guessing the ones it doesn't outperform, you don't know whether they got lucky or not, because somebody's going to get lucky. So is that like a correct summation? Because in the past, I vaguely remember that you had some nuances. I forget in which conversation, but you had some nuances to add about this, and it was like, no, it's not all survivorship bias.
Oh, it's interesting that you put it that way, because it's not only survivorship bias, but there are a couple of other reasons why I think index funds are doing very well or will do very well. It's about let me put it another way. There are regimes. So certain regimes suit certain kinds of fund managers. So they become celebrities in those fund manager times. There was a guy called Peter Lynch in the US, and he ran a very successful fund called the Magellan Fund. Before him, there was a guy called Jerry Tsai, who during his time was reasonably successful. Peter Lynch was quite phenomenally successful, but then since then, the Magellan Fund hasn't performed quite as well. Warren Buffett himself, for the last 10 years or 15 years, his stock hasn't performed quite as well as the S&P 500 itself. It's interesting because you see in India in the 2004 to 2008 time frame, you could ask anybody in India which mutual fund should I buy. They'll tell you HDFC mutual fund, and there's a reason for that, because it was doing the best. It had a bunch of funds, they were all doing really well, and so on. In the 2010 to 2011, 12, 13 kind of time frame, you would get IDFC mutual fund. The fund manager was a star and he did really well for a long time, and so on. Then from 2000, maybe 15 to 17 or 18, there was a bunch of other guys. From 2018 to 2020 specifically was Axis, or none of their funds could get anything wrong. There's a company called Mirae Asset. They were doing really well. You look at their performances today, they are less than stellar. So the order of the top has changed. The HDFC guy has started to come back today. If you chose just based on the best, there were those regimes which worked for a few years and then they stopped working. And if you stuck along with those people who had stopped over a 10-year period, you found that their good first 2-3 years notwithstanding, a 10-year return is less than what I would have got given in an index fund. Now, because they're selling so much, they have to charge higher fees. They end up charging 1 to 2% as fees. The index fund charges 0.15 or 0.2% as fees. So if your performance just ends up being average and you charge 2x the fees, chances are you will underperform just because of the fee differential. Why do index funds charge lower fees? Because they don't make any decisions on the stocks they buy. They just have to buy whatever's in the index in the same weightage as the index. So they don't have to think too much, and you pay the money for the thinking, so you put a much lower fee in there. This is very, very interesting. From a point of view of a person who's investing in the markets, it comes down to this. If over long periods of time, indexes tend to outperform, if that is true no matter when I look, and I don't need to outperform. If I rank all those mutual funds in a certain list, and if I find that these index funds are in the top quartile or maybe even the second quartile. So I call the second quartile thinking. That is, if you were in the second quartile, that means between 26% and 50% of the range of any large list on any given year, but you were always in the second quartile, And all of the other guys were sometimes in the first, sometimes in the third, last, and so they were randomly in all of them. The guy who's consistently in the second quartile will outperform everyone on a 10-year basis. So unless you got somebody who was consistently in the first quartile, the second quartile guy always wins. So the second quartile thinking is what drives my behavior towards index funds. It's saying all you have to do be is a little bit better than average. You will be a little bit better than average simply because of the fees. You're charging lower fees. Chances are over a 10-year time frame, you will outperform. Now, if you said, no, Deepak, I want to find who's in the first quarter. Now, that takes skill because you're going to say, this guy is going to outperform in the first 3 years. Then there's going to be another bunch of guys that will outperform in the next 3 years. That takes skill to identify. It requires you to understand that, oh, I have to find the right kind of managers, what kind of stocks they're picking. Is their philosophy consistent with my view of the market? Is my view of the market right? Also, if I was so good, why don't I invest in the stocks directly, etc.? These are the questions that come in. But let's say whatever that questions are, the answer is it takes a certain amount of skill and luck to be able to get there. To reduce the need for skill and luck, you want to go to the index fund. The most important thing that people don't have is time, which means time to understand these various funds, time to understand the market, time to understand whether you should be adding more money to X or Y and making those decisions. Every decision you make is a gray hair. And if you don't want that many gray hair, or you have enough decisions in your life already. I mean, I have enough decisions to make about what time to each kid wants what. And because you have that many decisions already to make, adding to decision fatigue is a waste of time. Then you want to choose the index fund. Now, we are crazy people who like the market so much that we go and analyze everything that's in the market. We say skip the mutual fund, we'll go directly down to the stocks and buy the stocks. We want to find a bunch of stocks. I have the inherent feeling that if I am not able to beat the indexes over a very long period, then it is in my own best interest and my customers' best interest for me to tell them, don't invest with me or give me money, I'll put it in index. I will not buy stocks based on my own thinking. But like every candidate who gives the IIT exam and every average person in India does not make it to IIT, you have to aspire to be above average. But at the same time, you have to realize the limitations that, listen, this is not my time, inclination, or skill. Maybe I will give an exam if I want to get into the top colleges of the country. But if it is not my inclination or my skill to do so, I would rather just leave it out there and say, you know what, I'll outsource. I will give it to an index instead. The point over here is reduce decision fatigue. Bank on the fact that the lower cost is going to make these guys above average over the long term, and simplify your investing life. I choose a simple strategy when I've mentioned this in the book, saying you got a top 100 India, top 100 US. Simple ways to access them. Of course, right now everything sucks because everything has fallen in the last 2 or 3 months, but that doesn't matter. Over a long period of time, these things will still make a lot of money for people. And I believe that this might be a simpler strategy for most people to follow. It sounds so bad because my business is that we tell people that we're good at identifying stocks. At the same time, we tell people, and we're probably the only people to have something called an index strategy where we charge a very low fee to just be able to tell people in a disciplined manner, invest in the top 100 US and top 100 India, we'll do it for you. So, I think our ability to do or to get that done is valuable because it's advice that's actually good for a significant number of people in the market. But we're also at the same time saying, listen, we have some stuff that we think can beat it. And so we'll have to prove it to you over time. But if you are able to prove it, then we want to be consistently in that first quartile, not even in the second quartile.
We have like maybe another 40 minutes to talk, which is really not much. So we can't go through your book in the kind of detail I would have liked. So, one day, Deepak, I'm just going to have to do 8-hour episodes and 9-hour episodes because every freaking 4-hour episode I do, it ends with this lament that shit, we didn't discuss half the things we wanted to. And then, listeners will also write in saying, hey, you didn't cover this, you didn't cover that, you didn't cover this, you didn't cover that. I'm not going to feel squeamish about not covering some of your book, because I just think it's one of those essential books everyone should have, frankly. That, you're making money for what? You owe it to your money to understand how you spend it. I'm not actually telling my listeners that invest with Deepak, though that's a good idea, but I am telling them that understand, get a conceptual framework through which you can look at your money and kind of talk about that. Now, your chapter on mutual funds is actually very illuminating, the kind of detail you've gone into. I absolutely haven't done justice by asking this one question and kind of lumping everything. You've described the different kinds of mutual funds, you've described the different sort of parameters which one uses when one makes a judgment. And, we've got different juicy stories like the Franklin Templeton saga and all that. So there's a lot of funky stuff happening there. Now, moving on from that, in your next chapter, you spoke about a practical approach to investing and why it's important to plan for after you die. And the best part, the best part of all this was, figure out who you are. Where you write, and I'll quote this because I think it's such an important line, where you write, figure out who you are: a strong fundamentals based investor, a price based technical investor, or simply a person who prefers to stay passive because, man, you have better things to do with your life. Stop quote. And that's important because it's not as if there is one alpha male approach or one particular kind of approach which works. The point is, whatever you do has to be in sync with your personality and your expectations and your needs and all of that. And you've handled each of these really separately in different parts to kind of talk about that. And I sort of found it illuminating. And you also in this shared a couple of aphorisms by Larry Hite, one of which is, if you don't bet, you can't win. And the other one is, if you lose all your chips, you can't bet. So I sort of like this. Your next chapter is about, shares your own journey and all of that. And one of the interesting points that you make in your own journey is a fantastic point where you say that working a job is just crazy. And you write, quote, you work on a job and you get paid a salary. You stop working, the salary stops. But that's crazy because a lot of the things you help to build will continue to serve the business you worked for. Stop quote. So elaborate on this a bit, because people often think of working a job as a safe route and doing other things as a not so safe route. But actually working a job, when you see it under the see it by this lens, is incredibly wasteful.
Well, uh, it unfortunately it's the way it is. Okay, I'll give you an example of when you build things. So when you're working for a business, you're usually helping build something. Now that something could be whatever asset it is. So if you're a customer service executive, also that customer service that you're doing is helping build confidence and trust in that company. And you're when you leave, that trust still remains in that company, that you were there at that point and helped and all that stuff. The issue with not having any ownership in what you've built is that you lose it all when your job stops. But if you had a bit of ownership, that ownership would help you realize some of that potential in the longer term, in years to come. You could own it as a piece of your own business, you could own it as a piece of someone else's business, and whether you helped it or not is a different aspect. But this having a job and hoping that it will make you those big amounts of money, um, I think in the future will become less and less and less viable. That's because employers are out here, and honestly, we do stock market trading, and we write. Today, there's an intelligence algorithm that can write, and there's an artificial intelligence algorithm that can trade the markets. These guys are going to come and wipe me out at some point in time. I know that. If I were thinking of this entire business as a job, I would be threatened. If I am thinking of it as a business owner, I want to find that intelligence algorithm, make it right and make it trade and reap the benefit. Instead of saying I'm employed with an organization where I should be writing and I should be trading, and if they replace me with an algorithm, I'm finished. To think like a business owner, you want to replace yourself. You think like an employee, you hate to be replaced. So that's the point I was trying to make, is that it's crazy because you get to not participate in the benefits of what you build. You get to not make yourself redundant. because all the incentives are against you to make yourself redundant, when you are actually adding value to the business that you've created by making yourself redundant in the first place. Very few businesses recognize this, and the ones that do promote you. So I think the interesting point about this whole part of this book was to generate a feeling that you have to have a piece of ownership in a business, and that is what gives you the eventual satisfaction of having participated in that business. uh, I mean, as a shareholder, you may not participate in helping the business in any meaningful way, but sometimes you will be surprised how little public companies even know of how to handle the simplest and silliest things that for you maybe, I'll tell you this: your knowledge of podcasting itself is so valuable that if any of the top 50 companies started to do this, any, like literally any one of them, saw some of the senior leadership even build a podcast around their own company, I would probably buy their shares. Their knowledge of this business is so clinically, so little, that just the just my recognizing that there is a pulse somewhere that has shifted itself in this direction. Why aren't our biggest technology companies, why don't they have a podcast on technology or anything like that, or anything of the sort? Whereas in the US, you find people in large companies very easily adapting to
Podcasts,
podcast.
newsletters, the works, they put
The
themselves
works.
out there.
And so, there is a political scientist who analyzes newsletters produced by the chamber of, or whatever, the US Congress.
Wow.
They just analyze the number of times any word, and you can search for Narendra Modi, and you can search for X and Y and Z and Putin and all that stuff, because they just do an analysis of the list of newsletters produced by the US Congress. Our parliament barely produces words of coherence, which are not in a newsletter format. But I'm just saying that it's kind of amazing and surprising that you get, uh, you don't get anything of this sort in any other place. But what I'm trying to really say is that you could help a business by giving them a way to podcast, but you could own their shares and benefit from the amount of outreach they get from that podcast itself. And the second one is quite as important as the first. The first will earn you an amount of money for a limited period of time. The second will probably earn you money at a later date, but a much larger amount and for a much longer period of time.
Exactly. So, a question that I was saving for close to the end, but since you brought it up, is about AI, right? Now, my sense is like exactly like what you said, that at some point, AI will make even my writing redundant, frankly, right? I used to think till a while ago that there are certain things that are a bridge too far for AI. Can AI write a novel that will make me weep and so on? I think it will. Today, I think it will. I think we should have had more humility. We've underestimated what AI can do. And whatever I see on the frontiers is just kind of blows me away. And I think that's a damn good thing. It fills me with happiness. If AI takes over all of this, then it kind of means that one, we have more good books to read, right? And we have a far higher quality of life, the kind of value that will be saved. Like once, if AGI ever comes, artificial general intelligence, for example, people paint a dystopian vision of the future. I'm not worried about it, because at least in the short term, I think what will like in the extreme short term, yeah, sure, there is that kind of displacement which new technology does, but always when that happens, the benefits are way more than the costs are, and this could just be something that eliminates poverty. Now in your field, it's kind of inevitable that when you're dealing with large flows of information, with patterns and trends that are beyond human comprehension, that eventually AI will completely own the scene. Now, you've taken the pragmatic view that, of course, it will. So, I will be the business owner who will use AI in the best way possible. But taking an even longer view than that, isn't it kind of inevitable that at one point, not just the employee, say an investment firm, but the investment firm itself will be redundant, because people will be, just able to kind of do it all themselves. And also, as a related kind of question, because this is not really a question, it feels like an observation. I feel like one of those old men at this book launch who will stand up at the end and say, I have a question, and then they will ramble for 10 minutes and not ask anything. I think I'm turning into one of those uncles. But my actual question is that, you know, whatever the state of the world is at any point in time, it normalizes, and then we assume this is the natural state of things. And we are looking at stock markets and a financial system like that, where the basic paradigms, you assume it will stay like this forever, that this is why stock markets came into being, and you know those purposes will always be served by something that looks like this. But if you peer into the future, if you sort of look at the wild west forming around us, and any wild west, like crypto and web3 and all that, is initially full of frauds and very nebulous and all of that, but there is something there to look at which could look completely different 30 years from now. So do you see in a way that these ramparts itself changing, that a future where the things that we achieve through stock markets or the financial system and all of that are achieved in a very different kind of setup?
It's possible. I mean, we've seen financialization only in the last 150 years. Before that, there was a lot of other stuff that was happening, barter, for instance, and all that stuff. The way the financial economy is today can easily change to a different kind of financial economy in the future, where in crypto, if you put the non-scammy part of crypto, is like this: I pay you with something that can appreciate in value. So instead of paying you 100 rupees, which you know is worth 100 rupees now and 100 rupees tomorrow, I pay you in the form of 100 coins, and those coins can go up in value in terms of rupees tomorrow. You want to deal with me because you think that the value of these things. So for you, it's a double-edged thing. It's not only that I am paying you for the work that you do, but also that I'm paying you in something that can potentially grow by itself. For some, this paradigm is interesting. It's like me paying you by the shares of my company rather than by cash. Shares of my company I can still print and give it to you. Today, there are regulatory frameworks that don't allow me to do this very easily. But assuming I was able to do it, I could have created another company that owns a bunch of my shares, and I can pay you through that company whenever I want, saying instead of paying Amit 1 lakh rupees worth of this thing, I'll pay him 1 lakh rupees of my shares and effectively print my own money. If I were able to do this, then a lot more avenues open. Banks are currently the only guys allowed to print money. Banks print money by nature, but banks are heavily regulated, so they have certain things. But companies are not, so they could issue shares at whatever valuation to somebody else. And issuing shares, you could replace the word share by a coin, and you would be roughly the same. So building a framework like this out of crypto and into the real world is not very difficult. We can absorb that stuff and build it here. We can use the same concepts that crypto is doing. So crypto has something called automated market making, a form of saying that if you pay me one share of Reliance, I can pay you back 100 rupees or 2000 rupees or whatever that number is. That is discovered by the market today. But what if I told you I'll exchange your one share of Reliance for one share of TCS? So the difference between the two is that I don't even have shares of Reliance and TCS. Somebody else has given me shares of Reliance and some other person has given me shares of TCS. I am just building a balanced pool of them too. So when you give me a Reliance, I give you a TCS for a predefined exchange rate that's currently ongoing. This can be completely automated. The net result of this is you can trade with me, and I don't need to be a human being. I can be a complete algorithm that is determining the prices dynamically based on supply and demand. This is already happening in the crypto world. This has been happening in the forex world for the longest amount of time. So you can give me USD, I'll give you INR. They're almost all run by computers, 97%. Has this removed the need for a human being to exist? I think no. They just go one level higher, which means instead of the guys who are trading, they are the guys who are designing these algorithms. They are the guys who are figuring out how to get more done through these algorithms, to the extent where some today, it has helped a lot of people. For instance, when you travel, you use a card. they charge you a 3% fee, then a 0.5% fee, then something else, and GST and so on. So you end up paying some 4 or 5% as a transaction fee. There's a startup that's come and built an algorithmic trading framework that says when you swipe the card, we'll give you the best price possible because we've eliminated all the intermediate bullshit that happens in this whole picture. And you can swipe a card for $100 and we'll charge you only 75 rupees when the going rate is 74.80. So the only 20 paisa spread versus a 76 rupees which you would have had to pay otherwise. So this is technology where the actual trading, which would have otherwise been done manually, has been done by a computer, but the benefit that's being provided is being intermediated by a human being who's telling you, listen, I have the tech to do all this stuff. I'm going to simplify your life. I'm going to make it cheaper for you to travel. And guess what? This allows you to travel more destinations, less painful to do all these transactions, and more deterministic. So he can actually tell you that if you swipe right now, this is the price you'll get on an app, versus otherwise you'd have to call somebody and say, "Aaj ka rate kya hai?" And that stuff. So I think we'll just kick ourselves one level higher. Instead of writing the books, we'll be doing something one level higher, which is not writing the books, but finding ways to distribute them, finding ways to get them across, whether it is uh, 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 the the context in which those books are written, or whether it is something else. I don't know. I can't foresee it that much, but all I know is that we will be one level higher. Humans have always found a way to evolve to a point where their need is, or not just that their need is. It's like saying, just because we've bought a harvester doesn't mean people stopped farming. It's the same people
Yeah.
that were otherwise plowing the fields that are now using harvesters. There are more fields to plow, so we'll find more fields within the same thing and do things better. Tomorrow it may be that the same uh, uh, concept can be used for 5 different things rather than that one thing, which is writing a book. Tomorrow, I mean, it's already happening, right? Earlier it was only books. Now it is books, blogs, videos, podcasts, X, same content delivered or rendered 5 different ways. Uh, Maybe that's what the AI will end up helping with, which is what's the best way to produce this format that allows you to visualize and see this. Books will come to life in more meaningful ways than us just having to write them.
Yeah, I think there'll be unknown unknowns. I think we'll also write. But I once said about Trump that Trump would fail the Turing test. So I think humans should have a little bit of humility about their own natural intelligence, so to say. So my next question is also a broad one. And this is again, at one level, it is me thinking aloud and also asking a question which I've chatted about with the two guests I recorded with over the last 2 days. And here's the thing. Earlier, we spoke about how the mainstream is dissipating. Media is dissipating, music mein the mainstream is dissipating, everywhere the mainstream is dissipating. What you're having is a certain kind of decentralization, right? Now, in the context, like I was chatting with a former foreign secretary and ambassador Nirupama Rao day before yesterday. She's written an excellent book on China, The Fractured Himalaya, and she was talking about how in Tibet earlier, when they would make maps, they would not put those lines of nation states. A mountain was a mountain, a river was a river. Those are the maps they would make. And her additional point to that, which I feel is so true, is that when you look at peoples, it's almost as if peoples with exactly the same culture, with cultural continuity, have been divided by these artificial lines of nation states. Now, I think you and I understand data well enough to know that a sample size of years for which nation states has existed is really too low to come to a conclusion about them or say that they're inevitable or they're always here to stay. In fact, many modern problems come about because of our rigid notions of nation states and these artificial boundaries which divide us where no divisions need exist. And I'm again thinking, one of the things that people who talk about crypto say that decentralization, that it's one way to get away from the tyranny of nation states, from the oppressiveness of parasitic nation states, and so on and so forth. And I find it interesting. So this is not really a question about finance per se. For a moment we've moved away from your book, but is this something that you kind of think about, that we take it for granted, but is the primacy of nation states in our thinking that even if they exist, maybe they won't be so important? maybe they won't be such a big deal. Maybe by necessity, borders become more fluid. Maybe physical borders don't become more fluid, but other borders do. I'm just kind of thinking aloud because it seems to me to be this secular trend of decentralization across every uh, thing that you can think of. So, isn't that, just as a mainstream media newspaper or a Hollywood studio might at some point become redundant, why would central banks not become redundant and so on?
Well, it's true. It could happen even now. Let's not take crypto. Let's say we were all playing, I don't know, Minesweeper or
Yeah.
I mean some game, Minecraft, and you earned a few things in that Minecraft. You had a bunch of chests and it had certain objects in it, and you could trade those objects with each other. And all those objects had very nicely predefined values. So I could trade with you. You can then surpass the trade nation state by just playing Minecraft.
Hmm.
You could say I want this particular thing, and I don't care if you're in Croatia or Serbia or southern Sudan, but I will give you something worth 5 sickles. If you don't need crypto for this. Crypto is a nice way to do it, but barter has existed for centuries. The reason we've stuck on currencies is because nobody can agree on the value of anything. In the end, it comes down to, listen, I gotta know what $1 means. And if I know what $1 means, more than I know that what one sickle means, then I'll go to the dollar. So the dollar has been a medium of exchange, the rupee has been a medium of exchange, only for that reason, that people could not agree on the value of something. If they're able to find something else where they agree on the value of, and one of the biggest things they agree on the value of is gold, for instance. Uh, but gold comes with its challenges of being used as a currency because of its nature. You can't cut it beyond a certain point and all that stuff. But digital things like sickles and all that stuff can be. I can buy 1/4 of a sickle. Somebody has to just put something in code to do it. I think it's a very interesting construct. But don't you think that the separation of nation state and economics has already happened? We consume Google or Amazon, well, Google to some extent, and Facebook. Anybody in the world can advertise to us. They have surpassed the nation state by saying, we are Facebook. You can find a guy in India, and if you're a person in Denmark, you can advertise to that guy in Bangalore. This is amazing because earlier you needed the physical approach. You needed to send something over here and then get it advertised. Now you can do this worldwide. We have surpassed the nation state through technology in many, many ways. I could now order digital goods from the Kindle store, which is produced anywhere else in the world, in any language. I could buy a Swahili book. Earlier it was impossible. So once you've got past even within the nation, the state boundaries of whatever they were, I'm a weird guy when it comes to shoes. Okay, so in the sense, like, I hate buying shoes, but I find it fascinating that today I can buy something for 499 rupees that's made in Punjab, that the guy is making a 50% profit on by selling it to me at 499, and yet I could not find that thing in a shop in Bangalore for the last 15 years. I can go to Amazon today and pick it up, or Flipkart today and pick it up, by just going online and seeing it, because for him the logistics of bringing it to Bangalore have been sorted out by multiple third parties in the middle, so that his 499 price point also yields him a 50% profit. I find this fascinating that has already been done within of India, but because of its physical nature, it's not transcended in the nation state. But the digital good has. Today, I could read books, I could read anything on. I could, if it was possible, invest in stocks abroad if they were willing to take my rupees. But and outside of India, the other nation states have figured out how to deal in each other's currencies seamlessly. We have our own little RBI sitting on our head with a hammer, but you could buy stocks of any country sitting anywhere else in the world by just using the internet today. This is a way we've surpassed it. We've just not found the right ways to pay for things worldwide. But eventually, if Facebook were to issue its own coin and people were able to pay each other with Facebook coins, that could become a currency of the world. And by the way, this is not just me saying it, they're thinking it actively. They're going to build something called the metaverse, where they're going to do exactly this, which is to have their own world. Because they can't have a real one, they're going to make a virtual one. In that, all the currencies will be Facebook's own currency. The minute you're in it, and because there are other people in it from God knows which other state, or nation state, they're all going to want to interact with each other. They're all going to pay a Facebook a tiny piece of that pie. Not tiny, it's going to be a big piece of that pie. But their fascination is to do that. The minute this dream comes close to becoming a reality, you can bet that the guys with guns will react violently and take down some part of this operation. And the same with crypto. At some point, the guys with guns will come in and say, no. Uh, so I don't know what that point is. And maybe I'm getting it wrong. And maybe the guys with guns are the ones that already own these bitcoins and all of that stuff. And they're laughing all their way when we are saying that but I'm just saying that the paradigms will shift. We will change. It will change. And it's already transcending the nation state in ways we can't imagine.
I think the guys with guns will get together with the guys with money. That's how it always happens, right? And so I have this. So there's a good friend of mine. I won't name him, but we used to play together a lot in Mumbai when I was playing live cash games. And then of course I retired, and he went on to become perhaps the country's finest player, based in Delhi, but now taken permanent residency in Dubai, where he once played a 9 crore pot, equivalent of that. But anyway, gossip about all of that is offline. So I was hanging out with him recently when I went to Delhi. He also happened to be there, and I was kind of chatting with him about what the poker economy is like. And so much of the poker economy is now crypto, right? So he's in Dubai, no taxes. Some of the money is whatever currency you want it in, but a lot of it is crypto, and then he can use that crypto to deposit money in US gambling sites where he can play poker, and he can withdraw from there in crypto, right? And it's and the complexity of it all, like from the outside we sometimes get the impression that ye crypto wale to matlab kya chal raha hai. It feels like it's a wild west, and and all of that, but there's a very sophisticated economy kind of running in there, which is fascinating. And everything you say resonates, like how the nation state is actually so much less relevant in our lives today than it was 30 years ago. That is kind of just mind blowing. So we have 12 minutes to go. So I'll ask my final question, because I think, and that alone is something we can iterate on a bit, which is that supposing a person like me, and although I will never get down to it, but it's an intention. Supposing a person like me comes to you and says that, boss, I really respect your knowledge of finance and investing and all of that, and I find it fascinating just at an intellectual level. I also want to learn, right? But what are the resources? How do I learn this?
This is a very good question, because the question isn't, it's like saying, I want to learn music. Because then my first question would be, what kind of music? Because there's the Carnatic and Indian classical, there's Western classical, there's hip hop, there's rock, there's pop, there's bunch of others, and then there's new paradigms like EDM that you
Okay, let me clarify that and pause that, because I recorded recently with Warren Mendonca of Blackstrat Blues, and he told me that increasingly, as he listens to different kinds of music across the world, he's coming to the conclusion that they all have something in common, which could be the pentatonic scale or whatever, but they all have, there's a universal pentatonic, as it were. Is there something like that in?
There is. I mean, in the end, the similarity with almost all forms of investing is that if I put in X, I want to get more than X out of it. If X was a commodity of some sort, there was no chance you could get more out of it. For instance, when you invest in gold, you take the gold, you can't get more gold out of it. It's never going to produce anything more than just the gold that it is. But when we invest in certain other things, like a house, you want to invest in a house, somebody's going to pay you some rent, and the house is going to be worth more when you sell it. If you invest in a stock, you're expected to pay you some dividends and give. So I think this is universal as a phenomenon that you want to achieve out of it. But there are concepts that remain. If you divide this world into people who have the skill, inclination, and time to invest, and people who don't. So the people who don't necessarily have to find someone else who does and hand them over their money, or choose something as safe as a government bond or a fixed deposit to invest. So for them, the choices are very clear. Find the right person who will make the right decisions, or so that is I think a universal phenomenon no matter what. So if you want to learn about it, your idea would essentially be, how do I learn about the various forms of investing that's out there that I don't want to do myself? I want to use a vehicle like a mutual fund to do. I just need to be able to select the right kind of mutual funds to do it. I can go to varying degrees of complexity here, similar to music, where you could do something in X degrees. Or the simplest form would be passive funds that are spread broadly across the world. The more complex would be I want to invest in different sectors and I want to find a manager who will do the best in each sector and so on. Another form would be directly investing in stocks or not. Well, since we're still giving money to other managers, we're just finding the right managers. I find a guy who can invest in startups that have a potentially large return. I give him 5% of my money. My job is to figure out that should I give him 5% of my money or 20% of my money. That's my allocate. I'm an allocator. Uh, so my knowledge goes to the aspect of saying I understand which asset class I want to invest in. My job is to find the right managers and give them money. I could be on the flip side of the table where I have the time, inclination, and skill, where I say, listen, I'm directly going to invest, which means I'm going to take my money, I'm going to allocate it to some startups, some which I understand and analyze, some stocks which I analyze, or something else. So there is a bit of the passive and the bit of the active in each one of us. So while I typically suggest the path should be start with passive and go down to active, a typical person's path is like this. He starts with active, goes to zero, then comes back into passive, then gets excited a little, goes into active, puts a little too much into active, then figures out passive is better, and then starts balancing the two. So it's a little bit of a lizard's walk or a snake's walk across these two
A
paradigms.
random lizards walk down Wall Street.
Downward, yeah. There you go. So this is unfortunate, but this is how people are by behavior, and I think we should promote that because if you tell them that there's only this path to go, they will never do it. So I hate to say this, but if you force people down the virtuous path, they will shun you. So you have to give them the bad path, make them learn from their mistakes, and then, you have to give them the option of the good and the bad path, and they'll take the bad path and come to the good path eventually. Or when I say good, it doesn't necessarily mean good from my perspective. I'm looking at averages here. So there will always be some people who shine at what they do right from day one. But having said that, I think the point over here that you have to look at from an investing perspective is, do you understand what you're investing in? And are you taking the active path or the passive path? And be very clear about the difference between the two. For instance, if I choose a mutual fund manager and then every month I look at which stocks he's bought and call him up and say, why have you bought this stock? Like, boss, kar kya rahe ho? Are you trusting the manager or you want to do it yourself? Why don't you buy the stocks directly? You take the active route. No, why are you going on this passive route and haranguing the fund manager for this? On the other hand, if you're taking the active route and then trying to feel miserable, you're feeling miserable that the passive guys are doing so much better than you are, then you're doing the wrong thing. You should just be putting in more money into the passive route. I don't know if there's any commonality over here, but I think this would apply to whether you're investing in real estate, whether you're investing in crypto, whether you're investing in stocks and debt and mutual funds, or in fact investing in art. There are some people who just get art. There's some people like me who can look at an image for hours and say, I still think it's a banana taped to a wall and I will not get it. So
You're like that security guard in Russia. You heard about him?
no.
There's some big museum in Russia or something, and the security guard is left there, and it's his first job, and he's feeling really bored. So there's a painting there which has all these people with round faces and no eyes and all, and he went and painted eyes on all of them, destroyed a few million worth of value. So you're like that guy, Deepak.
It's possible. But
Inclination, maybe not behavior.
Yeah, by inclination. I don't know, man. That would make me a person who wants to be an artist. I don't think I have that kind of level of inclination either.
So, just now when you were talking about how you can tell somebody what to do, but this is a path they'll take. They'll make the mistakes, right? You almost sounded like a resigned parent. You're practicing like maybe for what you will say 15 years later. That I I gave good advice to my kids, but they have to make their own mistakes. I can't do anything now. You kind of sound like that. I hope it's not like that. If Deepak's kids are listening to this in future, kindly.
Well, they'll probably tell you that the first part, which is my dad keeps giving sermons, but they'll probably not admit the second part at any point, which is fine because I never admitted in my life that my parents were right about a few things, which I'm fine with because you know at some point you speak from you're a victim of your own experiences, which is why I can't deal with crypto. But if I was not a victim of my own experiences, then maybe I would have accepted crypto a lot easier, like the younger kids do nowadays, and found the virtue in it before I find all the scams.
I won't even say we are not victims of our experiences. We are products of our experiences. You know, Let us not be like those people who embrace narratives of victimhood.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah,
Yes.
but one complaint I have about this latest answer of yours is that I keep telling my writing students that avoid the abstract, go for the concrete. So I asked you a question about what can I do to learn, and you give me a long abstract answer, which is very illuminating, and I conceptually I agree with it. It's very clear. But now I will ask you right at the end, as the last part of the last question, that get concrete here. Like which are the best books to read on this? Which are the best videos to watch on this? Is there a series on YouTube? Is there a course I should do? Who are the good thinkers?
So I think Zerodha Varsity, and that is one of the best things that go around for Indian. So they Indian stocks, Indian macroeconomics, bonds, mutual funds. They have great content for a beginner. So I personally think that is one of the best resources for investing in India. If you're looking at more such content, go to fool.com, which is Motley Fool. They have a great set of content around stock markets in the US in general. So the book itself contains a primer into what my book itself, Moneywise, contains a primer into what stocks are and what mutual funds are, and how to build your own personal financial plan. Because there's two parts of things, right? One is which stocks to buy and which this thing, but more broadly, how to handle your own hygiene, your own stock asset allocation, and handle the fact that you have to invest regularly every month. Uh, that would be one. There are a bunch of videos on YouTube, and every day YouTube is evolving with this kind of framework. But I would say, depending on the kind of content you want. So if you want stock specific content, there are a number of YouTubers who specifically talk about certain stocks, whether it's in the pharma space or so they actually uncover those stocks.
Like any you'd name that
So
you
there
enjoy?
is, for instance, I mean, right now I could think of there is a lady called C.A. Rachna Ranade who talks a lot about investing per se. There is Ish Mohit who has built a YouTube channel called The School of Intrinsic Compounding. There are a bunch of interviews by various people in I think the CNBC and the Money Control people. They've interviewed a lot of the older investors who've given master classes on how to identify interesting stocks and look at them and
If
get
you send me
into
links to some that
I
you
will.
liked, I'll put them in the show notes.
I'll
Yeah.
put these up there. We have a bunch of older videos around mutual funds as well that talk about the basics of mutual funds, concepts of bond yields, what are the different things around it. So there are, I think, the YouTube universe itself is a very dynamic and changing, but it's a very interesting set of courses. My problem with most of my studying or reading has been that it has been so so to give you some books, for instance, all my books tend to be the books I mentioned tend to be not self-help uh, by nature. So most of them will talk about, so I'll give you an example of, there's a book called Liar's Poker by Michael Lewis. Extremely good book built around Salomon Brothers and their trading of junk bonds in the early 80s to the 90s. This was a brilliant book because of the way it was written, and it emphasizes the greed and fear that existed in bond markets, junk bond markets specifically at the time. There's a book called Buffett by Roger Lowenstein. Now, this is one of the few books that does not eulogize Buffett, but gives it a more even look. And maybe it appeals to me as a person who has read so many books about Buffett that he wanted a more even kind of
And
feel.
Lowenstein also wrote When Genius Failed about LTCM, right?
When Genius Failed is one of his biggest masterpieces in terms
Fantastic.
of the. But apart from that, there's a book called I think Walk Down Wall Street or something by Peter Lynch, where it gives some very basic ideas about how to beat them, how to talk about the market. There is a book called, I mean, this is interesting now, more esoteric, and the interviews of traders. The Larry Hite quote I got from a book called Market Wizards by Jack Schwager, and he has written 4 series. So, Market Wizards, New Market Wizards, Stock Market Wizards, and something.
I think you recommended it last time, and then I downloaded it. It was in my show notes, and I was reading some of it. See, we are so old, we forget that we've already.
You already done something.
No, no, no. But there, what you had done is you had said that you guys had done some blog post about your favorite books within Capital Mind, and I just linked to that. That's it. But I'm enjoying this more because it's like it's coming out of you as personal.
Yeah,
So,
so the interesting thing about those books is they're interviews of traders who, some of whom have been extremely successful, some of and most of whom you never have heard of. I mean, you've heard of a George Soros or Stanley Druckenmiller because of their fame, and they're bringing down the British pound and all that stuff. But you wouldn't have heard of Larry Hite. For some many people wouldn't have heard of him. You wouldn't have heard of a story of something called the Turtles. The Turtles were, if you remember, trading places. Trading places was a place where two rich guys say that, trading in the stock market can be learned. The other guy says, no, it's a born and innate skill. And they so to make a bet, it's a bet of $1. And one guy says, I'll just pick a random guy off the street and I'll teach him how to win in the market. And he picks up this guy, and eventually it becomes very famous. He becomes a big stock market trader, and the guy wins. There was a real, actual world example of this, where there was this guy called Richard Dennis and another guy, I forget his name. They had a bet that Richard Dennis said he could trade. He could train people to trade like they breed turtles in Singapore. So these people he hired and he trained them were all called the Turtles, and all went on to make very, very. It's like teaching people poker the scientific way, which is to always work with odds and probabilities, and eventually you'll win if you just play enough. So his funda was the stock market is similar. You just play by the rules. So he found people who could play by the rules, who had the behavioral structure to play by rules, and those people eventually actually made a lot of money. Some of them retired very early. Some of them didn't do so well, but a good portion of them did well. The Turtles uh, was a very interesting example, and he's interviewed a lot of the Turtles and Richard Dennis
wow.
in this book as well. So
Wow.
it's fascinating because it gives you a ringside view of all of this. And of course, this was the 80s and 90s. Today is, well, I don't know. I don't read quite as much nowadays, and perhaps more content comes in YouTube and podcasts. But if you like podcasts, then there's a Strictly Invest. Oh, no, not Strictly Invest. What is it called? Invest Like the Best. Invest Like the Best by Patrick O'Shaughnessy. This is a brilliant podcast of only people. He invests only people in the investing world, mostly American. Well, I like that podcast because it makes you think, and it has a very interesting investing insights as well. So I'll stop there because too many resources.
Yeah, and I'll add one book to this. I don't know if you've heard of this guy called Deepak Shenoy, friend of mine. He's written this book called Moneywise: Timeless Lessons on Building Wealth. So do pick up Moneywise from Deepak Shenoy, and you will learn a lot. Deepak, dude, thanks so much, man. You've been so patient. Like I just want to tell my listeners that we are recording this. Like I came to Bangalore to record a bunch of episodes, and Deepak has this really swank YouTube cum podcasting studio in his office. It's mind blowing. And so we started recording at 10, and we had like lunch in between and coffee in between, and it's now 5:30 that we are kind of wrapping everything up. And all day he's been fielding frantic calls from people saying Russia has invaded Ukraine. What now? The market is crashing all over the place. 3 people have already jumped off the top floor of this building. It's chaos outside. And Deepak, you've been so kind. Thank you so much.
This was brilliant, Amit. In fact, great to have you here. Great to have done this. I think thanks for all the comments on the office as well. This is like the whole team at has been building this for the last year. It's been fantastic. But more importantly, I've had fun doing this episode. I hope you've had fun listening to it. I know that probably a good portion of this deserves to be chopped off just simply because there's ahs and oohs.
We don't chop nothing off. Listen, there'll be people saying you do another 5 hours with Deepak. I'm guaranteeing you it will happen.
It'll be fun. One of these days we should do like a late night session if you're not in Bangalore.
I think what is left is stream. You know what? You and I should do a stream and do an Ask Me Anything.
Yeah, ask me.
है ना?
That's a fantastic idea.
तो जाएंगे YouTube पे करेंगे and then it's up to others to make it last as long as you want.
As long as you want. Yeah. Cool.
As if you don't have a life. I can afford to do it, but your time is worth a little bit more than that. However, having said that, you are buying 499 rupee shoes. I don't know where. So,
I hate buying shoes, so I just do buy this for a fascination of mine. But dude, thanks so much, Amit. This has been great, and welcome again to the Seen and the Unseen.
yeah, and thank you so much for coming on the Capital Mind podcast with me.